just a fantastic stepping stone into a far bigger market that supports us in terms of innovation. What you need to understand for innovation is that you need to have the community together. You need credibility and reliability, IP protection, the stability on policy guidelines, but also regulatory. We have that all in that same ecosystem in Singapore, which is absolutely key if you want to stick to a future strategy.
Hi, I'm Anthony Tan, the co-founder and CEO of Grab. Developing AI solutions for the whole region isn't easy, but when we get it right, the results can be transformational. Singapore provides us with an ecosystem to experiment and scale. It's also home to our first AI Center of Excellence. And in nurturing environments, bold ideas don't just survive, they thrive.
When you think about Singapore as a city-state, it is actually quite remarkable that it has become an innovation role model. One thing that Singapore can do for the whole region is that it can help with things like cross-border data flows, transparency, regulatory frameworks. A lot of multinational companies that have grown up here are a wonderful set of partners for companies coming in who then want to grow in the rest of Southeast Asia.
Hi, I'm Kevin Chung, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Ryder. Companies like mine are proof that an AI-powered future is already here. And if you want to experience that future firsthand, there's only one place in the world you need to be.
CNBC Pro, 24/7 access to market-moving news and interviews with 3 global live streams. Subscriber-only content from Wall Street pros like Josh Brown.
If you love the stock market as much as I do, you're going to love the best stocks in the market list.
Plus exclusive live events.
This is my first time at the stock exchange, and it's been awesome.
To be on the floor, I just can't believe I'm here.
Become a CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/GoPro now.
Every leader has a moment, a decision that changes everything. They're CEOs, founders, global leaders. But the road to success isn't always straightforward.
I kept saying to myself, when I grow up, I'm not going to live like this.
For months, I could not sleep anymore.
You put things on the table, but at the end of the day, you are in charge, which means you are accountable.
This isn't about balance sheets. It's about pressure, risk, conviction.
I strongly believe that you grow through discomfort.
You should be open to possibilities that a decision in one direction could open 3 other decision doors in another direction.
Let me just say, if you don't know who the sucker is in the room, it's probably you.
For all of us, so much more is possible than what we imagine.
Enjoy the moments and be present in the moment.
From boardroom battles to deeply personal crossroads, this is Executive Decisions. Listen and watch now wherever you get your podcasts.
To understand where Asia is going, you need to understand the people behind it. In this new season of Managing Asia, I'll introduce you to 4 leaders.
When you're 35, you're sure you know everything. And at 64, you realize you actually know almost nothing. So I love learning, and that means improving myself, and I know that I've got more that I can do.
I do not hesitate to go against conventional wisdom. If we believe we have justice, we are not going to be shy.
If you only stick to one single playbook,
And you only try out new things if you are absolutely certain they're going to succeed. Then you may not survive.
There is no Asia. The economies even in North Asia between Japan and China are wildly different, let alone comparing them to Indonesia or Vietnam.
The strategy, the risks, the values that shape their leadership, and what it means for the future of business in Asia and the world. Managing Asia, streaming now on CNBC.com and YouTube.
It all started with the CNBC CEO Council event.
We got together to talk about where our business goals aligned. There was just every possible win in this partnership.
Being a CEO is probably the loneliest job, but being in a room of people who understand that, it's definitely a weight off my shoulders.
When there's uncertainty, it is kind of just good to be with other people to go, what are you dealing with?
The networking is a key advantage of the council, the program, but to me is this reflecting opportunity and learning in a safe environment.
I love the diversity of industries and sectors that are represented.
I just find it to be a really enriching environment.
It's an opportunity to learn something new and get really honest feedback from peers who are experiencing the same exact thing you are.
That's the magic of not just CNBC and this CEO Council. It's how you create change in the world.
Explore CNBC CEO Council memberships at cnbccouncils.com/success.
Listen to CNBC on the move with the CNBC app.
We are live at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange.
Breaking news.
This is what we're going to be watching out for, where the market goes to from here.
Real-time market updates.
Here's a look at the gainer this morning.
We have to talk about the price action.
Your favorite programs live 24 hours a day.
Welcome to Squawk Box Europe.
Welcome to the China Connection. All the action in Tianjin, Squawk Box Asia.
Listen wherever in the world you are. Download the CNBC app now.
Last year, CNBC made history with Converge Live. We brought together over 700 of the world's most influential business leaders, investors, and policymakers all under one roof at the iconic Jewel in Singapore.
Converge Live, at its core, is an opportunity for global leaders to connect and drive transformation.
The conversations were bold, timely, and transformative, tackling topics like AI, global trade, sustainability, and the future of leadership.
We have a very severe supply-demand problem. That's a big deal. No American voter will ever accuse Donald Trump of being weak on China.
This year, we're going further. Bold voices, bigger ideas, deeper conversations, setting a new standard for global thought leadership. Converge Live 2026 begins now.
Morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's day 2. There's still a lot of fun ahead. I hope you all enjoy what we have in store for you. I'm Scott Wapner, of course, with Mandy Drury back here at Converge.
Wonderful to be back here with you. Did you enjoy yesterday? Oh, my goodness, really? Yeah, it was okay. Come on, did you enjoy yesterday? Yes, I certainly hope so, because it was an amazing lineup of people. And we talked about so many really important things going on in the world today, like capital flows, geopolitics, artificial intelligence. But don't worry, if you missed any of it, you were out at the wellness room having a massage or getting your eyelashes frozen off in the cryogenic chamber, we've got you covered. Why don't we take a look back at the day that was?
Over the next 2 days, you will hear from leaders from all of those industries and talk to you about how they are navigating the rough seas that we see in front of us.
3 forces are reshaping the landscape: the fragmentation of global trade, the rapid advancement of technology, and the shift in energy with both decarbonization and energy security.
Building a portfolio that owns great companies and not trying to time the market
pays huge dividends, it's hard to do in the moment.
Trust is the coin of the realm, and trust lowers transaction costs.
Authenticity and humanity will always be looked for.
All right. The best part is that day 2 begins right now. We're going to be talking about supply chains under pressure today and the energy shock. We've all been hearing about that because of the conflict in the Middle East. Morgan Brennan, my colleague from the United States, will be talking about the business of orbit just over a week after the Artemis II team returned to Earth.
Indeed, Scotty. We'll also be speaking to the former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau about what he thinks regarding global affairs at the moment, 1 year after he left office. So all that and more coming up. But first of all, a very important thing, let's thank our sponsors. I would like everyone to put their hands together for our main sponsor this year, the Economic Development Board of Singapore, for pulling this all together for 1 more year. They did it for us last year, and they came back and they did it for us again. So thank you to the EDB and all of our other sponsors.
You know, aside from the panel conversations that we've been having, there are experiential zones around this unbelievably impressive jewel. I urge everybody to please check that out, like our own Arjun did. Take a look.
Singapore? Well, I'm in the wellness zone here at Converge Live, and there may be a few things that can help you out. Let's go check it out. This is a chamber from a company called Elix Life, and it is set to around minus 120 degrees Fahrenheit. That is so cold. Apparently, it can help with things like muscle fatigue and tiredness. I'm about to go in for around a minute and check it out. Whoa. Wow. That was so cold. I definitely won't need the coffee this morning. That's definitely woken me up. Now that I've thawed out a bit, I want to show you another experience here in the wellness zone. That is this oxygen chamber, which is going to help with cell repair and, of course, sustained performance as well. So this is helping with my muscle repair, with sustained recovery. Make sure you come and check it out.
All right, I hope everybody listens to Arjun and goes and checks it out, because it is pretty cool. Our first panel of the day is going to be about where global capital is going. And who better to have that conversation than with 2 gentlemen who are running regional stock exchanges, including one right here in Singapore. Loh Boon Chye is the CEO of the Singapore Stock Exchange, the SGX. Welcome.
Thank you.
Wonderful to have you. And Asadesh Konsari is the president of the Stock Exchange of Thailand. Thank you as well.
Morning.
For being with us. 2 esteemed guests for a very timely topic, obviously, given the volatility that we're seeing in the world. What's so interesting, Boon Chye, as I begin with you, the volatility and the uncertainty that we are seeing within many of the Asian economies and the questions that are being asked as a result of the supply chain disruptions and the spike in energy prices isn't necessarily being reflected within the Asian stock exchanges, which through thick and thin have managed to do pretty well. I'd love to hear from your own vantage point what you see and what you think about what's happening right now.
Well, I think capital has now come to the conclusion that in the environment that we're facing today, it's about allocation to multipolar environment, multi-country, multi-markets. And in a region like Southeast Asia, where we see the benefits of demographic consumption, and as you mentioned, the rewiring of trade flow, we're actually seeing capital flowing into this part of the world. It's about resilience, it's about stability, and also importantly within Southeast Asia, it's also about connectivity. With ourselves over the years, including with Thailand, has built up connectivity, and that allows flows in the region that then can go into many markets. And even for us, our stock market is up 6% in the first quarter of this year. Turnover is up 60%. So notwithstanding the volatility we're seeing, there are still pockets of optimism and growth.
Do you worry at all that the resiliency and the stability that you speak about will be tested in the months ahead, like some have spoken about, including Mohammed El-Arian. I mentioned a quote yesterday in my conversation with Mike Gitlin from the New York Times that the real challenges lie ahead. Do you agree with that?
Possibly, and I think it's no longer about capital looking for growth. It's about in the moments of needs, in the moment of crisis, can you manage risk quickly? Can you execute safely with resilience? So I think being prepared is probably the best path forward. It's no longer about having a view. It's about how you're going to manage risk.
Assadej, your stock market in many ways underscores the definition of resiliency. Up 30% over the past year, even at a time where the economy has moderated, has even slowed a bit. To what do you attribute that performance to?
Well, basically this year, we've had an election. And I think that's been the biggest turning point for Thailand. In the past, from our discussions with investors in the region and globally, one of the big questions is Thailand has great policies. Every government has great policies, but when is it going to be executed? So the results of the election this year, in February, gave us, hopefully, a very strong government that can implement needed structural reforms and policies that will push at least resume growth in a high level for Thailand. So that's been the biggest turnaround pre the Middle East situation, and we've seen significant fund flows post-election, close to $2 billion at one point, but it obviously is retracted now that because of the situation in the Middle East.
Do you think foreign investment is attracted to the reforms and some of the changes that have happened, because foreign investment accounts do account for nearly 50% of all trading value, which is extraordinary?
Correct. I think they're attracted to, one is obviously the liquidity of the Thai market. We've always had quite strong liquidity in the region. Also, if you look at the numbers last year, we saw a lot of relocation or potential relocation of supply chains to Thailand. The BOI, or our Board of Investment, had applications of close to $60 billion of potential investment, FDI, into Thailand going forward in sectors like semiconductor, EVs, data centers. So there's fundamental potential in Thailand, in the economy going forward, and with the strong government, hopefully that can be fast-tracked in the near future.
One of the reasons I was excited to have this conversation with two gentlemen who sit in the seats that they do, and why it's such a relevant time for both of them to be here at Converge Live, is that this could be the most consequential year for IPOs ever, just given what's at stage and what is at scale. If you consider SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, and then some of the other companies that will go public, certainly we talk about that every day in the United States. I'm wondering how you think about those, Boonchai, from where you sit, viewing that from afar here.
Well, likewise, here in Singapore, we're seeing in recent times our best years in the pipeline. We have close to 20 IPOs in the last 9 months. But importantly, with the whole ecosystem, including our government and regulator, we put forth a series of initiatives, in particular, a program to seed and fund equity asset managers that have now crowded in additional capital, and that has allowed many of the mid-cap stocks to see an increase in turnover of almost 180%. Our pipeline is close to 50 companies, and notwithstanding what is going on, many companies are continuing to prepare for an IPO. They are not slowing down, but obviously we need to have many more windows to access the market. So we are hopeful.
Assadej, what does the IPO pipeline look like from your vantage point?
It's been slowing down over the last few years. Obviously, I think, as you mentioned before, the slowdown, or at least the relative growth rates of the Thai economy has been a laggard over the last 5 to 10 years. And therefore, the valuations potential in the market has been low. So the pipeline has been relatively subdued in the past. But what we've done, part of our role as an exchange is to create opportunities for local investors to access investment opportunities globally. So one of the initiatives that SGX and the SET had done together, initiated, is the depository receipts. We now have over 300 depository receipts. Basically, it's your ability to invest in global IPOs or global equity in Thai baht locally. So we're excited for IPOs anywhere in the world. We're excited for new companies, new sectors, for our investors to have access to.
I was going to ask you, gentlemen, about the partnership that you had. I found it interesting in the sense that where I come from, and I sit on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange every day, the competition between the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ for listings and otherwise is so intense, but I get the feeling that there is a more cordial, if you will, and maybe that's not the best word, but nonetheless, you get a sense of, because of the partnership you had, the relationship between exchanges here is probably a little bit different than the West.
Well, in the multipolar connectivity partnership, I think it's extremely, extremely important. So it's not just with Thailand, with Southeast Asia, with the depository receipts, with China, ETFs, our connectivity with India into for derivatives, and also our global listing board partnership with NASDAQ is what between NASDAQ and us call a one-of-one, uniquely positioned for our companies with Asian Nexus Global Ambition to list on both NASDAQ and Singapore at the same time.
I'd like to get your thoughts, too, on maybe what is a more controversial topic, if you will. The idea that there was a belief that the United States was the undisputed and strongest magnet for capital around the world. Because of some of the criticisms that our administration has gone through, the way it has at times sort of looked inward, there's definitely a more nationalistic view of policy, I think, in the United States. Alliances have been challenged like never before. Do you sense, Assadej, that that's an opportunity for capital to flow to places like Thailand?
I believe so, but ultimately, as Bunchai said, I think we need to work together. Realistically, the Southeast Asian economies individually do not have the scale of the US or the Chinese economies. So if we can work together through the ASEAN community to help bring the strong points of each country together, attract capital together, whether through dual listings, through DRs, through other mechanisms, I think we can be quite a powerful force to attract capital to ensure that the economies of the ASEAN nations together can go forward in a positive manner.
Do you get a sense that trust is eroding in any way in the United States and it has offered investors an opportunity to diversify assets into places like Singapore?
I don't think it's about purely diversification. I think it's about allocating capital across multi-jurisdiction, multi-markets, multi-currencies. And I think in many parts of the world, including Southeast Asia, our collective attraction, the collective strength is our ability to work together. And as Kwang said, the sum of parts is really what we're looking for. That's greater than each of every market here.
It's going to be an important year for the retail investor, in part because of the IPOs that I mentioned. I already think that retail, that cohort of the investment community, has leaned forward in a way over the last year that maybe we haven't seen in quite some time. Assadej, you see this firsthand in what's happening in Thailand. You have a very large retail investor base, 6 million retail investor accounts. Those retail accounts for about a third of your total trading value. What are they attracted to?
Well, I think the Thai retail investors in the past, obviously the market has grown. We were 50 years old last year. So the market has performed well and created wealth for a lot of people. But also, I think the government has been very supportive in their policies. One of the things that we're working with the government today is to encourage savings through what's going to be called the Thailand Individual Savings Account. That's going to be a program that encourages long-term savings, long-term investment, creating flexibility for retail investors, not only to invest in equities, but in bonds, in ETFs, in mutual funds, that will create tax savings for them as well. So there's been an ecosystem within the Thai capital market universe that encourages people to save and create wealth for themselves, I guess.
What role does the retail investor play here in Singapore?
Well, our retail participation in the stock market is at a 13-year high. In a year like 2025, retail was net buyer. And I think for any functioning, well-run quality stock market, you need scale and diversity. And that's where I think institutional and retail participants come together. And we have seen retail actually buying into times of volatility, whether that was in April or March of 2025.
Yep. What about consolidation in the space? There was a period where it was robust and maybe not so much in the last couple of years. From both of your vantage points, how would you address that topic? Do you think we will see more mergers?
It's something that, at least from my perspective, especially from my background as a banker, we'd like to see more mergers, more M&A. We recognize that scale is important. It creates liquidity. It creates opportunities for international investors to come in and out of the market in a more effective way. So we are discussing this with the government to see what policies can be put forward to help encourage mergers and acquisitions to create scale that not only for the capital market, but to be able to have companies that can compete globally as well.
Well, trade flows are changing, diversifying, there are increasing opportunities, companies are growing. So I do think M&A is going to be continuing to be a good spot for growth.
Is it going to be more difficult, though, because of the increased volatility and some of the uncertainty that we've seen? Even if you look sort of in the Middle East, where I think money is being looked to being put to work more these days, how do you think that will have an impact?
One can never quite time the market. And yes, the windows may be harder to find. But if you have a good business and the markets are growing, I think you'll find that moment.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your time so very much.
Thank you.
For the conversation. Lobun Chai and Asadej Konsri, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Mandy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Scott. A great kickoff to day 2. Wonderful stuff. Well, it's obviously been a really tumultuous year so far, hasn't it, for leaders of all types across the globe. There is one leader who really wanted to be here today, but unfortunately was unable to. But the great news is he had a very special message, and he recorded it for us. Let's take a listen.
If I can ask you to give a message to the attendees at CNBC Converge, how can leadership help navigate uncertainty?
Look, I think the main thing to understand about leadership is that everyone makes a difference. If you don't understand that you are as much of a contributor to leadership as the person who truly may be your leader, then you're missing out on the point of it takes many hands to clap and everybody makes a difference. And I think that's the most important thing. The second thing is that you must lead with a degree of humility, but also with a degree of humor. If you can do humility and humor together, you can come to people and give them the feedback they deserve and be fair, not kind, in how you drive growth and opportunity. Most people like you and me, all we want from our leaders is a hand on the back, pushing us forward on a level playing field. What you don't want is a hand in your face. And I think leaders make a big difference to where that hand is. On the back, pushing people forward. Everybody makes a difference.
World Bank President Ajay Banga there, sending a very special message on leadership to all of us here at Converge Live. And you might have noticed as well, speaking to our very own CNBC colleague, Karen Cho in Washington, D.C. So talking of leadership, I would like to bring back to the stage someone who we know very, very well, we love very, very much. Indeed, Christine Tan has spent nearly 3 decades talking to leaders and CEOs about what it takes to be a leader. And Chrissy, come on up here, because I think it's amazing. You've been at CNBC longer than me, if that's possible, longer than Steve, if that's possible. So what a milestone, 3 decades.
Am I on? Yeah. Well, with 3 decades, I hope you can do the math really badly. You know, I'm not as old as you think I am, and I'm not a dinosaur. But it has been 3 decades. The show celebrates its, 30th year next year?
Yes.
We've done over 900 shows.
900 shows.
The CEOs that I've interviewed over the last 28 years, we've seen a lot of changes. We've seen a lot of crises. Asian financial crisis is when it first started, 1997, and then you know how it works. The great global financial crisis, the great tech bubble, 9/11 attacks, SARS, pandemic, we've seen through it all. So it's never a dull moment for these CEOs, right?
Never a dull
moment.
moment.
Stories all the time, and challenges and maneuvers, and
so then what do you feel it takes to be a leader? You've talked to 900 CEOs over these 3 decades, and you're about to do a panel on leadership under pressure, a topic, of course, you must know very well after getting inside the head of all of these leaders. What's their point in common?
The one thing they have in common is that they stay calm.
Don't panic.
Don't panic, because when everybody else is, it doesn't help when you're panicking. So I think what they do is they recalibrate. They step back and say, okay, this is what I have to do. This is what I have to do. What do I tell my staff? What do I tell my employees? And they stay cool and calm, and then they map out what they need to do in a very calm manner. But I think, when you need to do it with a little bit of heart, because sometimes it involves people. What do you tell your people? When you consolidate your business, you have to retrench. What do you do that? Especially the pandemic. A lot of people were out of work. So what do you do with people? For instance, in Singapore Airlines, what do you do with people? You just literally have to find work for them during this time.
Keep calm and carry on. Well, that's what you're going to do right now.
Yeah, I'm going to do that
with your panel
right now.
waiting in the wings. So, Chrissy, over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for welcoming me at my panel today. The true test of leadership, as you know, is when things get really uncertain. Today, we are seeing, we're at the crossroads, at the intersection of multiple forces. Crossroads where supply chain gets disrupted. We're seeing trade routes, getting held hostage. And not to mention how AI is also changing the way we work and how companies are managed. Today with me on stage are 3 CEOs at the forefront, at the front line of these challenges. Please help me welcome on stage Dr. Michael Merton, President and CEO of AT&S, one of the world's leading makers of high-end circuit boards and IC substrates. Dr. Merton, welcome to Converge. Please have a seat. Good to have you with us.
Nice to see you.
And next we have Dr. Prem Kumar, Naya Group CEO of IHH Healthcare, one of the largest private hospital networks in the world. And last but not least, we have Roger Lee, CEO of TAL Apparel, one of the world's biggest garment manufacturers with operations across Vietnam, Thailand, and Ethiopia. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with me here tonight and for flying in. I know Dr. Prem just got in last night, and you as well from Shanghai and traveling the region from Europe. Thank you so much, and welcome to Converge.
Thank you.
We are very pleased to have you on at a time like this because the last few months have been extremely challenging. The cost of business essentially has gone up. Roger, let me go to you first. As an apparel maker, you're very sensitive to price changes, to high costs. When you look at rising raw material and shipping costs, what are your biggest pain points?
I think for us, when customers come to us to make, if it's 1 or 2 cents difference, they can move the order to someone else. So it's really down to the pennies. In today's last few months, obviously the energy price has gone up, which has affected a lot of our raw materials. And we're not talking 1 or 2 cents, we're talking a lot more. So that's definitely impacted. On the flip side, for now, Trump's tariffs have been revoked or reversed, so customers are expecting kind of money back for that. So I think that balances out kind of the cost increase in the short term at least.
Okay. Just for the sake of our audience, you make apparel for big brand names like Brooks Brothers, Burberry's, and Tommy Hilfiger in your factories in Vietnam, Ethiopia. When you look at where shipping and freight costs are, how expensive is it now to move your products? And And how much can you pass on to your customers?
Most of our business is FOB, freight on board, so actually the customers have to pay for the freight charges. But obviously, the more they pay, the more they're going to squeeze us on the other end. But it definitely fluctuates from week to week, just depending on supply and capacity.
Dr. Prem, I know you work very hard to run a first-class hospital network. Tell us about the cost pressures, the delays, the disruptions you're seeing as a hospital provider.
Well, you know, Christine, it hasn't affected us very much, I would say, at this point. We are concerned about two areas. Energy, because our hospitals are big users of power. They operate 24/7. We've got long-term contracts in most of the countries that we operate in. In Turkey, we've got a big solar farm that provides about 80% of the power needs. So we have taken steps in the past to make sure we are a risk business because we look after patients. So we are always aware of things that can go wrong that would affect our operations. Of course, what's happening in the Middle East now is something totally unexpected. So energy, we've got long-term contracts. The other big thing is medical tourism. So all our countries have patients coming from their neighboring countries or from afar. Singapore, for example, gets Indonesian patients. India gets patients coming from the Middle East. Medical tourism is affected. But I always say patients may defer treatment, surgeries, but they will not cancel it. So what typically happens is during a period, we saw that during COVID. The moment COVID was over, we had a huge influx of patients coming into our hospitals. So they will defer, but they will come back to us. So these are temporary disruptions for us for the moment.
They always say healthcare is resilient to any disruption. Is that true?
To a certain degree, I would say. Private healthcare is a little bit more sensitive to these disruptions. Public sector, not so much.
Dr. Merton, your components that you make play a big part in a global semiconductor business. What are some of the big shifts you've had to make to your supply chain routes to avoid the disruption we're seeing in the Middle East?
Yeah, what we actually see is we have two kind of different disruptions. The one is the basic materials for production, which have two effects actually. The one is availability of some materials. Secondly, the cost increase coming, of course, from the increasing energy prices. And availability means, so our industry actually is extremely ramping. We're all talking about supercomputing, we're all talking about artificial intelligence, and believe me, we just have seen the very early beginning. So there's so much on technology coming, and actually the companies are preparing for it and reserving already for the upcoming years materials and supply chains. So there is still a bottleneck with this tremendous increase in the market and the availability. Secondly, to build new resources means to build new plants is the availability of new machines partly. And this is also a bottleneck for the entire industry. So there are certain machines, a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, you had a waiting time of half a year until the machine was built and delivered to you. And actually we are talking about 2 years plus. And for certain machines in the entire semiconductor industry, the lead times now are up to 5 years plus. So this has dramatically changed. Is it good or bad? Well, it's both. It's bad on the one hand, it's good on the other hand. We see that there is a dramatic push and a tremendous change in this industry, and this will affect the life of all of us. I personally think in a positive way. There's more to come.
Okay, in terms of bottleneck, give us an idea. What sort of lead time are we looking at? What sort of delay are we looking at? And do you expect it to get worse?
So we are actually in the situation as AT&S to overcome most of the bottlenecks by looking out for qualifying more suppliers together with our customers is something what goes along the entire supply chain. You can't do it alone. So this worked quite well during the last couple of months. So we overcome most of the bottlenecks, and we have some reserve capacities coming from investments in the past already. So we are not that much affected today, but nevertheless, also our company would produce or would have the ability to produce more if there would be more resources available today.
Let me stay with you because a lot of what you produce go into the very highly sought after AI chips. If these bottlenecks and delays continue, Should the world be bracing for another chip crisis?
I don't think so. I think it's just the question of the speed on how fast supercomputing will even be rolled out in all parts of our life. And it is faster than we already expect. And there is a strong push during the last 12 months in the entire industry because a lot of business models have finalized, being finally developed using artificial intelligence. So we now know in the entire industry how the payback will be done. And so the spendings are going on. And it's not that much on pricing. Actually,
There's
it's
no movement
the
on
question of
pricing.
improvement.
There's no movement on pricing.
There is a movement on pricing, but there's, on the other hand, so prices are going up. On the other hand, the capacity of calculation speed, so what you get for your price, is also increasing dramatically. So it's overcompensated in many aspects, so that it's still worth the money.
While you're dealing with external shocks and external disruptions, there's also something happening within your organization, and I'm talking about AI. And Dr. Prem, I want to talk to you about this because there's just so much talk about how AI is transforming the healthcare sector. In which parts of your hospital business is AI most transformative?
Indeed, AI is now a very significant part of our business transformation. Sometimes it's difficult for people to believe that healthcare is actually a very technologically driven organization. We see a lot of people, nurses, doctors, allied health, but we've been having CT scanners, MRIs, linear accelerators, lasers for years and years. So actually it's very technologically driven. There has already been some AI in our imaging machines, for example, for years. The AI reads your chest x-rays and your CT scans, sometimes even better than the radiologist's eyes. It's a bit difficult to imagine that, but that's really what happens, right? Now it is more, I would say it's becoming more prevalent in the back end, right? You know, the hospitals are the front, where the nurses and all practice, but we've got a huge bureaucracy at the back. The people who do the business office, the billing, the finance team, billing estimates, which in some countries we have to do. AI has taken over that. Nursing roster, which is probably the most complex roster that you can ever imagine, because we run 3 shifts of nurses, a day shift, a night shift, and the nursing sister has unimaginable work. AI has taken over and reduced 30 to 50% of her time with a roster, all right? That's AI'd. In finance, accounts payables, accounts receivables, AI is now RPA. So I'd say AI is going to make a very big difference. Certainly at the back end, we're already doing it. But what I really hope to see is AI in the front end. And the most exciting project we have now is AIing our clinical pathways. That means if a patient comes into our ED, patient comes to a specialist clinic, the moment he is admitted, AI tells the doctors, the nurses, this is the best path. Of course, we need the clinical input. AI is not going to replace them, but it's going to advise the doctors and nurses. So we have standardized care, and that's very important.
AI is usually seen as a threat by a lot of employees. How do you get your employees to fully embrace AI adoption?
Well, a lot of education. We are running, as with many organizations, we've got awareness training, education training. We've got AI installed in some of our applications already. So we are beginning to tell them. So I call this workforce transformation. Right? We told them that if you don't transform yourself, you will become redundant. So most of them have embraced AI, I would say.
Roger, it's interesting because one of the biggest challenges surrounding AI, and we've talked about this, is not just a technology, is it? It's about the people. What's the transition like within your company, an apparel company that possibly uses a lot of employees to produce what you make?
Yeah, it's, we have about 25,000 people across 3 countries. Most of them are people that were working on the sewing line, either cutting the fabric or sewing the garments. And people thinking, what can AI do in those cases? But if you actually study production, operations management, you will realize that it takes about probably 30 people to make a shirt, different components of the shirt, and put it together. Just one bottleneck will stop the shirt from coming out. Doesn't matter if it's from the second process or the last process. So day-to-day management, hour-to-hour management is all about removing bottlenecks. And that's done today manually. You can look at numbers on the screen and see where they are. You can walk the lines, you can see where they are. But the critical part is the action. What do you do afterwards? And right now, it relies on a supervisor to say, OK, I'm going to do this and do that. We are now building sewing lines with cameras to watch the operations and track everyone. So it starts in the morning. If someone doesn't turn up for work, we need to rebalance the line. It's a very manual process. We know as they're walking in and scanning in that they didn't turn up for work. We can already know how many people didn't turn up for work, how many people reported sick, and automatically reallocate the sewing floor so that it's balanced from the first minute. Typically, it takes about an hour to sort everything out. We don't waste that time. If there's a bottleneck, we figure out what's the bottleneck. So raw material, is it that person's having trouble? So we will automatically send a mechanic or a garment technician to help solve them real time. Right now, it relies on the supervisor asking. So with computer vision, we can actually be able to figure out things a lot faster and finding solutions a lot faster, which is critical in running such a large-scale factories. And so we are now trialing that in every factory and hopefully roll that out to the people across. Not only that, right now to share best practices is hard when you have multiple locations. Everything's stored in a database. You got your SOPs, you do your improvement projects, everything's in a database. We've now taken all that information and training information into our in-house ChatGPT, where people can access information real time. I got a problem. What's the best way of solving it? And over 1,000 people in the first 6 months, each month, over 1,000 people are using that system to help them solve problems, where before, they don't know who to call. They would try and find something in the database, which is hard to find. So people are embracing it quite easily because it makes the job easier.
So it makes the job easier, makes things more efficient. Is there a downside?
Is there a downside? Not to the people that already have jobs inside, and they know their job's going to be safe because they're learning how to use these tools. I think the downside is for new people coming in. You know, you don't need people with a lot of sewing experience. You need people to ask the right questions now to these systems to get the answer. That's the skill now. Is how do you get the right answer by asking the right questions? So people coming in need to learn a new skill.
Dr. Merton, how is AI revolutionizing chip production?
It's significantly more than all the office work. So we can imagine what is going on in the office work, all the table calculation done by artificial intelligence. But for us, it's more an enabling thing. Future products can't be produced without artificial intelligence, period. Just to imagine what I mean, imagine a skyscraper, 80 stories high, and an electrician is putting all the cables in that skyscraper. Sounds complex. Imagine that complexity times a couple of million times higher, and then compress the skyscraper with all these 80 stories to a very, very tiny flat device, what we call a substrate. So what is the nerves and the blood system for supercomputing and artificial intelligence. Now you can imagine to produce this, you need a couple of hundred process steps in a row. And each of these process steps, all the tiny little electricians trying to cable all that stuff and to build in additional devices, there can be failures. And failures in a couple of hundred steps ends up with no yield. There's not one good product coming out. So artificial intelligence is significantly helping us first to simulate the entire processes, to simulate the products, and to develop it to production capability, as well as to customer demand. Secondly, it helps us with all the millions and partly billions of information we get through the entire production chain to sort that out, to get correlations and to get intrinsic process optimizations through the entire production chain, day by day, because all the environmental conditions slightly are changing. It's a little bit temperature here, it's a little bit flow there, and this could be adjusted and significantly improved by artificial intelligence. And believe me, the new generations of artificial intelligence computer systems can't be built without using and utilizing artificial intelligence.
Interesting. The new future generations cannot be built unless you use
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So what about AT&S's business model? Because right now you make high-end circuit boards, you make IC substrates, very specific components of semiconductor manufacturing. Are you using AI and advanced technology to get into or to diversify into another area of chip manufacturing? Will that happen under your leadership? Is this something you're looking at?
Yeah, the industry is changing. What is changing is that the supply chain and the different steps in the supply chain are more and more connected. They're more and more interdependent, so to say. You can't just develop one step of that supply chain. This already was known from the computer chip industry 20 years ago, that there were oligopoly structures which have been founded or developed over time just to enable these new technologies. And this is happening in our industry actually as well. So we have the close cooperation. This is point one. But point two is the higher degree of integration of each of these steps in the value chain. So if you're talking about a circuit board, you imagine a piece of plastic or maybe fiberglass and some wiring. But nowadays, we have a couple of hundred components, active and passive, already built in these tiny circuit boards. So they have an intelligence by themselves. So the boundaries between the different steps in the value chain, so how to bring together the entire computer system and how to build a component, is more and more overlapping. And this is what we see in our industry. And this has to be done customer-oriented, market and product-oriented. So it's different if you build something for satellites or if you build something for an advanced AI center. So the cooperation with customer is key, and a higher degree of integration along the value chain is happening.
In moments like these, leadership really gets tested, whether it's AI, whether it's what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's high energy prices, or whether it's just a lack of supply to cater to the demand. As CEO, when you plan for these disruptions, it has somehow become the norm. Are you now more short-term thinking in terms of how you plan your strategy, or are you still making long-term bets? Roger?
For us, we kind of threw our 3-year and 5-year plan out the window a long time ago. Because every year something new happens. So you spend so much time doing a 3-year, 5-year plan, it's no use. We focus a lot on people, making sure we have the right leaders in place, because whatever is thrown at us, as long as we're better than our competitor in terms of the leadership, we'll be able to handle it better. I actually think during a crisis, like COVID was a perfect example in 2020, it's the best time for change. Why are people afraid of change? Because of failure. They're afraid they don't know how to do it, they're going to fail. Why are organizations afraid of big changes? Because of failure. To me, the best time to do it is in crisis, because our customers are so distracted by so many other things. If we mess up, it'll be a blip on their radar.
That's strategy for you.
So that to me is it's about timing. So 2020, we did a huge reorganization of the company. Today, we're pushing forward with a lot of changes. And if we mess up, we mess up. Customers understand that, and it's a blip compared to what else is going on. So I always think 3-year, 5-year plans very hard to execute, because every year things changes, especially with Trump, different tariffs, different controls. It changes our business overnight. So the best plan is, during this, try and make big changes that we can do for the organization.
You got out of China very early on, and there was a reason. In that 3 to 5-year plan ahead, do you see yourself getting back into China in another form of manufacturing?
No, we got out of China in 2019. In 2014, we decided that long-term the cost would be too expensive, so we got out of China by 2019, which we were fortunate. We don't see the US-China relationship improving significantly over the next few years. So to go back in would be, number one, dangerous, because anything can happen in a relationship. Number two, China is very expensive for us compared to the other countries we're in.
Dr. Merton, you're still manufacturing in China, aren't you?
I think to be reliable, it's most important to have a solid financial basis. That means we have to utilize all of our production sites. We have to have, in certain aspects, local market access. So China, for example, is a big, big deal. But nevertheless, the global supply chains need, and they have the demand to get access to all plants all over the world, actually. It's this growing demand. And the most important thing for us as a company is to be financially solid, having positive cash flows, and to be able to further invest and to cooperate and co-innovate with our customers. And this is a big, big change also internally in the mindset of the people, to educate them to be open for co-innovation along the supply chain. And this is an educational process for both sides. It's an educational process for our customers as well as for us to have this kind of an openness. But the basic for that is, of course, financial strength.
Dr. Prem, 3 to 5 year plan, is there one? Or very short-term thinking?
3 to 5 years? We've got 10-year plans.
So you're planning for the long term. So that says a lot about the healthcare industry, isn't it? It's here to stay in the long haul. It's something that you need. It's resilient.
Yes. So healthcare, there's no short-termism in healthcare, right? We've got patients who come and stay with us for years. There's an aging population. So can you imagine a patient who starts seeing us at the age of 20 is still seeing us at the age of 90, right? So, and healthcare investments take a long time to mature. A hospital, can you imagine putting up a hospital, the time it takes for it to break even and do well? We have 190 facilities, 89 of which are hospitals in 10 countries. I've got 76,000 staff worldwide, right? So
how quickly are you expanding?
How quickly?
How many
more
will there be in your network in 5 years' time?
Yeah, we've got expansion plans, mainly in Turkey, which despite the macroeconomic issues, we're actually doing very well. India is going to be our big market in time to come for obvious reasons. Malaysia is still a growth market for us. Singapore and Hong Kong, where there are going to be no more big hospitals, we are moving into the ambulatory space. You asked about China earlier. We are still there. We are in Shanghai. We have a large hospital. We have a chain of clinics and medical centers, and we intend to stay in China because there is a group of people, the population, who can afford private healthcare, domestic, right? So despite all the external pressures, Chinese healthcare is doing well, private healthcare. So yes, it's a long-term game.
Is there something on the horizon that you think might hurt the healthcare business?
Well, I think, so there are a few things we emphasize in healthcare, and I tell this to my staff all the time. Despite all the disruption, focus on clinical excellence, operational excellence, patient experience. Most of us here know going into a hospital can be quite daunting, right? So we try to make the patient experience as good as possible. The big thing now is the impact of technology, AI, which you just spoke about, is going to revolutionize healthcare. I'm fairly sure of that, right? It's going to do that. And data, we have so much of data as well. How can we provide better clinical outcomes? So I think these are the fairly standard things in healthcare that we've got to focus on. So just more of it, I would say.
The three of you travel a lot, I know. When everything feels uncertain, what do you tell your employees? What do you tell your customers? How do you maintain confidence when the whole world seems to be collapsing? What do you say? Roger?
Keep calm, don't panic. That's one thing. But no, seriously, I think we talk about business, right? What's impacting their business? How can we help them in the short term to overcome these things? And I think all our businesses take a long time to, if you ever want to move a factory or build a hospital, it's a long lead time. So when we talk to customers, they're not talking about where you're going to be in 5 years' time, because it doesn't matter to them. It's where can I get the cheapest thing the fastest now. So it's always about, okay, based on what you need, what can we do? So it's a lot more short-term discussions right now with most of our customers. They rely on us to do the long-term planning behind the scenes of where factories will be. So it's really just help reassure them that the supply chain's a mess, but we'll still get you the goods. That is just keeping them calm.
That's all they want to hear, right?
They just want to hear. That's all they want to hear.
Dr. Merton, what do you tell your employees? What do you tell your staff when the world is changing so fast?
We have a lot of changes, of course, but I'm pretty sure, and I'm more than convinced, and that's the reason why I'm doing my job, by the way, that our industry could be a game changer, and we are actually at a changing point, maybe for mankind. Sounds big, but artificial intelligence is really revolutionary. If you combine it with advanced robotics, if you combine it with healthcare, it will improve our lives. It will improve our lives like the first machines, the first engines, the first steam engines ever have done it. So it will reduce our personal involvement in classical work, of course, but it will give us more degrees of freedom for the future. And if you look for the economic crisis in our days, energy crisis, etc., it's all about the distribution of work, of wealth, etc. But this can be done differently in a revolution with artificial intelligence and advanced robotics. It can help our economies to grow, and it can help to significantly improve our lives and make it really different. You know, one of the comparisons we talked about yesterday evening is, think about the Stone Age. 95+% of all the people were collecting goods, berries, hunting mammoths. And nowadays, there's just 1% of the population being responsible to grow and to prepare the food for all of us. But nowadays, we have artists, we have journalists. Yeah? We have these nice environments. So why? Because we are not all anymore in agriculture. And this kind of a huge step, this enablement, could be done partly by our industry, supported by these gentlemen, of course, with their industries. And therefore, I'm convinced we are part of a brighter future, and we should recognize that there are positive possibilities and not just negative ones.
Okay, so inject positivity among your employees. Dr. Prem, what do you tell your employees and your customers when things are so uncertain?
Well, you know, healthcare has seen a lot of disruptions. You just remember a few years ago, we had COVID. So nothing new to me, my management team, or my employees. But I think trust, reliability, right, and outcomes are very important. So we don't really need to tell our customers. They know that over a long period, we've been around a long time, right? They can trust us. They can rely on us. And at the end of the day, it's outcomes in healthcare. And I think we try to deliver that as much as possible.
Okay, and before I wrap up, this is the time for you to ask a question to our esteemed panelists. Do we have a... Yes, this gentleman right in front. Can we have a mic for him? Melody, yay! Can we have this gentleman a mic, please? He's got a question to ask.
Hi. We talked a lot about AI, and we talked about augmentation versus replacement. I would like to put across a point of view and then ask a question. I actually think there is no such thing as augmentation. It's a very short-term view, given the pace that AI is changing at. So in reality, augmentation is playing with a lion in a cage and saying, nice kitty, till it bites you. And my perspective is there is either replacement or there is humans. So I don't believe in augmentation. And the reason I say this is because a number of AI pioneers have said that we will achieve general intelligence or singularity around 2030 or 2032, which means that AI has superseded human thinking in pretty much most areas. So for example, in your case, your singularity AI may turn around and say to you, you're in the wrong business. Stop manufacturing these boards. And what you should be saying to customers is, I've sold you advanced technology, so every chip I sold you last year replaces 600 machines. You should be in the recycling business, right? Recycling those 600 machines that your technology replaced, rather than worrying about the next level because AI will take over. And you know, you have 5 to 10 year plans. Sure. Given that they expect general intelligence by 2030, how are you factoring this in? Because there is a massive leap in AI capability every 3 months now. The AI I learned last year is irrelevant, to be honest.
The speed of change that AI brings. Any takers for this question?
Yeah, maybe you even can't imagine the AI capabilities from the upcoming products, will still increase. But nevertheless, I can't talk about it in detail because it's customer confident. I know some of the business models from the big players in the world. Because we are discussing it, it's a part of the development of the product and a part of the reason why so much money is invested. And it's not about a singularity, it's about improving of daily life. These are the business models which are really worked out. And recycling is a good point. What do you need for recycling today? How's recycling done today? We are shipping garbage around the world to some cheap areas where people are sorting out our garbage and trying to recycle or to upcycle it. Mostly they don't cycle it. Imagine this could be done during the development phase by artificial intelligence, having more intelligent product designed by itself, on the one hand, being already ready to be recycled in a better way, what is done by machines and robots, humanoids, etc., later on site, and not just in any kind of a so-called cheap country or third world country. So I think there are two perspectives. I can understand your opinion and what you're saying, but there is another version as well. So we can utilize, we should be in charge of our technology. Now, we have been in charge when we invented fire. It was dangerous, yeah, but we could control it. And I'm pretty sure as a technology guy by my heart, so I'm a physicist, I'm an engineer, I studied laser technology, I'm pretty sure that we can do it. We can control the technology. We can be in charge. There will be the final switch. What concerns me most, actually, is energy demand globally and the discussion on how we provide energy for everything what we want to do. So if we are really further evolving as mankind with robotics and artificial intelligence, we are significantly more dependent on energy. And this is the same with what the colleagues are doing here. All the business models of them are also primary energy intense, more and more. So this is something what we really should concern about, how we serve mankind with primary energy resources. I have an opinion on that. It was the talk I had to give for finalizing my doctor thesis, and it was in '96, and I talked about nuclear fusion, so the process of the sun down here on Earth. It is 30 years ago. Are we far advanced? Not really. This is what we really should push.
Any comments from the two of you?
I can take that. So I think we're still going to be wearing clothes even when AI is 10 times more intelligent than us. So we have an end product that we still need to make. The question is it human or is it robots that's going to make the clothes? Or is it 3D printing that's going to overtake? So we obviously are monitoring that. We still have to remember that the cost of labor in the countries we're in are very low. The cost of making a robot is very high. And today, robots still don't have the sensory touch that's needed. Every single fabric that you wear is a different way of sewing based on that. So one day, would it happen? Yes. Obviously, we're looking at that, but still, we're going to make clothes for the next X number of years until we have robots that are cheaper than human beings to make it.
And on that note, I need to wrap up this panel session. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for being with me today to talk me through a topic leading through disruption. Thank you so much, Roger, Dr. Prem, Dr. Meriton. Thank you so much. Can we please give them a warm round of applause, please? And on that note, let me send it back to Scott Wapner, my good colleague.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you so much, sir.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thanks, Christine. Well, I think you're going to love our next conversation because just like technology is changing the way we do pretty much everything, the way we live, the way we work, it's changing the way we wage war as well, as we're learning from the reporting out of the war in Iran. Autonomous weapons have truly changed the game. And nobody better to discuss that than my colleague, Morgan Brennan, who spends a bunch of her reporting time thinking about the future of warfare, the future of defense, and how technology will truly play a role in that future. I'd like to welcome Morgan up to the stage for her interview. Come on, Morgan.
Thank you, Scott.
Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you again. Yeah, we're going to jump right into it. I'm going to welcome to the stage Matt George, CEO of Merlin Labs, and Brendan Laws, COO of Black Panda. Welcome.
Hey, Morgan, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
We got a lot to get to here. We start talking about security and all of its domains. But first, perhaps we just start with a little bit of background on both your companies and the areas that you're specifically focused on. So, Matt, we'll start with you and Merlin Labs and what you do.
So Merlin is the leading developer of autonomy for very large airplanes. So not small drones, but working on very large 10,000-pound plus airplanes, building a pilot, just not a human one. So we're now publicly listed and growing really, really quickly, both in the US and abroad.
Yeah, a little over a month since you went public.
Little over a month. It feels like dog years or something of 1 month as a public company. But yeah, it's been fun.
Nice. Well, congratulations. We'll come
Thank
back to that in a minute. Brendan, Black Panda.
Black Panda is in the domain of information security and cybersecurity, but specifically crisis response here within the Asia-Pacific region.
That was such a fast answer. I was putting my IFB in so I could hear a little better. Okay, so let's talk about it. Iran war, what it's putting into focus in terms of autonomy and what that means for Merlin.
Yeah, so I think what we've seen, particularly in Iran and just our broader conflicts in Ukraine and others, is that autonomy, fortunately or unfortunately, is the future of how air power works. We're seeing just the speed of innovation move really, really quickly, both in Iran and the Ukraine. And as we're thinking about what the future of air power looks like, it kind of went from this we kind of all know it's autonomous, to being very, very real, where we're seeing it in real time. And, we've sort of talked about all the really high-end stuff in the US, but in Iran and other places, we've seen just sort of small and mid-sized autonomy take hold. And we've also seen large manned platforms still be really vulnerable. We've seen large aircraft be put at risk by adversaries who are using much less expensive munitions and other forms of electronic warfare and sort of other things. So bottom line, autonomy was like the inevitable future, and now it's like the present reality. And I think folks are trying to catch up really, really, really quickly to that present reality.
You can make the same argument around cyber, too, and the role that the cyber domain is playing within warfighting right now, including with Iran.
I think we see the same thing, the convergence of these domains that once were very much physical, and we get into particularly the last 12 to 18 months of what's happening in autonomy has been spectacular. There's a lot of talk, of course, of how these things are weaponized, and then on the other end of the spectrum of how do you defend against them if you're running a corporation or a renewable entity. So the worlds are blending. That's quite fascinating, whether you're on the offensive side or the defensive side.
Have you seen a pickup, particularly in this last, call it 2 months, given the geopolitical landscape? Have you seen a pickup in cyber activity, or is it just always constantly thrumming?
I definitely, things are picking up. We've noticed many things even in the past few weeks, just here working on some cases, particularly in the region, of the speed, the timeline is picking up exponentially because the tooling from the autonomy perspective is getting better probably almost every week at this space. So we do see the speed of the attack chain increasing significantly. So this has been evolving over the years. Now it's just becoming far more available to far many more actors. So it's concerning.
When you talk about the attack chain, what specifically does that mean? How does the chain itself, how is that changing? Or the vulnerabilities in it, maybe I should say.
Right. So if we go back over the years, particularly in the cyber domain, you had different capabilities. So developers writing software, you could look at this software, try and interrogate it for problems. And as per many things, larger enterprises with more capability and more money could invest in the resourcing to do better at the development of software. When we come into this space now, you do see a divide between the have and the have not of who has access to the tooling. What we're seeing take place is open source is amazing. The amount of information that's out there for people to consume as an attacker, you're probably not constrained by the budgeting cycle that you would be as a corporation, so it's harder to defend. And that speed of the attack is what I find kind of concerning because response generally is a little bit behind offense at the moment.
I want to get into that more in just a moment here. but what are you seeing in terms of the pickup and adoption for technology such as yours right now? Like, I guess what's holding it back from being a more mainstream capability?
I think the United States and sort of the West in particular, we have sort of said, hey, we're going to go win on stealth. We're going to go win on these like large, hundreds of billions of dollar programs. And what I think we're seeing, particularly in the US and the West, is a real refocus on investing in that core set of autonomy. So as we saw in the US defense budget, depending on which way you slice it, about $75 billion now focused on autonomy and drones. And I think
that's for the new budget request in the U.S., the $1.5
$1.5
trillion defense budget request.
Yeah, 100%. And that'll still be horse traded, right? Like, we'll see where it comes out sort of in the wash. But like net, like an order of magnitude increase in the spending, it's like more than the market cap of all the companies that are working in the space. So if you're thinking about where this is going, like follow the money and follow the budget. And I think the U.S. has figured out that we are not necessarily behind, but we do not have the definitive lead, and we need to go invest behind those capabilities, as evidenced by that very, very large defense budget. And I think sort of the next 12 to 24 months are going to be absolutely critical. I think like there are a lot of people in the world who are not doing great things with autonomy, and I think that we in the West and sort of the U.S. have to think really carefully about how quickly we build and not sort of sit at the 50-yard line, sorry to use an American football analogy, and like try to invent this like anti-gravity football, and instead like first downs, right, and moving the chains. And I really hope that sort of the Air Force, and I have confidence that the Air Force and the Department of War fundamentally gets that and is able to go move the chains quickly to go deliver that capability in like weeks and months and not years, which has traditionally been how we've done things, fortunately or unfortunately, in the U.S. in sort of the defense budget.
Yeah, I mean, we know drones are being used right now in this conflict in Iran, and you mentioned as well Ukraine too, which was really the first conflict that became a drone-led war, essentially. This new idea of modern war fighting. Is your technology already being used on the battlefields? Like, how does this work? You go in and you retrofit the cockpit of an existing aircraft. Are you working on other possibilities
for sure.
too?
So what we're most known for, so Merlin is building a pilot, just not a human one. So taking all those functions traditionally performed by a pilot, putting them in software, and then putting those software into very large aircraft. So we are most known as being selected as the prime in a very large 9-figure program by the US government to go bring autonomy to C-130J, which is the most common type of military aircraft in the world. We're also working on the KC-135 and a couple other aircraft that we haven't announced yet. We now have to be much more careful about talking about those, particularly as we're now sort of a public company. But like broadly in Iran and sort of Ukraine, we've seen like the move go to like almost like this World War I type warfare where folks are just throwing mass at each other. So one of the things that I think is going to be really important is how do you take autonomy out of some of these really high-end, exquisite, stealthy systems and start to put them in low-cost, attritable systems. So more to come on that for us. But we will work on essentially sort of the whole range. And we've talked about that publicly. Everything from the big C-130s all the way down to some smaller stuff, but watch that space.
Yeah. And Black Panda is very focused on the Asian markets right now. And part of your area of expertise is crisis response. So what does that mean? I guess how is that evolving, and how does that threat landscape, that risk picture manifest in Asia versus other parts of the world?
I think we're going through a time of massive change, and the rate of that change, as we've already discussed, is increasing. I think for you, building software in physical things has a very high bar. So then when we come to the software world, the bar for engagement and for attacking and to try and discover vulnerabilities is obviously, it's very, very low, because you can iterate very fastly. And then when you come and you think about your company, this space, software and everything being interconnected is so inherently complex, and our ability to understand where our information lies, where assets interact with other assets, and what the benefit or indeed the impact of those things can be, it's a very, very broad topic. It's very, very hard to map out. But when you do have an understanding of where your information goes and who your counterparties are, you can think about how you're resilient. So if we work from the basis that how are we able to respond when something that goes wrong, and you can think of this as easy as you lose access to your social media account. You think there's a lot of data in there that's incredibly important to you. How do you respond in that particular item? Do you know the mechanisms that are at play to help you at the time? And if you don't, who do you call? So one of the leading points for Black Panda is, if you think of the physical world, everyone is probably perfectly acceptable with paying a notional amount of tax to know that there's a fire brigade, to know that there's a police department. So if you're in physical harm, be it as an individual or a building, there is someone that you can call to help you. And we believe that there's not a really good version of that in the cyber world. So that's indeed what we're trying to do, that in the moment of a crisis, that there is someone to call who can help you get through from where you are to where you need to be in order to restore your operations, have a little element of calm, and get back on track.
When we talk about the digitization of everything, we talk about the adoption of AI in everything. We talk about autonomy when it comes to hardware here. I mean, and correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but I think earlier you were mentioning basically the playground for hackers that is open source. What does all of this technology, what does it? Oh, let me make this really basic. Let me step back. What does AI do to this entire conversation?
I think it's fantastic. It's like we have discovered as humanity another amazing tool, and you're either falling into the camp of, is it too risky, or what are the benefits? So I think the benefits, of course, in the cyber realm is we now have a technology that can interrogate all this software and discover all the flaws that we have. So if you're on the defensive side, your ability to fix and resolve and reduce the amount of things that can go wrong, we've been working away at this for 25 or 30 years. This new amazing tool that has been invented has increased our ability to get that done in such a swifter time. I think this is fantastic. But at the same time, whenever there is a new weapon created, every counterparty will seek that. And then the investment cycle around what do I need to do as an individual or a business to form a level of resiliency or countermeasure against that. I don't think that's new. We've been dealing with that since the beginning of time. So I think it has to be embraced. It's another great tool. We have to lean into it.
Is Mythos a paradigm shift, or is it more marketing? All right, hype.
No, I don't see it as hype. I see it as, I'm sure if you were a carpenter, you could enjoy the day when you went from a hammer to having a nail gun. So we have these things, we have to leverage them. If you don't, you are going to fall behind.
On the one hand, when you talk about autonomous capabilities in the cockpit, whether it's on the battlefield, or whether it's in commercial applications as well, which I know you're also looking at. We'll get to that in a second. On the one hand, you have the potential to save lives, or at least take them out of harm's way. On the other hand, there's this debate out there that if you don't have humans in the mix, it dehumanizes the process. How do you see it? How does that move forward? What does that mean in terms of that interaction between humans and autonomy?
I think everybody acknowledges that AI and autonomy is sort of the inevitable future. But how we get there, I think, is really important. And the humans' interaction and sort of the human supervision of that, I think, is one of the most challenging problems that we face, particularly over the next year, 2 years, as this stuff starts to get progressively more complex. One of the reasons that we're working on the C-130 and the KC-135 is we're putting the autonomy system next to a human being who's able to go supervise the autonomy. And the transition from human supervised to fully unsupervised, that's going to happen gradually. And if anybody tells you that there's going to be some magic switch that we flip and all of a sudden sort of the autonomy becomes unsupervised, I don't think that's A, the right answer, or B, the responsible answer. So we think that there needs to be a gradual transition with the human sort of in, on, and then optionally off the loop. But you kind of can't skip a step there, and you need to be able to have the human have close supervision of the system. But like big picture, especially in aviation, humans are still the cause of 80% of accidents in aviation. So if we can put autonomy next to those humans and make those humans more effective, even in that middle state where autonomy is sitting alongside a human, that's really valuable. We can reduce accidents, make humans more effective, and make aviation safer, and also pave the way to the future where you can take humans out of harm's way. We've seen in the Iran conflict, 4 crew members that were killed on a KC-135 from the Ohio National Guard in an accident that, the investigation will run its course, but largely could have been solved with potentially a little bit better technology in the flight deck. We think that those things are preventable, and we are working really, really hard every day to make sure that autonomy is not just this end future thing, but has a really valuable pathway along the way that makes humans much more effective.
Before I keep going, do we have any questions from the audience? Okay. Oh, is that a question? Did you have your hand raised? No. Okay. So sticking with that theme, I got asked this the other day. So now I'm going to ask you, how is it different than Autopilot?
So we were kind of born on third base. Once again, sorry for keeping the American sports analogies. Autonomous driving had to go from like 0 all the way to where it is today. We've been flying airplanes like kind of takeoff to touchdown since like the 1960s. So what we've been able to do at Merlin is take sort of that 6 out of 10 solution and start to be able to add to it and add higher levels of cognition, AI on top of that, like pretty safe, pretty proven technology that's been flying around for 60 years. And we view that as a feature, not a bug, where we've been able to go take that autopilot and just start to add some AI and autonomy on top to make human pilots, A, a lot more effective in the short term, but B, start to enable some of those really cool future missions where you can get a human totally out of the cockpit, which is that Jetsons future that I think every kid looks up to and thinks is really cool. And we get to go sit at work every day and try to make that future a reality, which doesn't suck.
As you see a more autonomous world, what does that mean in terms of this threat landscape from a cyber standpoint?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
When we think about a more autonomous world, does that change the threat landscape from a cyber standpoint?
I think it's an evolution of what we already have now. So back to everything is already so connected. And then if you just think to yourself, you look at your phone, you think of all the different applications you have, all the interactions you have, where that data could be, that's simply going to amplify. It's been amplifying for the past decade. So again, I don't think it's anything new. I think it's an evolution. The ability for an individual to be able to track and see where everything could be, I think that will be spectacular for us as people, that we know where all our data is and how it's being used. I think if we can get there, I think that will be great for everybody. But again, for your own personal resilience and who knows what about you, the ability to have that understanding, I think that's spectacular. I think these technologies can enable that moving forward.
What does quantum do to this entire conversation in coming years?
What does quantum mean? Again, a greater benefit, an evolution of a technology that we already have. There's lots of talk of what happens if a nation state has the ability to unencrypt everything you've stored. That would obviously be catastrophic. People are already working on those solutions for many, many years now. But again, once that weapon is developed, so to speak, there will be a countermeasure. We will catch up. So we're in this continual battle of, are we using these technologies for good or are we using them for bad? And that obviously is the perspective of the individual and the entity at that point in time.
What does it mean for Black Panda and for the business you're building out?
Quantum.
Just all of it. Just this idea of, I'll say I'll call it a cyber arms race.
I think it's, sadly, it's hard for people, it's hard for corporations because it gets more complicated and it becomes harder to be resilient. So for us, it's a case of how do we work with our clients to help them understand where they are right now from a level of resiliency, and when the crisis happens, what is your ability to respond? Do you have Do you know where data is? Do you know who you need to contact? And at that point in time, the automation serves to be amazing, but when you're in a very bad place, it's quite emotive, and you will always end up relying on a human being. So that's a very big thing for us, that you can deliver information, you can understand processes and workflows really well, but it's very, very helpful to talk and empathize with a human being that can guide you through that moment.
It's a key point. We do have an audience question, so I want to get to that.
Actually, as you pointed out, more and more systems are interconnected. And I'm with a company called AECOM, and we deliver infrastructure. And our biggest concern is defending against critical infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing with change management of organizations in terms of understanding the aspects of cybersecurity that's required within their organizations to be able to create the defensive sector so that our critical infrastructure is not impacted?
Sure. That's a very large domain. So first things first is generally understanding what the systems interact with. Identity is a very big topic, as in, do you know who is communicating with what? Now, if you know who is communicating with what, then you understand what systems they can interact with and what the data is, you are in a very good place. Then we literally move to what is being the broadest topic at the moment of, are you aware of the vulnerabilities in that system? And if you own that system, you'll have to work with your commercial partners to understand that in detail. Then can you remediate them? When you have an idea of that, you can look after yourself and your own infrastructure very, very well. The next added complexity becomes, what's the supply chain look like? So do you own that piece of infrastructure that you can upkeep and maintain, or are you relying on a third party? That's the component from a cybersecurity and just an information security standpoint, being able to work with your partners and understand where they are, because you have all these interdependencies. There's technologies out there that are helping us do it. It's just a very large problem to solve.
I know we have another audience question too. Yes, okay.
So, hello. We mentioned the word autonomous many times during this conversation, and I think a lot of it was related to drone technology as well. I'm in finance, so I don't understand that as well as perhaps you all do. But one thing we did see in the Ukraine and maybe even in the Iran war is that these autonomous drones, oftentimes to be more effective, had to be jerry-rigged with a cable, a very long cable. What are we doing? Is that still considered autonomous? And then what are we doing to effectively still be able to neutralize a drone that is jerry-rigged like that?
Yeah, sure. Keeping it high level, there's a difference between remotely piloted, which is what you're seeing with some of the fiber optic things that we're predominantly seeing in Ukraine and Russia, and fully autonomous. So we've been remotely piloting unmanned, uncrewed aircraft since the end of World War II. We took a B-25 Mitchell and used it as a target drone, so we kind of know how to do that. The shift that we are, one of the few companies leading is the transition from remote pilotage to true autonomy, where the system can think on its own, make its own decisions, but importantly has to be bounded by safety constraints and has to be certifiable. And that's really hard. It's easy to just go put an end-to-end AI model on something. Very hard to do that safely in a way that has some bounds on it. And that's why we exist, right, sort of as a company. But that transition from remote pilotage to true autonomy it's not as present as people think it is, but it's happening incredibly quickly over the past 18 to 24 months as both the models have gotten better and as we've started to see real demand, right, sort of across the world for progressively more autonomous systems. So yeah, the reason we exist and the reason we've grown so quickly.
Okay. We are out of time, so I'm going to thank our panelists, Matt George of Merlin Labs and Brendan Laws of Black Panda. Thank you both for joining me on stage for this conversation.
Thanks, Morgan.
Welcome back, Mandy.
That was amazing, learning about the new frontiers of defense. But I love your quote that when you're in a really dark place, at the end of the day, you want to be able to rely on a human. Well said. We have a place after all. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you.
We're going for a very short coffee break right now. Time for both coffee and networking. Make sure you come back at 10:50 a.m. because we've got a whole lot more coming your way, including our conversation with the former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And then we're going to have a conversation on the age of renewables during the current energy shock. Lots of fantastic interviews and people lined up for you on day 2 of Converge Live. We'll see you at 10:50 a.m. Enjoy. Thank you.
just a fantastic stepping stone into a far bigger market that supports us in terms of innovation. What you need to understand for innovation is that you need to have the community together. You need credibility and reliability, IP protection, the stability on policy guidelines, but also regulatory. We have that all in that same ecosystem in Singapore, which is absolutely key if you want to stick to a future strategy.
When you think about Singapore as a city-state, it is actually quite remarkable that it has become an innovation role model. One thing that Singapore can do for the whole region is that it can help with things like cross-border data flows, transparency, regulatory frameworks. A lot of multinational companies that have grown up here are a wonderful set of partners for companies coming in who then want to grow in the rest of Southeast Asia.
Hi, I'm Anthony Tan, the co-founder and CEO of Grab. Developing AI solutions for the whole region isn't easy, but when we get it right, the results can be transformational. Singapore provides us with an ecosystem to experiment and scale. It's also home to our first AI Center of Excellence. And in nurturing environments, bold ideas don't just survive, they thrive.
Hi, I'm Kevin Chung, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Ryder. Companies like mine are proof that an AI-powered future is already here. And if you want to experience that future firsthand, there's only one place in the world you need to be.
hope you've all managed to have a break and managed to recharge a little bit. And I hope that you're all ready for the next few sessions because we've got some really big ones coming up for you. So we're going to start right now with talking about energy. Of course, the crisis in the Middle East has led to quite a lot of damage on really critical and crucial Middle Eastern energy infrastructure. And in some cases, it's really not an easy fix, is it? You can't just like click your fingers and fix it all. It could take years to rebuild and recharge some of the energy infrastructure that's seen a hit. So let's take a look at the long-term challenge beyond the short-term crunch that's facing the energy markets.
We're potentially looking at the greatest energy crisis in history should the straits not open quickly.
This crisis is global, but it is very asymmetric. Countries feel the heat of it differently.
The demand for renewables or for integration of renewables into the grid is definitely accelerating because energy security and de-risking it calls for a very hardened mix of energy sources.
Okay, well, hopefully you've learned by now that this gentleman wears many caps. One of them is Mr. Energy. So come on back onto the stage, Steve Sedgwick, who knows all about the ins and outs of global energy flows, or not really flowing, as the case may be.
If I did, then that would be an amazing title. But thank you very much indeed. Look, thanks, Mandy. There are so many things to say about these energy markets at the moment, but one thing I want to ask everyone before we move on is everyone aware of the energy trilemma? A few nods as well. Hands up if you know what the energy trilemma is. I won't ask any more questions, don't worry, I won't ask you what it is. And hands up if you don't know what the energy trilemma is. I just want to check that you're awake, because a lot of people kept their hands down when I did this yesterday as well. Okay, that's good. Right, so look, the trilemma. Reliable, affordable, sustainable. Reliable, secure, affordable, obviously the price is able for the consumers, and sustainable. Now, even if you don't care about climate change, you want cheap energy. You want reliable energy. So if you are looking at the transition, you get 3 bites at the cherry. Even if you do not care whether it's sustainable, you say, I want molecules. I don't care about electrons. I just want my energy and I want it reliable. You want it reliable and you want it cheap. So you get 3 bites at the transition as well. And as we've seen with this current crisis, and that will be the topic of my conversation, I may even bring the panel on at some stage, but as we've seen with this current crisis, reliable and price, and actually having alternative sources, oh my goodness me, it's shown what the transition means and how important it is. Look, yesterday I spoke to Tan See Leng, didn't I, the energy minister, and I'm sure a lot of you heard that, and we talked to him about resilience. Well, Singapore's done enormous amounts, you know better than I do, enormous amounts to create resilience over a medium to longer term. Should we hear in just briefly from Tan See Leng? The answer is yes, by the way. Yes, let's do it.
We prepare our own resilience, our own sustainability, and our own independence. We plan multiple scenarios, and we've been planning from the day we became a nation, from the day we became independent in 1965. So you could say that all of our lives, all of the period of our nationhood, we've been planning. And our contingency planning goes beyond just geographical chokage, geographical outages. We even take into consideration timelines. So there are multiple dimensions in terms of how we plan for it. In this particular crisis, the key to how we will eventually be able to sail through would be really how we have diversified the different sources of energy that we have today. And even within each source generation, each energy source generation, we intra-source diversify where we get the supplies from.
There you go, Tan See Leng. Just underlining, if you've got reliable sources of energy, if you have diverse sources of energy, I don't care if you're President Trump or you're Denmark, you know, both ends of the spectrum on energy and what you want from your energy sources. You need different sources in order to be resilient. Let's bring on the panel anyway. I've talked long enough as well. TK Chang is the CEO of CLP, and Asad W. Razouk is the CEO of Going Energy. I'll do a little bit more of an introduction, but let's bring them on as well. TK, can you sit there?
Hey, Steve.
Great. So the title of this panel, by the way, in case you lost it in my diatribe at the beginning, is Energy Shock, the War, Oil, and Transition as well. Let me just give you some very brief introductions. TK Chang is the CEO of CLP, which is an investor-owned power business, one of the largest in APAC as well. Huge in Hong Kong, huge in Chinese mainland, Australia, India, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia. Asad W. Razouk is the CEO of Gorin Energy, a relatively new renewable company focusing on building large-scale solar, wind, and battery storage projects across Asia. He's also, I've got to be a bit careful here, this is a family show. So he's got author of a book called Saving the Planet Without, I'm going to call it bovine waste, but you can work it out, yeah? Good title, I'm not going to go there. He's also the host of the podcast, The Angry Clean Energy Guy, which is kind of like a Greta Thunberg for the C-suite. Is that fair enough?
Fair.
I'll let you into another little secret. We were sitting at a supper last night, very, very posh supper. And Asad and I, apparently, it's amazing. I started at CNBC as the OPEC reporter, so I've had my molecules to electrons journey as well. Turns out, one of my great friends from the pack who chased around Ali Naimi, who chased around Al-Faleh, who chased around Al-Masroui, all these amazing ministers, was Naila, who is Assad's sister as well. So we've got history. Okay, right, let's move on. The title of this is Energy Shock, War, Oil, and Transition. TK, let me start off with you as well. I'm tempted to say, has the war changed anything? But has it changed anything in your appetite to transition to how you run your business?
Yeah, now CLP is a 125-year-old company and very active in this region. And we have a carbon neutrality target by 2050. So energy transition is one of our key strategy going forward. And we do see, despite the geopolitical conflicts here in this in the world, the pace of decarbonization actually, or the investment in renewable energy actually is accelerating. Take, for example, since the Ukraine war, we do see the investment in renewable energy increase by 50% since then. So you can see actually the pace is increasing. One of the key reasons is because of the consideration of energy security. Yeah. Right? If we have
part of the trilemma.
Exactly. And then we have control of our own energy supply, that will give kind of a peace of mind about reliability. And then the cost of doing renewable energy investment or other zero carbon energy is also decreasing. So we do see opportunities going forward that this will become one of the key enablers for decarbonization.
Secure, affordable, and reliable. What about the reliable side? Is it as reliable? I mean, it's not as reliable as molecules, is it?
Now, by nature, renewable energy is intermittent. So we do need to have another technologies. Now, for example, as you just mentioned, diversification is one of the approaches that we can use. Apart from renewables, we can have nuclear. We can have other, like fossil fuel, but then we have carbon capture technology, so as to enable removing the carbon. So I think diversification is one of the key approaches in terms of energy transition.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know for a fact you may have missed it because I chatted to you beforehand, but you've already said two controversial things that Asad's going to pick up on. But let me just start off on the basic premise of the question. Has the war changed anything?
Well, no. If I can maybe start with that. The reason it hasn't changed anything is because if you look at the data and you look at what we did in 2025, so, pre-war, the world added enough solar in that 1 year to take care of 100% of all the power that you can generate from LNG transiting through the Strait of Hormuz.
Whoa.
100%.
I want that stat one more time. I want it to sink in. I want you all to go away thinking. Can you do that stat one more time? I was gobsmacked when you told me that yesterday. Enough solar in 1 year?
Yes, pre-war, to effectively generate the same amount of power as taking 100% of the LNG from the Strait of Hormuz and generating power with it.
All the LNG? All those billions of barrels?
100%. In 1 year.
But it must be more expensive.
Yeah, right. No, it's not. It's a lot cheaper, especially you're going to look at the kind of ticket price, but you also have to look at the externalities, right? I mean, we are destroying the planet when we get all these black rocks and black liquid, and then build all these ships to take them around, and then burn them, and then start all over again. Meanwhile, you've got a fusion engine giving you all the energy that you will ever need, and maybe, 1 million times, right on top of your head.
Creating a small star and then putting it into some tomamak or whatever it's called, and then, not blowing up the planet. I've been to one of these places. They're in Iter, down in southern France. They're quite amazing if they happen. Have a look at nuclear fusion as well. You think it's going to happen?
No, I was talking about the solar power.
Oh, solar, but not fusion.
Fusion may happen, I think, in due course, we hope.
Yeah.
It would be amazing if it did. But ultimately, in any case, it's all coming from the sun.
Yeah.
Right? So that is your fusion engine, and it's there, and it's just insane. So the war, to me, Steve, is a bit like when you had an alarm about fossil fuels that's been ringing for years, but you kind of pressed snooze, and now the alarm came out again.
That's exactly what's happened, isn't it? And my alarm was going off, and I was trying to work out my numbers because as Mandy might have mentioned, I've been around a while, even though I'm still only 35. And I was at COP21 in 2015, and it felt like that's when the alarm was going off. And since then, I think I've just been hitting snooze. COP26, it was kind of the alarm was going off. And then COP28, when I was in Dubai, it was a pragmatic alarm, a kind of nicer song rather than that horrible one that wakes you up. And COP30 is like, no, but this is the wake-up call, yeah? Is it the wake-up call?
Yeah, I think we do see we are talking about the science-based target, right? 1.5 degree, and basically we cannot achieve that. We know that already. So I think pressure is building up in terms of we need to even moving faster. Otherwise, 2 degrees may be even at risk.
2 degrees is at risk, isn't it? Look, I do want to get controversial with these two. I don't just want to be the only person talking, even though I like the sound of my own voice, of course. And I want to talk about gas. Because I hear a lot from the molecules industry about, that's okay, we'll get rid of the coal, we'll bring in gas. It's low carbon alternative as well. You believe that, don't you?
Now, obviously, in order to achieve carbon zero, if we can have zero carbon energy, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Maybe over the longer term, I think everything will be zero carbon. But we need an energy transition. We cannot say, one step and then we arrive at the destination. Energy transition, the path is also important because on one hand, we can basically encourage earlier reduction. Secondly is to ensure the energy trilemma, as you said, reliability is also critical. So in our point of view, we do see gas play a critical role. Maybe in kind of a near term, gas will still be almost like base load or intermediary kind of generation plants, providing energy and also reliability. In the medium term, I think it may be moving towards more like a peaking plant. In particular, when we know more and more renewable energies, bringing into the network, we do need to have some, dispatchable plant to stabilize the system.
I hear you. Asad, you disagree, don't you? About the role of gas over the medium term.
I don't think we're in an energy transition. We're in an energy transformation, but you have to look at the data and then you have to look forward. So again, if you look at 2025 from another angle, we added enough renewable energy in 2025 to take care of 100% of all new electricity demand. All of it. Not only that, we beat coal, so renewables beat coal for the first time in 100 years globally. And we added, 18 times more renewable energy than gas. Gas is competing against batteries whose prices have gone down 99% since 2010 and 45% last year. And so it's going to be very difficult for gas. And my final point is, when you look at AI and data centers and all that stuff, so they say they're going to spend $6.7 trillion by 2030 on data centers and similar. That is going to need an enormous amount, about one Japan worth of electricity to power it. Now, then you think, okay, where am I going to get that electricity by 2030? You're definitely not going to get it out of gas because the waiting queue for gas turbines is 5 to 7 to 9 years, and it just doesn't scale. You're not going to get it out of nuclear because it takes us 20 years to build a nuclear power plant in general. And you'll get it out of solar, wind, and storage because when you scale solar, wind, and storage, I mean, that's stuff you manufacture in a plant. You can scale manufacturing. You can scale plants. And so that's where it's going to come from.
Can you get out of my head? Because I was going to ask you about data centers. We already went there. What do you think about the data center? I just want to ask you a generic question on that one because it's enormous new demand. And funnily enough, it's areas such as Singapore, and again, I mentioned yesterday the Middle East, that seem to be on top of that story as well. Whereas in the US, that's where they got the energy shortage potentially on data centers, and that's why the states are rebelling at the moment. How do you think the data center equation, the AI equation, changes the playing field?
Now, because of the huge demand, electricity demand of data centers, definitely we need to ensure that the additional capacity will be low carbon or even zero carbon. A lot of data center operators, actually, they are committing to investing in zero carbon energy sources. It could be renewable energy, or it could, or even be nuclear. So some of the, based on our conversation with some of the operators, they may be thinking about like SMR, technologies. Maybe, for example, in the US.
SMRs, TK, this is why I wanted to come back at Assad. SMRs aren't going to take 20 years to build. We're not talking about another Hinkley Point here, which is the UK one, which is taking ages, which is costing loads. Just look it up. It's B and C. They cost through the roof. Typical UK, we build something slowly, over budget. Sorry, SMRs.
It's not. No, but whatever technology, I think the key, as I mentioned, is how do we achieve, carbon zero at the end of the day. And one very important point, I think, whatever technology is, controversial about so-called SMR, but despite all these, I think one very key thing is about government policy.
Yes.
Because for different technology development, just now when we were talking about whatever, gas, we are concerned about carbon emission, we can have storage, we can have carbon capture, but, government policy is the key because for whatever new technology development, in particular in the initial phase, in order to build up the scale, in order to reduce the cost, we need government policy support. One thing is that for government policy, it has to be consistent, it has to be long-term, and it has to be stable.
What, you mean like the UK?
Maybe I can give you one example.
Oh, that was a joke, sorry.
Maybe I can give you one example, like in China, right? Just now we talk about the huge amount of renewable energy already built. Last year, I think China built like 450 gigawatts of renewable energy, wind and solar included.
450 gigawatts.
Which is more than the whole world has built outside China, okay? Now, but we all, again, we all are aware of the intermittency of renewable energy.
Right.
So in China, we still kind of rely on coal to maintain the system stability. So they changed the regulation to introduce capacity payments for coal-fired power stations. Okay. So as to enable that, despite the fact that coal generation will gradually reducing, but we have to ensure that there are capacity there when needed.
We get rid of the intermittency. We're there, aren't we? We've got these amazing resource. I've got the wrong suit on today, but we've got this amazing resource making us all warm and lovely. But we can't store this stuff properly, can we? We can't store that amazing energy created from solar. Assad?
When I hear intermittency,
I get angry. Is it the angry climate guy again?
Not quite, actually. I remember my 16-year-old because when I say something he doesn't like, he looks at me and he says, "You're from the 19th century. What do you know?" And to me, intermittency is very much that. There's no intermittency. It's a myth. You just store it in batteries. And the key is that you use the battery when your power is peaking. You don't use the battery, all day long. And So we're kind of beyond intermittency. This is what I was saying earlier. When you look at the energy scene, you kind of have to look at the present and the future, but a lot of the conversation is still in the past. And that's not me saying that, it's the data.
Do you think that's by design, by the way, from the molecules industry, which is a metaphor for hydrocarbons, for oil and gas? Is that by design that the conversation is being steered to the 19th century? You do?
Yes.
You're
I've got a book.
Guy,
I've got a book that says that. No, but look at SMRs.
Yeah,
we're talking about
modular reactors.
Small. Yeah, they're not small. They're not modular, and there isn't a single one operating outside Russia and China where I think it's 1 and 1. Not only that, there is none coming on stream before at least 2030, 2031, when we discover that they will have an enormous amount of operational problems. The nuclear industry, obviously you can build nuclear reactors because we have. However, it's a very intricate supply chain which takes decades to put together. That's why the Chinese build nuclear efficiently, because they've got the complete supply chain and it's alive. In the United States, for example, we're trying to recreate that supply chain, and it's incredibly different. So they're not small, they're not modular, they don't exist, and I think they're going to prove to be a myth.
Assad disagrees, obviously, about the role of gas. He disagrees with you about the role of nuclear. Tell me, I want a for and against. I've got one more they're going to disagree about, and this is the role of carbon capture. So you get the molecules out, but then you store the carbon somewhere as well. It's going to be a great technology, isn't it?
Now, I think maybe I can use China as an example, because now China is very committed to their decarbonization. The dual carbon target, 2030, carbon peaking, 2060, carbon zero. And then President Xi also make a pledge that their absolute carbon emission will be reduced by 7 to 10% by 2035 from the peak level. So we see the commitment. Secondly, is about diversification, as I mentioned. In China, I think coal will be there. So how do we, because of security reasons, because of other considerations, so how do we deal with that? Then we need to explore technologies. And carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration is one of the ways to address that. So after capturing carbon, either we can put it somewhere, store it, or we so-called use it. So that's why it's not just CCS, it is CCUS, utilization. For example, if we after capturing carbon, if we can turn it into like a building material, then basically it's a means of like permanent capturing of carbon.
Assad, I can give you like a minute to reply to that.
A whole minute?
You don't have to have a minute. We've got less than that. 30 seconds.
2 points. Carbon capture conceptually is a good thing, right? But we have not yet technologically delivered on that promise. However, I don't think there's anything wrong in kind of sitting and waiting. To my knowledge, there is not a single properly operating carbon capture and storage project in the entire world. And until that changes, I think we keep maybe looking at it, but the fight is somewhere else. So if you look at what the Chinese are doing, China is going all out across everything. So they're building coal, they're building gas, they're building nuclear, they're building carbon capture, they're building hydrogen, and they're building an enormous amount of renewables. So why are they doing that? They're doing that because if you build an enormously large 100% renewable energy system, it's going to take you time to transition from where you are today to where you're going, and you're going to need these other inputs in effect to get there. So that's what they're doing, and I think they will show how it's done.
Yeah, you did take the minute. Well done. Okay, I'm going to ask a question to the... I'll ask you lot first of all, and you've got to put your hand up on one of these. Has the wars, two devastating wars, the Russia-Ukraine war and the Middle East conflict, has it made you think that the energy transition is going to be faster or slower? Faster? Slower? Did you all put your hand up there? Let's try again. Faster? Slower. I'm not letting you go till you've all put... Okay, well, we're good. Okay, right. And just final comment from both of you as well. Tika, let me start off with you as well. What new investment are you going to take on next because of events? Or actually, is it just business as usual?
Now, because CLP as a group, we also have our own climate vision, achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. So our key investment theme is to invest in, clean energy. It could be renewable energy in different markets, or it could be in nuclear energy, if possible, and bring the nuclear power to Hong Kong.
And as I've got about 10 seconds, I've got the wrap.
No new investment. We're going to deliver solar, wind, and storage to power the entire world, really just with a declining cost curve and no new tech.
Okay, and I'm just going to quote one of the greatest men who ever lived. And he said, be the change you want to see in the world, yourself. Be the change yourself. And I promise you, by next time I come back here to Singapore, I will have changed my mode of transportation, and I will have my solar panels up on my house, possibly with a good battery as well. TK Chang, Asad Razzouk, it's been great. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. You're a great man. Stay where you are, because we've got another amazing guest coming up, everybody. So I didn't just mean Scott. He's amazing as well, though, of course.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, everybody. So public markets have obviously had a very volatile year, but maybe you can make the case that the more interesting story these days is in the private markets, both on the equity and the credit side. I'd like to welcome to the stage Gabriel Lim. He is CEO of Seviora Holdings, and Jenny Lee, Senior Managing Partner at Granite Asia. Please come to the stage. Yeah, welcome. Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
What a great time to have this conversation, because, Jenny, I don't have any conversations with VCs these days, on television or otherwise, to be quite honest, and I have many friends in the venture business where AI isn't the central focus. To nobody's surprise, it is where every incremental dollar seems to be going, and I would venture to guess, pardon the pun, that it is playing out as well the same 3/4 of the way around the world here. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I would say that when you think about AI, prior to the ChatGPT moment in 2024, the attention was primarily on the US. And then we had our DeepSeek moment in 2025. And now I think when we think about the application of AI across all the industries, consumer or enterprise, we are looking at the East and the West. And definitely, the West has their models, the East has their application. And I would say that the capital markets is also closing the loop on that front as well. Hong Kong, year to date this year, is the global leader in IPOs, and most of the IPOs in Asia, they are centered around the AI compute, whether it's at the infra, sensors, compute themes, or at the language model themes. And we were just chatting offline here that we had a portfolio company go public last week in Hong Kong, and 2 days now, we are on third day of trading, still very early, but the stock is up 5x from the IPO price. And this is a company that provides data infrastructure for the physical AI application. So yes, a lot going on the East and the West.
It's wonderful when you take a company public like that, and you see the stock go up 5x in 48 hours, but doesn't that give you any bit of pause as to where we are in this whole cycle?
No, I think for sure, right? So it's a valuation question,
yep.
Right? And it's a matter of, do you take valuation based on addressable market today, or do you look at valuation and the potential of that disruption going forward? So I think definitely in that sense, and also what are we comparing the valuation against? Frankly, if you look at valuation on the US side, the hyperscalers, they have EBITDA profitability trading at 20 to 30 times. In Asia, we're starting to see that But definitely, the larger companies are still trading at, to be fair, discount, right? The so-called hyperscaler on the Asia side is trading at 10-20% discount relative to the US hyperscalers, where valuation right now is a bit of an art and a science, and a lot of forward-looking and projections would be on the AI native companies, and these are the early ones.
Is Sebiora investing in anything that doesn't have an AI component to it these days?
In anything that doesn't have an AI component? Yes, Sebiora is...
there are such things these days?
There are such things, but I mean, just for background, we are an asset management subsidiary of Temasek. We do multi-assets, both in public as well as private markets, and we definitely invest in asset classes that are outside of AI. But I tend to agree with Jenny, though, that we take the view, certainly I personally take the view, that AI is transformational, and therefore, with that in mind, how you think about valuations, the traditional metrics that have been used and everything, may or may not apply. I think you have to wear that with a little bit of judgment. And in our view, we think that this is going to change the world, and I think it is a lot of opportunities for investors, but you have to tread quite carefully.
Well, you're also using it, let's be clear, you're using it as a firm to be more efficient as an asset manager. In what ways?
Yes, of course. I mean, anything from how we think about intelligence and analysis, synthesizing data streams from our various investments, but also our portfolio companies, how we think about running corporate mid to back office functions to be able to deliver services to our own staff in a more efficient, user-friendly way. And finally, at the end of the day, also informing our investment thesis so that we can harness some of the informational advantages we have to create alpha for our investors and partners.
The New York Times recently said of private market investing, quote, "That's where the party is." And they called it the darling of Wall Street. I would venture that it's also the darling of Fraser Street, where I think your company is headquartered, correct? What is so attractive to you about investing in the private markets?
Well, I think structurally, if you think about it, the private markets has grown as a percentage of just the global capital markets in general. I mean, the estimates vary, but I would say it's easily about 20-30% of capital markets right now, compared to, say, 20 years ago. And in the private markets, you see very creative, innovative structures, both on the equity and the credit side, as well as venture, obviously. And I think it creates more opportunities for investors, both institutional investors, but also, I would say, retail investors, including high net worth individuals, to participate in interesting opportunities where they can deliver, get a good return on their investments, and actually find alpha. So we are quite excited by it. We see tremendous opportunities for us to grow our private assets platforms, and it's something that we are pushing along with great pace.
Is it hard to find things these days, Gabe, that are undervalued in any asset class in which you're looking at?
I think it may be a little bit harder because there is a lot of capital moving around. And obviously with AI, for example, some of the informational advantages have also been leveled out. But we believe that we have some advantages because we have for example, in our Asian operations and our Asian investments, we have a long-standing history investing in Asia. We understand the markets, we understand the networks, we understand how we can use those advantages. These are operational advantages to our benefit. And so we believe that in doing so, we can find and originate good deals that deliver alpha.
Jenny, will you even listen to a pitch these days that doesn't deal with AI?
Well, actually, the answer is yes. I think that sitting in Asia, the investment opportunity on private market, whether it's venture capital, private equity, or credit, is actually quite diverse. And so I think that today we hear pitches, perhaps 70-80%, it's about whether companies are using AI to transform or whether they are AI native companies. But there are also other challenges in Asia that are being addressed. For example, in climate change, new material science, in drug discovery, yes, you get these traditional companies where they have their mode, but they are applying AI, for example, to shorten the time frame. We have companies in the food security sector where you're talking about science, chemistry, plant-based alternatives. So in that area as well, we are seeing where they are, now you could argue that they are not at the stage where AI is disrupting their business on a process level, but those are still fundamental building blocks that needs to be built without AI. It's also very, very important to note that when we think about AI, in our historical 3-year-old context, it's very LLM. And that's language models, right? And not the world information, while a huge part of information is captured under language model, a lot of the physical world data only gets the end result captured in a paper, right? If that gets filed as a paper or citation. But much of, for example, chemistry reaction in a lab, that's actually done in the lab, right? And information is not curated until you get to that outcome. And so I would say that on the other side, beyond the AI, beyond the verticals, we are also seeing that there are still areas where AI cannot fully address the innovation cycle, but it may come, right? 3 years down the road, 5 years down the road, with a combination of physical AI combined with existing process beyond language models, then I think the world, AI will no longer be talked about. It would just be an underlying technology, much as we have with our mobile phone today.
Gabe mentioned the amount of money from various sources that is sloshing around all over the world. In some degree, do you think there are too many people chasing the same deals, chasing the same investments, and that's helped to push valuations up?
So I would say that, again, from a valuation perspective, you have to look at the East and the West. The West, there is a power law effect that's coming on right now. And if you're not OpenAI, Anthropic, or SpaceX, the rest are in the long tail. And I don't think that there's a lot of, the money chasing the opportunities is quite diverse beyond the power law. In Asia, though, the power law effect is not as obvious, simply because, as I mentioned, there are so many verticals, right? The processes, industries, there's language models, and then you go down data infrastructure. So in that sense, it is also more balanced by the fact that there are more thematic expertise going after those thematics. So valuation in Asia, I would say, still remains very attractive. On particularly the earlier you go on the earlier stage side, that valuation is, I would say, even still at the pre-COVID level. So reasonable enough, which is where we are seeing interest in terms of, 2 years ago I get asked, is China investable? Is Asia investable? Today, just last couple of weeks, I'm getting questioned, am I missing out? But these are questions from investors who are not spending time in Asia yet. So I think it'll be interesting to see how this evolves over time.
Since you mentioned China, how do you see it as a place to invest capital and know that you can trust on the money that you are deploying there?
No, I mean, I think China is something that definitely merits attention. We in Severa, but also more broadly in Temasek, has been in China over the last few decades, and steadfastly so. I mean, obviously, it's been a difficult few years, but as Jenny said, we see very interesting opportunities. The valuations are good. The applications of the basic technology is quite remarkable and quite diffused in many sectors, not just biotech, as you mentioned, physical AI, advanced manufacturing, robotics, obviously, and so on and so forth. And definitely, I would also say that on our side, we are seeing greater interest from investors to deploy into China. But I would also just expand that aperture a little bit, because that is not just China, it's Asia. It is Asia because I think of three things right now. One, there are secular tailwinds in our favor. Supply chain, advanced manufacturing, clean energy transition. These are still themes that are somewhat enabled by AI, but which are attracting capital into these areas. Two is I think there's also been some regulatory, I would say, changes. You think about the corporate governance reform in Japan over the last few years and what that has catalyzed today. Even here in Singapore, EQDP, what the Monetary Authority is doing to boost and to grow the capital markets in Singapore. These are all good steps and also getting attention from international investors. The last thing I'll say is Asia, thankfully, remains stable. It remains at peace, and long may that continue.
And you don't have any concerns that that could be in jeopardy as a result of the war and the issues that it will cause in some of these Asian economies that you're obviously speaking about?
Look, I mean, I think that there's a general consensus in Asia that we would like to be at peace, we would like to maintain a stable region, and we'd like to continue to grow and prosper our populations.
Yep. Speaking of, I mean, how do you see currently investing opportunities in the Middle East, which was such a fertile ground before the the war started. We have seen so much investment in that area. We cover it all the time in the United States. The amount of times we've seen some of the biggest and best-known CEOs in the world traveling there, the investments that they are making in their own way in AI. Is that all on hold now for somebody like you?
No, we continue to maintain good, well, first off, we have an office in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi. Work carries on. We have good partners in the Middle East, both the sovereigns, but also going forward, some of the banks and the financial intermediaries. And we continue to engage with them and to continue to progress on the deals and the transactions that we're exploring with them. I'm actually planning a trip to the Middle East myself fairly soon, and in order to touch base with them physically, face-to-face, also to get a sense of what the overall situation there is like. It's obviously been a very challenging 2 months, but we hope that things stabilize, and we hope that they will recover and get back on the path of progress, which they were doing in a really, really very positive way over the last 10 years or so.
Jenny, you've invested, as you said, in China. Alibaba, Xiaomi, Grab are a few of the investments that your firm has made. What about the Middle East?
In the Middle East? Yeah, so we have not made investments in the Middle East. I think for us, what we are seeing, though, is a couple of trends. I think, one, when you look at Asia broadly, from North Asia down to Southeast Asia, to India, to the Middle East, this region in the past, you may have to silo and, divide them differently. Today, the larger Asia fabric is connecting. And that reconnecting is happening on a few fronts. I think we have seen talent flow that's diverse across the region. Capital, we talked about capital flow. That capital flow is also reconnecting. And more importantly, it's market and supply chain. I think Gabriel mentioned this. For startups today, for an entrepreneur who wants to wake up every morning and say, what do I deal with? It's a lot of black swan events. And then part of that, wanting to do a startup in this current climate is, where do I put my factory? Do I put 1 factory, 2 factories, or 3? Do I go, a huge capex for 1 master factory, or do I go 3 modular, factories? So it is forcing entrepreneurs to relook, if you are, building a business in the region, to be able to leverage, right, across talent, capital, and markets, and rethink the business model. And coupled with the fact that with AI today, the startups that are formed today looks very different from the past, right? In a Series A situation, we may get 10 guys trying to build a product. They raise a Series A, get to 50 guys to raise a product. Today, we are seeing at Series A level, 10 guys generating revenue, right? And I said, where's your engineering team? They said, oh yeah, the machines. So that consideration means that the flexibility to reconstruct how a new startup looks like, bearing in mind all the constraints, right? The different markets, the geopolitics, the supply chain restructuring, higher costs, from different wars that's going on. It makes today the brand new entrepreneur, if he or she makes it, will be an excellent entrepreneur 3-5 years down the road. And I just want to share with a point that Gabriel made. Sometimes when we look at private market, it's not the here, now, and at this point, it really is the ability for investors to have a longer lens. It's a 10-year cycle that we're looking at. And when markets perturbate on a year-on-year basis, it's extremely painful and hard to see. But the best investors who can plan that 10-year cycle, when you connect dots in 2 lines over 10-year cycle, you see a proper line. When you connect dots, from a day-to-day perspective, that path is not as clear.
Okay, so that's a good point, because maybe we're looking too simplistically and too much to the dots that are close together for what's been happening in the private credit area, which is where I'd like to spend the remaining moments of our conversation, because it seems to me that the growth that we're seeing here is the same as the growth we've seen there in terms of the trajectory. Private credit projected to reach $92 billion by 2027, up from $59 billion in 2024, and that's in the Asia-Pacific region. Granted, Asia also has a private credit business as well. So how do you see the opportunities today that exist? Certainly, you could grab more yield in Asia-Pacific, but that yield comes with more risk.
Yeah, no, we obviously, we have a private credit franchise. It is one of our better performing strategies, and so we are bullish on that. we think that the addressable market for private credit in Asia will grow. One, because funding needs are going to grow, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's, as I mentioned earlier on, supply chain or manufacturing, whether it's just the growth of companies, including a term that Jenny told me a few months ago, the rise of the one-man unicorn, and what that means for consumer markets, what it means for markets in general. Funding needs are going to grow. At the same time, though, we also see that, as we've seen in the West, there are certain, whether regulatory or from a capital point of view, constraints on the amount of traditional bank lending, for example. So there will be a gap to be filled, and I think private credit fits very nicely into that. Now, I'm obviously mindful that there are certain questions about private credit that's happening around the world right now, but I think at the end of the day, my message to our investors and our partners is really that focus on the fundamentals. If you have good quality origination, you have sound diligence, you have good covenants and collaterals, I think you can basically have confidence in the product and in the track record of the funds or the partners that you're investing with, and we like to put ourselves in that position.
To what degree are you scrutinizing the investments that you're making in private credit in ways you may not have been prior to what feels like the bubbling up of the volatility that we've seen?
So we are quite comfortable with the structure of our private credit. Like I mentioned, ours is a closed-ended fund. It is not semi-liquid. Like I said, we believe we have good quality covenants and collaterals, as well as good quality underwriting. The one thing we are looking at a little bit more is the impact of the situation in the Middle East on the operating performance of the underlying companies, especially second, third order issues, not just with high energy prices, but supply chain disruptions, for example, downstream product availability. This is something we're going through across the whole portfolio, not just on the private credit side.
Jenny, the last word to you on private credit and the new business that you are now in.
Well, I would say that if in the US, private credit is in their teenager phase, I would say in Asia, private credit broadly is in infancy. I think they're still in their baby mode. If you compare private equity versus private credit in Asia Pacific, private equity is 30 times bigger in terms of AUM relative to private credit, right? And so in that sense, when we look at the reason, Granite launched a hybrid credit strategy last year. And the reason why we did it is that we saw that private credit actually is very ideal for Asia when entrepreneurs are looking for non-dilutive capital. They are still in hyper growth or moderate growth. Just recall that Asia is home to many family businesses, right? These are, whether it's factories, manufacturing, whether they are in real estate, whether they are in retail businesses. And so these are companies still growing at maybe 30, 40% growth, not yet disrupted by AI or robotics or technology, but there is a clear interest to know how to transform their business. And this is a group of business owners where their only choice is the bank. And the local banks may not support them in their cross-border ambition as well. And so I think, no matter how you look at private credit, whether senior lending or, in structuring or growth, we are playing on that growth direct lending area where we're helping these traditional companies booster charge their transformation. And the best way for these companies to do it is to be able to tap an alternative form of credit. So I would say definitely watch private credit as a good diversification, asset allocation in your whole private market strategy. Asia is coming up, and because it is still a new class, not competitive, the returns are better, loan durations are shorter, we are triangulating. You can triangulate for category leaders that are very strong in their own wheelhouse. And so we see great opportunities here to also then leverage the power of equity technology transformation to booster charge, this other piece of the strong economy in Asia.
Well, thank you so much, both of you, for your time. Jenny and Gabe, I appreciate the conversation very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to come off this way, too. Thank you. Please. Bring Mandy back up.
Thank you so much, Scott. Before we start this next very special session, I can see that all of you have got your phones out and poised at the ready. Do me a favor, just make sure that those phones are all on silent. Thank you very much. So without further ado, we've spent almost 2 full days now here at Converge Live talking about a world in transition, right? We've been talking about trade wars, we've been talking about the energy shock, we've been talking about artificial intelligence and the fracturing of the rules-based order. So now, we are going to talk to someone who was governed through the early stages of all of those themes. Indeed, who has now spent the time since watching it all accelerate from the outside. Yes, we are talking about none other than the 23rd Prime Minister of Canada. He led the nation for nearly a decade. He led the nation through the global pandemic, no less. He led it through a trade confrontation with the United States, and of course, through the early rise of AI. So everybody, please, I know we're all delighted to have him here in Singapore with us today. Join me in welcoming to the stage the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, former Prime Minister of Canada. Welcome, Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you so much.
Please do take a seat.
Thank you, Mandy.
Welcome to Singapore and welcome to Converge Live.
It is great to be back in Singapore. This is a beautiful, beautiful city and a really important region of the world. So
It
I'm
most
delighted.
certainly is. So let's dive straight into the pool of geopolitics, the thorny pool of geopolitics, because the ceasefire between Iran, the US, and Israel may have, of course, bought some time, but not necessarily a solution. Do you feel from here that the Middle East is heading towards de-escalation, or do you feel it's settling into a dangerous new period, maybe a new normal, if you like?
I think the parties involved all want to see a path through this. I don't think they're yet at the place where they can share a path through this. I think, unfortunately, this instability is going to last a while yet. And of course, this is a great example of how one specific challenge in one specific region has massive global impacts. I know countries across the region and indeed around the world, and individuals and families and travel plans and businesses are being significantly disrupted by this. And I think it emphasizes the need to be thoughtful around not just are there possibilities to act in the short term that might change a situation. You have to think through what the long-term implications and the pathway forward once a tactical operation has been engaged in, and I don't know that that's always been top of mind for people involved.
I think part of the problem here is that the institutions that were designed to try to contain crises like these have either been sidelined or they're being distrusted by the international community. So what replaces them if they no longer command that confidence?
Well, there have been a lot of conversations lately about the end of the rules-based order, and certainly the 80 years of peace and stability that came from the Bretton Woods institutions, from all the things that we built out of the ashes of World War II, which gave a tremendous amount of stability and prosperity in much of the world, despite real challenges, whether it was the Cold War or other issues. We had a very good run of prosperity that was broadly shared. But I think there might be a little bit of idealizing the situation to say, oh, isn't it a shame that these institutions are now under such threat? Because they weren't perfect. You can talk to, the rising economies of Southeast Asia are a great example, but you can look to different places around the world to realize that those institutions, whether it was the WTO or the IMF or what have you, aren't necessarily fit for purpose in our decades now. I did a lot of work, for example, with Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, on the fact that the international financing institutions were spectacularly ill-adjusted to respond to a small island state that has its numbers, its budgets meaningfully done, it's in a middle income trap, it's doing well, and suddenly a hurricane comes and wipes out 3 years of GDP, and they're on the hook to rebuild or borrow at rates that really aren't fair. So like there's a whole bunch of things that the Bretton Woods systems that weren't designed to think about the global south, weren't designed to think about challenges like climate change, needed to be updated on and brought forward. Now, ideally, those conversations about how to update that would have happened in a collaborative, thoughtful, reasonable way. That wasn't really happening. It was very difficult to get different organizations to think about areas that were out their traditional remit. Now this crisis of existence of the rules-based order, I think, has put that forward to say, okay, if we were to build freshened systems, what would they look like and how do they look? The problem now is that we have great powers, US, China, Russia, and India, that have decided that, oh, we can opt in or opt out of pieces of the rules-based order as we wish. And that question of, well, what do the rest of us do if we don't have them on board driving a renewed world-based order is, I think, at the heart of the conversations people are having now.
100%, and indeed you were lucky enough to govern during the high watermark of that
very lucky, yeah.
order. So do you believe it is dead now? It is over?
Well, first of all, I think historians will love to pick the dates when that happened. Oh, it was the assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand that started World War I, where the causes were so complex as we led up to it, and the consequences of that were also trigger points potentially. For me, I think the trigger point that people are going to look at significantly in the coming decades was Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Not the one that we're in the 5th year of right now, but back in 2014, when Russia took Crimea. And the consequences, well, we kicked Russia out of the G7. But other than that, the reliance on Russian oil and gas and trade by Europe and by so many people around the world meant, no, there couldn't be real consequences when we had a founding permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations violating one of the most important precepts of the UN Charter, which is you don't redraw lines on a map by force. And what we saw was a lot of people saying, well, it's kind of obvious that this might have happened because Russia had so many bases in Ukraine, and as Ukraine drifted towards being pro-West, it's no surprise they acted, and we collectively let Russia get away with that. And that built towards Russia thinking, oh, if we try to take all of Ukraine, the world won't react. And it's just this whole idea that if you don't consistently and every opportunity stand up for these rules and norms, people figure out and say, oh, they don't really apply. Oh, maybe I can take Greenland. Or maybe, there's these questions where, well, if the rule doesn't hold, then let's try different things. And it's that breakdown that we're going to have to think of differently in a world where great powers are in a moment where they can do their own thing, and the rest of us have to decide whether we are enough and committed enough to establishing rules that are in our best interest, even if not everyone's going to play by them.
So we obviously have to be nimble and agile and rethink our strategic allies. We have to rethink our place in the world. So if the Trump-style economic coercion becomes the baseline, how should allies like Canada be thinking or perhaps rethinking about their dependence on Washington?
Well, there are different types of economic coercion out there, and there are two in particular that I really think about these days. One is around international aircraft, and the other is around aluminum. On international certified commercial airlines, aircraft makers, there's just Boeing and Airbus that does the big. They own massive amounts of the market share. And to be blunt about it, China has never yet been able to get an internationally certified significant commercial aircraft. They have some smaller ones that they can use locally, but neither the Americans or the Europeans, which are the agencies that the rest of the world looks to see whether you can add, a big passenger jet to your fleet, are anywhere near certifying anything built completely in China. So, about 10 years ago, Bombardier, a Canadian aerospace company that you know for making the Global Series and Challengers, decided it was going to get into the commercial aircraft building business. And it built something called the C Series, which was the most modern, single-aisle, extremely fuel-efficient, amazing plane. And we're in the process, they got it certified, they were in the process of trying to sell it, and Airbus and Boeing did everything they could do to prevent Bombardier from being able to sell those aircraft. They were talking to all their customers, don't you dare put in an order for the C Series, don't you dare, don't you dare. And finally, Bombardier started really struggling. They had this beautiful aircraft, but they just couldn't get any customers for it. So what happens? China comes knocking on Canada's door, on Bombardier's door, and pulls up a dump truck full of money and says, we'll keep all the jobs in Bombardier across the country. Canada won't be trouble in this, but we'll buy Bombardier. We'll be able to get ourselves a commercial jet. So Boeing and Airbus that were busy trying to put out Bombardier out of business because they didn't want Bombardier to be a contest, almost drove us into China's arms, where China would have been obviously a much more significant competitor to those two dominant players. But concretely, it took me around the G7 table in Sicily, my second G7 in 2017, saying to Macron and Merkel and Trump, you are driving us into Chinese pockets, Chinese hands to protect jobs. They're willing to pay anything to get this. We don't want this to happen for our prosperity as Western countries. What can we do about it? Because Boeing is busy trying to put Bombardier out of business, and Airbus has crossed its arms and indifferent. Well, 6 months later, because of those conversations, Airbus bought the C Series, which now flies as the Airbus 220. They're made in Canada and elsewhere, and Canada's now the 5th Airbus country. So this was an example of internal economic pressures and coercion that where we're busy competing with ourselves as like-minded nations, we almost ended up giving a significant competitor that doesn't share the same approach and views as us a significant let up. And that wouldn't have happened if I and my team hadn't said, hey, guys, this is the trend line. We need to make that happen. We're seeing a similar thing happen right now with President Trump threatening the Canadian auto industry, where we're now having to look at working with China because the American industry doesn't want to work with us anymore. And the big example we get right now is on aluminum. Anyone who knows the aluminum industry knows that Canada has, for decades, been one of the great places to make aluminum in the world. Massive amounts of hydroelectricity, access to the raw materials meant that we are a strong, clean, reliable supplier of aluminum that America, the United States, would buy massively from us. Well, the US recently decided to put 50% tariffs on Canadian aluminum, and though suddenly the Americans weren't buying aluminum from Canada anymore, they were looking at trying to increase their own production, which is not easy to do because electricity is so expensive in the States and not as clean. And the Europeans sort of came to us and said, hey, wait, you make the cleanest aluminum in the world and you're not able to sell it to the US, will you sign a deal with us? And we said, absolutely. So we now closed 5- and 10-year deals selling massive amounts of the cleanest aluminum, cheap, well-made, proximal, friendly supply chains to Europe, which means when the US finally wakes up and realizes that the fact that they're getting more of their aluminum from Bahrain right now which isn't exactly the safest part of the world to be relying on for essential supply chains because of other things the U.S. is partly doing. They're going to turn back to us and say, great, we'll take our aluminum back now, and we'll say, not your aluminum anymore. We just signed deals with the Netherlands and everyone else, and those are 5-10-year deals that we're happy to start building more plants if you're really going to sign on deals with us. But that uncertainty of, are you going to throw tariffs on us again, means that we've found better partners for that. And that's a way of getting around some of that economic coercion. Of course, we'd much prefer to sell our aluminum a few hundred kilometers away as opposed to a few thousand kilometers away across the ocean. But that's not a big enough impediment for us to sit back and not act to diversify. And I think those kinds of stories are things that we're seeing all around the world as smaller countries, as middle powers, and even large powers that aren't great powers, are realizing, oh, building those reliable relationships is the way of moving safely.
I'm so glad that you've raised this issue, because it's very clear from the examples that you've given, Mr. Trudeau, that middle power economies do still have clout on the world stage. Do you think that the middle power cooperation, I mean, it sounds very, very compelling, but what does it actually look like in practice? Is it trade largely? Is it security? Is it diplomacy? Or is it something I haven't mentioned? Or is it all three and all of the above?
It's all of the above. I mean, one of the things that Canada did, now Canada's a bit of an exception, a bit like Singapore to a certain extent, but for different reasons. We're a country that understands how important trade is. I mean, Singapore exists as this extraordinary world city that it is because of trade, because everyone passes through here historically, and you've built up a relevance that is massively beneficial, not just to you, but to the region and to everyone who chooses to trade through Singapore. It creates wealth and growth. Canada has always had way more natural resources than we've had a domestic market and population to be able to maximize the use of those. So we've always been reliant on trade. So as the world started to turn away from trade, as we saw a rise of populism and protectionism and more insularity, Canada decided to buck those trends. And over the 10 years that I was Prime Minister, we became and are still the only G7 country with a free trade deal with every other G7 country. We signed on to the CPTPP with Singapore and 11 other Asian economies that even as the WTO was faltering, we decided, no, we're going to establish rules that we will agree to amongst ourselves. And yes, it started with trade, but it has also led to so much more investment, diplomatic engagement, people-to-people ties, exchange programs, even security and military cooperation with a number of Pacific economies that Canada has deepened our ties with, because there is room for that. And one of the words that's being brought up a lot right now, which is a lot nicer word than the polycrisis word that everyone was using a few years ago, it was is microlateralism. Whereas multilateralism is these big UN, WTO, WHO, IMF, World Bank, microlateralism is deliberate choices by small numbers of countries to figure out the rules and hold it to them. And they can be countries that don't necessarily share the same or identical values or histories, but if they can find common ground on this or that, where win-wins are obvious, it's a non-zero-sum game. This kind of collaboration of agreeing to the rules, even if the US or China or Russia are not playing by those rules, for us to be able to say, no, we're going to hold by those rules. And if we can actually do that in the way that we are demonstrating we can do that, then eventually the economic benefits that we get from that, because if you start adding up Europe and ASEAN and Canada and parts of South America, you end up having economic might that rivals any of the great powers, and better and more resilient connections and trust that makes a huge difference as well. So I do believe, and I've seen many examples of people deciding to move forward in ways that say, okay, maybe the rules-based order internationally doesn't hold, but between us, we're going to stick up for it, and we're going to benefit from it, and we'll be trading and investing and partnering with each other in ways that will help us both out.
You mentioned Singapore, and of course we sit here in ASEAN. How do you think that ASEAN specifically can become a serious pillar of that middle power strategy and go beyond just the transactional?
Well, first of all, I think ASEAN already is. The fact that just about every year for the 10 years I was in office, I would come to the ASEAN meetings. I would, sit down and, work on how we're doing. We just signed a few years ago the Canada-ASEAN free trade deal that the CPTPP negotiations we had led towards being able to move forward on that. These are things that highlight how important it is. And yes, that means, listen, we've signed great mining and forestry and energy cooperations with Indonesia, for example, and that's a lot of great work. But it's not just in the natural resources sector. Canada has a lot of other expertise that we can grow from, whether it's engineering or, I sat down with the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim, and Anwar and I moved forward on a cybersecurity deal with BlackBerry, which is a Canadian company that shows that there's more things to do than just that. And when you have like-minded, or at least countries that are willing to find common ground and work together, there are huge opportunities that don't have the kind of strings or steel cables attached to them that sometimes they have when you're dealing with a great power, a China or a US.
Springboarding from what you're saying, and it's a really brutal truth, that when we see a crisis like the current Iran war, it creates winners and losers, right? Some of them are inadvertent, some of them are by design, if indeed an opportunity can be seized. Do you feel that this moment gives Canada an opening to become a major strategic infrastructure and energy partner for Asia for the long term, and not just a resource exporter?
Canada's biggest challenge over the past decades has been getting people to notice us. If you look at international conversations, oh, there's a Canadian, oh, aren't they nice? Or, oh yeah, there was a Canadian company doing an interesting thing, we should do some work with them. But nobody would think of, well, hey, are there market opportunities for us in Canada? It was for a whole bunch of different reasons. We're far from everyone. We're easily eclipsed by our much larger neighbor to the south. And people would say, oh, we have an America strategy, so we'll just, we'll have them visit Toronto every couple of years, and that'll be our Canadian strategy. And that, it was always a bit of an afterthought. And to a certain extent, it's understandable. There was a lot of people, despite the fact that Canada has always had an independent foreign policy and is proud of our own history and tradition, and we don't feel at all we're attached to the hip of the United States on every level. That's an easy shorthand for a very complicated world that people say, oh yeah, Canada, they'll just do whatever the US is doing, and if we've got a US strategy, we'll stretch it to Canada. The past few years, paradoxically, where the United States government has taken issue with Canada and is really pointing out that there are deep, deep differences between Canada and the United States, has led to Canada having a better around the world than anyone else. People have realized, okay, we're an alternative way into the North American market, which people want to do, but we're also players on our own. And that, like the way Canada has been connected multilaterally, we're in more multilateral organizations than just about anyone else. Yes, we're APEC, we're G7, we're G20, we're Commonwealth, we're Francophonie, we're part of the Organization of American States. The Canadian Prime Minister spends his time connecting with people that most other countries only see if they go to UN Week in September in New York. And all those ties mean, as we've continued to have strong institutions, as we made it through the pandemic and bounced back faster than just about any of our peer countries, as we have energy resources and environmental leadership and reliable trade and the most educated population in the OECD, people are suddenly saying, wow, there's a stable bet at a time where the world is a little riskier and a little unstable. So that's where the government that we were part of were so busy diversifying, and the work that Mark Carney, our current Prime Minister, is doing, deepening that and expanding that really aggressively. It's a great moment for Canada, and a big part of that is understanding that for all the association we have across the Atlantic, we are also a Pacific nation, and our engagement with ASEAN, with Asian economies in general, has been increasing massively over the past years.
One of the biggest themes that we've been talking about, Mr. Trudeau, here at Converge Live is, of course, artificial intelligence and things that are connected to that, like the data center build-out, and how that's really, it's not just reshaping the energy map, it's also reshaping the global map in terms of power and influence. Where do you feel the real strategic leverage in all of that lies?
I think the people who figure out, the countries that figure out quickest that AI is coming, is here, is inevitable. People are still saying whether or not we should slow it down, whether or not we should adopt it quickly, are missing the boat. It's coming. It's going to make as big a difference in our world as electricity did. You think of what our world would look like if suddenly we didn't have any more electricity and no more, like it would be completely different, the way the world was before, the way it is now. AI is going to create unbelievable growth, unbelievable wealth. The entire question is that growth and wealth going to be felt by everyone? And I don't just mean in every country around the world, although making sure that the global south is part of that is going to be essential. I mean, if the waiter who served you coffee this morning doesn't in 5 or 10 years say, wow, my life has gotten better and my kids' prospects are getting better because of AI, then we are headed towards a split and potentially a collapse. I mean, the perfect example is on trade. I don't need to tell anyone here that trade has created incredible wealth, incredible growth over the past decades, over the past centuries. And yet, the anti-trade backlash that we're experiencing politically in so many places is actually an anti-prosperity backlash. Countries are saying, we're going to bring in tariffs that are going to make us poorer. And how are they succeeding at that political offering? To actually offer lower growth to people and less wealth to everyone? Because too many people didn't feel that the wealth created by trade actually benefited them in any way. Too many people lost their jobs. Too many people, lost their savings. And wealth accrual was incredible. I mean, we've got way, way more high net worth individuals than have ever been had before, and they are wealthier than ever before. But ordinary, everyday citizens aren't getting the benefit from that, and they're happy to sit back and vote against trade, against globalization. But that is nothing compared to what happens if, as we build AI, as we figure out how to make everything easier, faster, cheaper, and more prosperous in just about everything we do, if the advantages accrue only to a few. I mean, we will probably in the coming years end up with a handful of trillionaires. That's okay in the sense that we need to aspire to something. But if suddenly we have 100 trillionaires or 1,000 trillionaires, something will be fundamentally wrong with the world, and everyone will be right in saying this system doesn't work.
What would you do to mitigate that?
Well, I mean, the question we have to ask is, first of all, we have to realize this. Because it's very tempting. Our companies, our systems are designed for an obligation to maximize shareholder returns. Like, corporations need to do that. And there is tremendous money to be made. And people say, oh, Well, if we do this, then that's great. We're doing our job, corporation, we're paying corporate taxes, that's great. It is the business of governments to take care of people and to make sure we have strong communities and good infrastructure and rules and stuff. Except governments will not be able to draw in the kind of revenue necessary to support people on the wealth generation without being part of the wealth generation that's happening. So what's going to happen is the corporate world is going to have to realize that if they don't start stepping up and realizing, no, there is a limit in terms of how much individual wealth we can get. We don't want to get to be in the business of running countries as corporates. We're not that. Some may want that, but it doesn't work. We need to figure out how to give communities and countries a tax base that allows them to say, look, if you as an accountant are about to be downsized from 5 days a week to 3 days a week because of AI, we're still going to be able to pay you for 5 days a week. Or we're still going to be able to pay you for 7 days a week because there's that much wealth created by AI. But that wealth created by AI, by going from 5 days a week to 3 days a week, those 2 days of value, that's going into the corporate pockets. That's not going into a public fund to make sure the employees are fine or former employees are fine. And it's going to require a rethinking. And it's going to happen one of two ways, just knowing human nature. Either we hold on long enough and don't change things until there is a revolution, a collapse, a disaster that causes, people bring out the pitchforks and the guillotines, and we have massive upheaval that's going to be very, very difficult and very painful. But the wealthiest will be able to stay protected as long as possible from all the challenges. Or else we start being responsible now and say, okay, we need to put AI in service of everyone. We need to make sure it's empowering and connecting people in useful ways, improving their quality of life, not just improving a company's bottom line. And that will require a shift that we all have to be part of. Right now, everyone's scared of AI because nobody seems to be thinking about the big picture of how the world's going to look. And that conversation has to involve everyone saying, okay, the trend line we're on leads to collapse if we're not really thoughtful and deliberate about it. And yeah, we're going to have more billionaires and maybe even a few trillionaires. And that'll be good as long as any family can imagine one of their kids, if they work hard enough and get lucky and succeed, could end up one of those billionaires or trillionaires. It's when families lose hope for that next generation that there be any possibility of advancement and of reaching the highest levels that people go anarchistic, nihilistic, let's just break the whole thing. So that's the conversation on AI that involves governments, but it has to increasingly involve companies, has to increasingly involve individuals and civil society in a way that we're not yet having, but there are positive signs that that's coming along.
And sadly, so often the regulators are scrambling to play catch-up, aren't they, to the velocity of the evolution of the
governments
technology.
can't lead on this. Canada was the first country in the world to launch a national AI strategy. I did that back in 2017 because we have people like Jeff Hinton and Joshua Bengio and Rich Sutton, some of the godfathers of AI, that developed the AI technology that now everyone else is making more money off of than Canada is. It's just the way it always works with Canada. But we were there, so we said, okay, let's create the strategy. We're trying to figure it out. But no country, except maybe the US or China, but even then, probably not, we all have to come together and realize this is bigger than any one of us. And that's where having reliable, trustworthy engagements, back to microlateralism, back to trade deals, back to win-wins, where there is trust, where we can say, okay, let's figure this out together. Governments can't do it on their own. It's just way too slow.
It's a collective responsibility, isn't it, to make sure that the guardrails are in place. We can't maybe solve the globe's challenges when it comes to AI disruption, but maybe we can bring it close to home here, Mr. Trudeau. Can you give us some actionable advice? Give the room some actionable advice on how to future-proof yourself and your business amid the AI disruption?
A big piece of it is what we should be demanding as citizens and consumers. The big currency of AI is data, and the requirements are massive amounts of power and energy. As individuals, as consumers, we have to start thinking very carefully about whether a given piece of technology is actually giving us more agency or taking away our agency. Is it actually connecting us to community, or is it disconnecting us from our neighbors? I mean, think about the internet in general. These are technologies that were supposed to give us infinite amounts of knowledge. Therefore, knowledge is power, so it was supposed to empower us. Access to all the libraries in the world means we were supposed to get smarter and more powerful, and ability to connect with each other even better as the internet connects. We were supposed to get more and more connected. Instead, technology, it's both disconnecting us into filter bubbles and echo chambers, polarizing us through our algorithms, and disempowering us as opposed to feeling powerful. And AI had better start turning that around, where individuals actually feel they have more control over their life, more control over the world, more control over what they're doing, owning their data, directing. If someone wants to sell an ad to you, they should be paying you for the privilege of showing you an ad, not whatever intermediary like Google or Meta or whatever that is getting the money for showing you an ad in exchange for data that you don't even understand the value of. I mean, there are changes happening in there because the fundamental needs of every human being is to feel connected and to feel valuable to our community. We're social animals. It comes down to that. We need to feel we have value to our community, our tribe. We need to feel seen and understood and connected to people. That's the basic need every human being has. And then we look at accumulation of wealth or accumulation of power as a useful proxy for how important we are for community, and we get lost in that. We don't actually feel connected to people anymore. I'm getting into philosophy now and sociology, but people need to feel connected and important to their community. And until we start demanding and expecting that our technology and our innovations actually drive that as individuals, as consumers, we're going to continue to chase shiny objects and lose ourselves in this. And I think that's the moment of awakening people are having. So demanding better from better privacy, better security, better control over your own data and your own value is going to be a huge part of how we hold against the incredible dominance of a handful of internet giants.
So we can certainly celebrate the achievements of AI, but let's just for 2 seconds celebrate the achievements of man or woman or person, because Canadian Jeremy Hansen has just become the very first non-American to travel beyond low Earth orbit. We're going to be talking about space and space developments later on today on Converge Live. But what are your predictions for space travel in the future?
It is so important and so exciting. I mean, there's a Canadian on that mission as the first non-American to actually see the Earth as a circle. Right? 50 years ago was the last time anyone had gone far enough from the Earth to actually see the entire shape of the Earth. Like everyone else who'd gone into low Earth orbit, which is the only orbit people have done for 50 years, you see a beautiful piece of the curve, but you don't see the whole thing. It is so important that we continue to expand till we push it. Canada made deliberate decisions about 8 years ago that we were going to be part of the lunar project, and this was the result of that. But it goes so far beyond that. I mean, the inspiration of being able to come together and do things with incredible competence. Like, I was watching on my social media feeds, the amount of people were saying, isn't it amazing to see people come together with extraordinary competence, do something really, really difficult, and succeed at it? I mean, it seems like every time we turn on the news, it's a car crash or a train wreck or a dumpster fire or all these things to feel depressed about. But the extraordinarily intellectual excellence involved in getting to the Earth and back, getting to the moon and back, and building on that is a bit of a return to, expertise, knowledge, science. I mean, it's time for a new enlightenment. There has been a celebration of ignorance, of lack of common sense, which is often wrong, but is so much easier to think, oh, if you want to be tough on crime, just lock everyone up and throw away the key. And then you get an academic come out and say, but that doesn't work to make you safer. Oh, yeah, but it feels good, so we're going to do that. We'll get elected on that, instead of looking at the things that actually work, which requires a little more thought. There's an attack on experts. There's an attack on knowledge and science. And being able to successfully send people to orbit the moon and come back, like, that's a big, big deal. And we need more of that, not less of that. We need kids to be dreaming about that instead of dreaming of, getting the perfect selfie in front of a beautiful waterfall and making a living off of that. I mean, there's going to be need for that too, but especially in an AI world, the need for artists and creativity and passion and connection and human-to-human services. I mean, one of the things we're seeing as we're getting more and more technological and more online is a rise of in-person events. People want to be there and go to the movies and watch with an audience. They want to see their favorite podcasters, in a hotel ballroom or in an arena. There is a desire by humans to connect with each other. Best thing, it's been decades that computers are better at playing chess than humans. And yet there have never been more views on humans playing humans at chess than there are right now. There are no sites, or almost no sites, where computers are playing computers at chess. Nobody cares about that. We want the human experience. So the optimism I have, whether it's sending people to space or using AI to connect and power, it's going to be the human experience. It's going to be how we connect with each other in real, tangible ways that's going to make the huge difference. And that's the hump we've got to get over right now. And we have a lot of challenges ahead, but I take that the space exploration piece of it as some of those things that, I mean, we've had probes going to the moon, probes going to Mars for years, everything like that. Nothing, regardless of the fact they may take better pictures, it doesn't hit us in the heart and in the gut nearly as much as that's a person. That's the first woman to get to the moon. That's the first black man to get to the moon. That's the first non-American to get to the moon, or to get around the moon. These are things that wake people up. And as we start landing on the moon, as we start stretching towards Mars, those are the things that are going to keep people feeling excited and empowered about a future that is, yes, massively filled with challenges, but also so exciting because there's so much we're going to do and discover in the coming years, as long as we manage to keep that sense of wonder and share it with our neighbors.
Us humans are pretty amazing, aren't we? Hurrah for us humans. Just don't let the robots over in the tech zone hear us, yeah? I've got 2 minutes left, so please indulge me, Mr. Trudeau, because I love your passion, and you've really, I think, imparted to the room this passion about how excited you are for the future of what humans can achieve. Whether it's the opposite of that or something completely different, what keeps you up at night? Oh, you sleep like a baby.
No, I do. Actually, that was one of my big secrets. 10 years as Prime Minister, I slept about 8 or 9 hours almost every night. And that was sort of practical because it meant that all the international travel I had, I wasn't showing up with a sleep deficit, so I could bounce back through jet lag very quickly. And, international summits are really important to gather people together, but everyone's so jet lagged, it's hard to get things done. It's a really interesting contradiction. What keeps me up is the fact that so many people are being convinced that they don't matter anymore, that they don't have agency over their world, that they don't have an ability to shape their own future, that nothing they do actually matters. If people believe they don't matter and they don't have hope and they don't have optimism, we're hooped. And so much of this world right now, in so many ways, is about sort of undermining that sense that you can be optimistic. Climate change, it's such a big disaster. How can anything any one of us does actually fight climate change? It can't do it. Well, we got there through billions of small actions that brought us in the wrong direction or in a challenging direction. Billions of small actions is what's going to get us out of it as well. The ability of an individual to shape the world around them through their actions is so important. It's indeed the only thing. And that lack of hope, that lack of optimism we see in certain generations in certain part of the world scares me. But young people get a bad reputation for being pessimistic and cynical every now and then, but often it's in response to the fact that they don't feel like they are given any of the tools to have an impact because they want to shape the world around them. And that's what we have to do. So what keeps me up is this idea that people are losing hope and optimism. And what keeps me optimistic, though, is the fact that I have seen firsthand in conversations with community folks, at summits with some of the great leaders around the world, how many good people are leaning in to try and solve these incredible problems. Yes, there's some people who don't get it out there, some leaders who are causing more challenges than others, but there are also so many good people at all levels who are leaning in meaningful ways that keep me very, very optimistic.
So the bottom line is everybody lean in, right? We can all make a difference. It's been really wonderful to hear your thoughts because you're someone who's not just had a front row seat watching the world go round. You have been able to influence the world going round. So, Mr. Trudeau, former Canadian Prime Minister, thank you so much for your time. Everybody, let's show our thanks to Mr. Trudeau.
That was lovely.
Thank you so much. Sorry it's so hot. Never mind. That was really wonderful, wasn't it? There's a whole lot more coming your way here at Converge Live, but we are going to take a break for lunch. Please do go and enjoy all the various yummy things that have been prepared for you. We're going to be joining Morgan Brennan after the break, taking a look at supply chains and delve deeper into the business of sports and expansion in the APAC region later on this afternoon. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
A fantastic stepping stone into a far bigger market that supports us in terms of innovation. What you need to understand for innovation is that you need to have the community together. You need credibility and reliability, IP protection, the stability on policy guidelines, but also regulatory. We have that all in that same ecosystem in Singapore, which is absolutely key if you want to stick to a future strategy.
Hi, I'm Anthony Tan, the co-founder and CEO of Grab. Developing AI solutions for the whole region isn't easy, but when we get it right, the results can be transformational. Singapore provides us with an ecosystem to experiment and scale. It's also home to our first AI Center of Excellence. And in nurturing environments, bold ideas don't just survive, they thrive.
When you think about Singapore as a city-state, it is actually quite remarkable that it has become an innovation role model. One thing that Singapore can do for the whole region is that it can help with things like cross-border data flows, transparency, regulatory frameworks. A lot of multinational companies that have grown up here are a wonderful set of partners for companies coming in who then want to grow in the rest of Southeast Asia.
Hi, I'm Kevin Chung, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Ryder. Companies like mine are proof that an AI-powered future is already here. And if you want to experience that future firsthand, there's only one place in the world you need to be.
Last year, CNBC made history with Converge Live. We brought together over 700 of the world's most influential business leaders, investors, and policymakers all under one roof at the iconic Jewel in Singapore.
Converge Live, at its core, is an opportunity for global leaders to connect and drive transformation.
The conversations were bold, timely, and transformative, tackling topics like AI, global trade, sustainability, and the future of leadership.
We have a very severe supply-demand problem. That's a big deal. No American voter will ever accuse Donald Trump of being weak on China.
This year we're going further. Bold voices, bigger ideas, deeper conversations, setting a new standard for global thought leadership. Converge Live 2026 begins now.
Well, okay, I'm the entertainment to just fill a bit of time here. So let's do some entertainment, shall we? We've got a couple of quizzes here for you. And it's going to be a simple A, B, C, D kind of situation where I'll say, do you believe it's A? And you put up your hand. Is it B? Is it C? Is it D? It's super simple. Anyone can do it. So here's the first one for you. Okay, listen in. Which country currently has the most billionaires in the world? Do you think it's A? No takers for A. Do you think it's B? Okay, a few takers for B. A bit of a non-committal B down here from Ollie. Do you think it's C, India? Okay, a few takers for India. Or D, Saudi Arabia? Oh, guys, really? Stole my thunder. Okay, it's A. It's the United States. Never mind. Should we do the second quiz? Maybe we'll all be in sync this time, yeah? Okay, next one. Which country currently controls the narrowest choke point in global shipping? Narrower even than that of the Strait of Hormuz. Is it A, Iran? Anyone? Okay. B, Egypt. Show of hands for Egypt. No one for Egypt. C, Panama. Okay, couple for Panama. Oh, few for Panama. And D, Singapore. Yep, you got it. The winner is Singapore. The Strait of Singapore narrows to less than 2 nautical miles. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 nautical miles at its narrowest point. So actually, there's really quite a difference there. Fantastic. Okay, you've been a wonderful audience. Thanks for your time. I'm going to hand you over to the serious stuff now. Scotty, come on up.
Nicely done.
Have some fun.
Nicely done. Well, welcome back from lunch. Just heard the Prime Minister a short time ago talk about the rules-based order coming apart. I want to talk about what that looks like now on the factory floor, in the shipping container, and at the store. And to do that, Morgan's going to come back with her panel and have that conversation. Come on back, Morgan.
Thank you, Scott. Well, let's welcome to the Converge live stage. We have Captain Raja Subramaniam, the CEO of Fleet Management. It's one of the world's largest ship management companies. We're also joined by Stanley Sito, Executive Chairman, Leverstyle. It's a Hong Kong-listed apparel maker. And Thomas Knudsen. I did it, right? Close enough. APAC Managing Director of jewelry giant Pandora. Welcome to all of you to the stage. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So we're going to talk about supply chain, we're going to talk about logistics, and we're going to talk about what that looks like from start to finish here, and from each of your unique vantage points. I'm looking through my notes, and one of the things it says is how geopolitical stress translates into decisions about routes, factories, inventory, pricing, and ultimately consumer experience. So that's what I think I want to talk about here. And Captain Raja, I'm going to start this with you because you do manage ships, and we know that the Strait of Hormuz, going back to shipping lanes, has been a huge choke point for a number of different materials and supply chains. What are you seeing in real time right now?
Well, it's quite interesting in terms of, first and foremost, thank you to CNBC for the invitation to share a few thoughts. We have seen in terms of supply chains, in terms of global transportation, and as we all know, more than 80% of global trade is actually shipped on ships, year on year. And any supply chain which is at duress at the moment, we've seen other phenomena in the past, but this one seems to be like the mother of all crises. Just imagine. There's more than about 2,000 vessels in the Persian Gulf stuck, and we just multiply that by the number of people on the vessels. You're talking about nearly between 20,000 to 30,000 mariners, professional mariners, who did not sign up to be in warlike zones stuck in the area. And this is now week 7 since it first started on the 28th of February. And we are seeing a phenomenal and critical levels of the human emotions in the locality, where we hope that it becomes open quite soon. What we need is rules-based, the right of innocent passage through as dictated and as allowed by international law. So that is what we look for, because the longer this gets in this current scenario, the longer it's going to take to recover.
Are you being affected by this right now in real time?
Sorry, I can't hear you much at all.
I know it's a little tricky, right? Is Lever being affected by this? Are you seeing real-time impacts from what we're seeing with the Strait of Hormuz right now?
Yes, certainly. We produce garments for brands around the world, out of Asia, and to the extent that shipping is disrupted, then the cost goes up. Also, material prices have been going up. Polyester is a petroleum-derived material, so costs going up, let's say 20%. Cotton also going up in prices. So all these things are making it very inflationary.
And when we talk about jewelry, the jewelry piece of this, I think sometimes it's missed how many metals are also affected, or from a global supply chain standpoint in the Middle East right now.
I mean, if we look at just the last couple of years, what happened in gold and silver pricing, obviously that's a huge impact for us. And at Pandora now, we need to say, how do we deal with this? We cannot just transfer all that over to consumers. So pricing and how can we innovate and how can we potentially look at new alloys, it has completely disrupted the base model of how we've been working.
Are you seeing prices, or is there an expectation that prices are going to rise between both the prices of like silver and gold that we saw even before this conflict and now the impact to actually make
It's been a huge roller coaster, right? 1 week it goes up a lot, and then the next week down, and how do we manage that? Luckily at Pandora we have a lot of volume, so we managed to hedge our prices quite advanced into the future, so we're not hit directly. But if it continues like this, obviously, then everyone working in silver and gold will have to consider how do we protect margins.
Raj, I want to go back to the key point you made before, and that is the human piece of this. We have a ceasefire afoot, but we also have, headlines, it seems, almost every hour about how the state of the strait is actually faring. When you talk about that human piece of this, what does it take to actually get people evacuated? Are people getting evacuated from some of these ships? Can they be evacuated? Can you move the ships? What would it take for you to move the ships?
Okay. We all know the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, right? Ceasefire, and the ceasefire which is currently there assist in some margin of evacuation of our people, right? But you just imagine the Persian Gulf is not supposed to have that many vessels stuck in the locality. They're supposed to be moving. On average, about 120, 130 ships move in and out of the Straits of Hormuz. Stuck, and then the ships are not onshore, at berth, so they are at sea. So in order the logistics nightmare, the critical logistics nightmare to get, the mariners at sea, on the ships, they require food, they require water, they need communications, right? So when you have that, it is easing up a bit, but it is at a critical level that, I've been in this industry 42 years, right? Since my sailing days. I have not seen one of this magnitude, and it is not just the Persian Gulf. When we talk about supply chain chokes, it's not just the Persian Gulf. We're also talking about the outer estuaries, the Gulf of Oman. We're also talking about the Red Sea. We're also talking about the Gulf of Aden. So you're talking about the entire locality where when you want to evacuate, you're talking about 2x what we're talking about in the Persian Gulf itself. So it is taking a big human toll. And I reiterate again, mariners did not sign up to be in warlike areas. So freedom of navigation, rights of innocent passage is a basic requirement for global trade to flow seamlessly, right? So there's a big human cost. It is taking a big toll on me as the CEO of the company, with a number of people that I have in there, over the last 24 hours, when you talk about the tit for tat, which is going on, it is just that we need to move our vessels into safer locations. We need to ensure that the call out to our team members on board the vessels, etc. So it takes. Then we're talking about the families, the extended families of the mariners, for example. The number of contingency calls that you need to call to make sure that the psychology is at work to ensure that the human emotion of the mariners who are in the locality is taken care of, right? So it is not a simple thing. And then this will definitely take longer, even if the Straits of Hormuz is open, all right? You're not talking about a rush of vessels going in and out. There's going to be precautions in place. There's going to be caution in place. The chaps who are going to sign on board the vessel are going to take a bit longer to see situations actually get a little bit more better. So these are the practical granularities that everyone has to be well aware about, and it is not good for seamless global trade overall and transportation.
With lever style specifically, we've talked about it here on stage for the last 2 days, and I'm going to put this to you now. We're talking about a war right now with Iran and in the Middle East. Last year, it was a trade war that was enacted with Liberation Day from the U.S., and obviously we continue to see those trade policies evolve and shift. Before that, it was a pandemic. I could just go down the list here over the last 5 to 10 years. How do you navigate that longer term in terms of supply chain, and what does it mean for the actual manufacturing operation?
Well, long-term planning is becoming more and more difficult. We started with COVID. So I'm in the apparel industry, and when people were locked down at home, they didn't need to buy clothes. So like dresses, pants, high heels, suits, these were not sold at all. And so 2020, 21 were the worst years ever for the apparel industry. So demand just basically bottomed like that. And then there was a very big rebound afterwards as people got back out again. And then last year we got Liberation Day tariffs, when tariffs on, let's say, China went up to, at one point, like 140, 50%. That's basically an embargo. And of course, this year, we now have the energy crisis. It seems like the best way to sort of adapt to that is just produce as late as possible, just in time, so that you know that the demand is going to be there if you produce it. And even if it costs a bit more to produce or to air it, it's better to do that than to produce way ahead of time, and then you're stuck with excess inventory, stockouts, and whatnot.
And what does that mean for your customers that are actually taking that inventory that you're making and then putting it onto store shelves?
Well, the later they decide whether to buy that inventory is the better for them. And we're seeing a shift towards more and more air freight. So I just looked up our numbers. Like year to date, we're talking about almost half of our shipments is by air. Whereas last year it was only about a third. And I think the year before that will be even lower. So there's a big migration towards speed, because that helps reduce excess inventory, and makes it much sort of less risk.
That's really fascinating. I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, either of you, but air freight tends to be a lot more expensive than moving something by container in a ship.
Exactly.
Yeah, so obviously air doesn't work for very bulky products like big furniture, but for sort of a light consumer products such as apparel or watches or phones, that is a very viable alternative.
Yeah. What are you seeing at Pandora as you navigate global tariffs, and what does it mean specifically for this part of the world and demand signals?
No, I think in general, the stress that we have to navigate, you can say with tariffs last year, US being our biggest market, how do we navigate around that, and what impact does it have on us as a company and our employees? We have adapted, there's a just-in-time principle, we say just in case. What happens here and what happens here? And what we've done now is, for instance, everything was going into the US before, into Canada. We can't do that anymore. In a matter of weeks, we set up a new distribution hub in Canada to make sure we could navigate around the tariffs. But it's a constant requirement that we can tap into something, but we can again reverse it, because what will happen next week, next month, So the discipline around how to manage and lead now is very much on be prepared. You can't be ready, but you need to be prepared for change because it's happening all the time.
How are consumers reacting to all of this across your different markets?
Well,
right, like how do you balance that, like supply chain management, some of the risks associated with policy uncertainty globally, against consumers still looking to buy, jewelry and for it to grow?
What still works in this world is that consumer is king. And we need to have product available when they want to have them, whether in physical stores or online. And of course, that is a challenge now when we move things around. And again, that's why we constantly monitor where do we need to have stock sitting, where can we move it, and then simply make sure that we can react again. Will we take everything back from Canada to the US? Probably not, because we've also learned now we can service the market much faster. We can see our conversion rates online goes up because we have a shorter delivery time. So yeah, it costs some money over here, but we win some over there. And then the agility of adaptation is key.
Captain Raja, I want to get your reaction to air freight versus shipping. Like, have you seen the mix in terms of demand for your services change or shift here in recent years, especially coming out of the pandemic and thinking about tariffs and now, of course, geopolitical risk?
In this particular instance, in the current crisis, we are not seeing it yet, right? Because when you talk about the Persian Gulf, right? The Persian Gulf, generally the exports are the energy exports. You're talking about oil, you're talking about gas, and then you're talking about fertilizers, right? Which generates fertilizers, sulfur, those sort of commodities, where generally it is shipped by vessels, right? In bulk. But what we did see during the COVID period was that there were movements, heavier movements also trajectorily on the bellies of the cargo planes, right? The cargo planes were, even passenger planes were being converted to carry cargo, which could be shipped, all right? So we did see that trajectory, but probably if it takes a little while longer, there may be some of that, but the main commodities in the Middle East are not those which is being used in the retail supply chain, those sort of areas, right? So you don't see a heavy substitution coming in for global transportation. And what I would like to, cautiously advise everyone, this, even after, peace comes to the locality, our thoughts and prayers to everybody directly and indirectly affected due to this geopolitical scenario and the wildlife environment, it is going to be higher for longer in terms of supply chain cost.
You're all nodding your heads.
I don't think we can change that. We just have to lean in,
pass
right?
it to the consumer, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimately, it will all be passed to the consumer because businesses in between just cannot absorb that. And if that, because of price elasticity, maybe demand will soften a bit, but that's probably how it's going to play out.
Before I open this up to questions, Stanley, I'm just going to ask you one more, and that is, this is a theme we see materializing in the U.S. I'm curious what you're seeing from your vantage point, in Hong Kong and in this region, and that is the role that AI and automation are playing on factory floors now, too. And what that means for the cost of manufacturing, even as we talk about costs associated with supply chains, or I guess costs associated with shipping, transportation.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you in the middle.
AI, autonomy, new technologies on the factory floor, how does all of that factor into this?
Okay. Yeah, AI definitely is going to be very important going forward, but it's still early days, and we're seeing very slight improvements in efficiency, and our company is also working hard to adopt some of it, but it's not going to be something that's going to be like this. Suddenly you have a 30% in productivity growth, and then it counterbalances all the inflationary pressures that we're seeing.
Okay. With that, I will open it up to the audience for questions. Do we have any? I'm going to bring you a mic. Here we go.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And thank you for your contribution. I work in supply chain finance. I appreciate your comment. But financial markets have remained extremely calm so far. There is no obvious evidence of a rise on risk premium. I would like to know if, in your view, we are just mispricing the risk? Are there any hidden non-performing loans certainly rise in the commodity trading industry? What is going on there? And everyone is talking about the blockade and human disaster aside. You still have 2,000 ships. And again, there is no evidence of stress in financial markets. I would like to have your view as industry experts, please.
May I take a crack at it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm no finance expert, but this war is not universally bad for everybody. Right? Shipping companies have been making a killing from the higher rates. Defense companies are getting a lot more orders. And so there are selective industries that are actually benefiting from this. Oil companies are seeing their stock prices at all-time high. So a stock index composes of a lot of these companies as well as industries that have been negatively affected. So maybe overall we're not seeing this sharp sort of downturn because there are some industries that are benefiting.
If I can, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks. I can't hear myself. So, if you look at the maritime space, right? If you look, everybody reads from the same financial publications in terms of financial liquidity still being available into industries, waiting to invest, right? Liquidity not invested means nothing, all right? So financial liquidity needs to be invested. If you talk about the shipping market for example, right? Though currently in this unfortunate environment, there are still segments which could be invested, but there are still segments which is going through some rough periods, all right? So they are still there. But if you look at overall, it's quite stable in the shipping industry. Now, you're also talking about the global world. I like what Mr. Trudeau mentioned just now, earlier, very passionately, right? The use of AI and technology, but in terms of social justice for that to happen, right? In terms of how do you have social justice? Same, social justice in decarbonization, right? So the investments into future-focused assets where they use dual fuel, reduce emissions, etc., all right, that will come under duress because it's a long-term investment in shipping. So you need certain rules-based clarity in terms of those investments. I guess it'll go through a certain period of opaqueness before it becomes clearer. That's how I see it. I don't see in the maritime industries non-performing loans, NPL becoming that much elevated, but there's a lot of investments required in the industry to ensure that the global supply chain, global transportation, which is more than 80%, I reiterate this again, global transportation, global trade is very, very dependent on shipping being seamless, vibrant, so that needs to be maintained. In order to do that, you need the professional mariners. Give or take about 3 million mariners in the world for the blue ocean fleet. Yeah, I'm talking about just the blue ocean fleet. And talent has to come in as well into the industry. So in a broader remit, that's how I see it. So the sooner rule-based order comes into play, the better for everyone.
I think we have time for one more question. We're going to push the clock a little bit here.
Thank you. I have a question on the insurance. You've talked about lots of things, but not about insurance, which apparently is the biggest choke point now for these ships that are waiting. And even if they get the green flag from the US and Iran, they can't get through without insurance.
Yeah.
So how does that fix itself? And secondly, why is it that Lloyd's of London has 90% market share in insurance? Is it such a bad business to be in that nobody else wants to get in?
Should I take it? All right. I didn't get your second question. I got your first.
Okay, the second question was Lloyd's of London apparently is the largest insurer of marine traffic, 90% market share. Is it such a bad business that nobody else wants to get in? Why is it so?
Okay, I'm not so sure that I can speak on behalf of the insurance industries, but from the limited knowledge that I have in this area, right? Number one, you're talking about the insurance market for the vessels in this IBF and JMIC extruded areas, right? Be it Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, right? It's certainly elevated, all right? Because there's a risk premium to pay in order to ensure that the insurance industry also remains sustainable overall, right? So there is an elevation, and this elevation is changing every week and at every change of scenario, which is going on at the moment. So I'm seeing, from the limited knowledge that I have and what I'm seeing, it's staggering in terms of what it is, right? Then on your second point of the maritime insurance market, for example, it's actually pretty spread out. It's actually pretty spread out because there's a direct insurance market, which is for the hull and machinery. There's a direct insurance market for protection and indemnity for all third-party liabilities. And also there is that reinsurance market which is there, which ensures that the overall maritime insurance industry remains sustainable. So that's where you're seeing in terms of the Lloyd's insurance market that you're talking about. Sorry.
Okay, I think we have to finish up right there. Thank you all for joining me here on stage. It's great to have you, Raja Subramaniam, Stanley Sito, and Thomas Knudsen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Morgan. Great. We'll see you later on. So we've been talking about supply chains. Let's move over to the topic of AI agents, because, of course, they're not just a concept. They're being deployed in the here and the now. And our tech guy, Arjun Kapil, waiting in the wings over there, is going to speak to some people who are actually building them. So, Arjun, come on up. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Probably more than any other topic over the past 2 days. But there's a difference about people talking about them and AI actually being deployed. I genuinely think this is going to be one of the most important topics this year around the AI story, the development and deployment of AI agents. So let's get this talk underway. I first want to introduce Clay Bavor, the co-founder of Sierra, to the stage. Clay, welcome. Arya Bolorfashan is the CEO of Applied AI. And Ravi Sarayogi, co-founder of Unifor. Thank you so much for joining.
Pleasure.
Welcome to Converge, and thank you all for joining me today. I said at the start, I think this is going to be and is one of the most important topics in AI right now, agentic AI. But let's just set out our stalls. We've been talking about AI assistants, for years. What makes agentic AI meaningfully different? What have been the advances, and what makes them viable now to deploy in the enterprise? Clay, I'll kick off with you.
Well, to start, 10 years ago, when AI assistants were first coming into being, they were basically a pile of if-then-else statements. So the big change in that time period is obviously large language models have become a thing. And language models can not only generate and understand language, they can reason, they can help make decisions. Today, as you've seen, they can even write code. And so fundamentally, AI agents represent software that can reason, decide, take action, make decisions, and actually, as we think about it, get a job done. And so it's qualitatively different from anything we've seen previously that wasn't powered by a language model.
So Arya, just picking up on Clay's point, this is a meaningful architectural shift we're seeing with the technology.
Yeah, so, if you think about enterprises and how they operate, it's a bunch of processes that basically run the company. And a lot of these processes were built upon constraints in the past that were limited to the human mind or if-then-else statements. So I think what we see is the fundamental structural change is the fact that you have to reimagine and re-engineer these with the tools of agents. So for example, if you wanted to have medical records summarized, you'd have to sort them first and the limitations of the human mind to be able to go through that, whereas now, that entire part of the process can be skipped. So think about the number of global man-hours that are spent on constraints that don't exist anymore.
And Ravi, from your point of view, what has changed fundamentally to allow AI agents to grow and be adopted by enterprise?
So first of all, Arjun, thanks for having me here.
AI agents in action is perhaps the top of mind for all of us here in APAC and globally. It is no more the question of what AI agents can do, but the point to be noted here is that what they are actually delivering in terms of value. And what is fundamentally shifted is that, at least with 20% of the organizations that we have been working with, we see that they have moved away from experimentation phase to actually getting AI in action and delivering real business outcomes. And that has fundamentally shifted from where we were last year, where a lot of experimentation, a lot of pilots were happening, to today, where we are actually seeing true value and true outcomes being delivered by these enterprises in terms of faster growth, lower cost, productivity gains, and delivering real business outcomes.
I posed this question to Clay when we did an interview not too long ago on CNBC, but Ravi, I'll start with you. You know, there sometimes can be in technology a disconnect between what the tech companies are saying about a technology and the actual adoption of that technology at the enterprise level. With AI agents, where are we right now in terms of, is hype outrunning reality, or is there a convergence of somewhat between the hype and reality?
I think there is a fundamental shift at this point in time. What we are seeing is that when we talk about AI agents to be deployed in enterprises, that's where rubber meets the road. That's where actually money is being made. The core bottom four layers of the stack, which is power, chips, data center, and models are out there. But where rubber meets the road is where enterprises really truly use AI and enable productivity gains out of that. What we are seeing in reality right now is when you talk about enterprises enabling AI, you need to deliver reliable outcomes. You need to deliver deterministic outcomes. And it's a long horizon outcome that you are looking at. And for that to deliver, it's important that your stack, which is composed of data, which is composed of knowledge, model, and agents, are working together in tandem and delivering that long horizon outcome. So your memory and state of that memory has to be part of the architecture. And you cannot simply rely on the model anymore. And that's fundamentally shifting, where enterprises are really looking at what should be the platform strategy, how the stack should work, and how they can create their assets and their IP on that stack to deliver a reliable outcome.
Arya, from your point of view as well, do you see kind of hype and reality converging, or is there still any kind of disconnect?
Yeah, so we call ourselves applied AI. So we're really focused on the hardcore application. We say we're the world's most boring AI company in the sense that we're focused on the results. And you know, AI is everywhere except the bottom line. And we're seeing the kind of frustration of these pilots and experimentation being done. So you know, we've been on the front line as practitioners for 5 years now, seeing the reality, not the hype. And what we see is the issues isn't always tech-related. The majority of the barriers are adoption and human psychology. People are worried about losing their jobs, so they sabotage pilots, which I understand. You know, it's a livelihood. So one thing and number two is people that know the processes best are not IT or management. It's the process owner in the front line. And they're the non-technical user that's often ignored. So they feel that, you know, every time there's an AI initiative by management, we call it the rolling eyes problem. People doing the work roll their eyes because they're like, I have to build a workaround for this workaround that someone who doesn't know what I'm doing wants to impose on me for some shareholder update. So we really try and empower the business process owner in the front line. We call it the IKEA effect. If they're the ones building it, then they will use it.
Right.
So I think that's where it gets real, as opposed to all the hype.
I just want to get a show of hands, if you'll indulge me for a second. Who, in their job, we've got different industries represented there, actually uses any kind of AI agent? It's like a healthy portion of people, right, Clay? And you were speaking to me about enterprise adoption and some of the examples of that. Are you seeing like more adoption in certain industries than others at this point in time? Where are you seeing kind of the most optimism and uptake of the technology?
Well, I think if you ask most economists what are the two areas of the economy where AI is unequivocally having an impact today, it's coding and then it's customer service and customer-facing applications. And Sierra, our company, is the leader in the latter space. We help companies build customer-facing AI agents. So, for instance, if you call Singtel here in Singapore and you're having trouble with your Wi-Fi or your device, an AI agent will pick up and help troubleshoot and get you back up and running. If you're traveling, it can help you figure out what international roaming plan is right for you. And on your question about, what's the intersection between hype and reality, we work with 25% of the Fortune 50. 50% of our customers do over $1 billion in revenue per year. 25% do over $10 billion a year. And our agents are making meaningful impact to bottom line cost savings and even top line revenue expansion through things like subscription churn management, increasing retention rates, and so on. So we see the impact being real, and in fact, the bottleneck for us right now is actually how quickly can we grow to meet the demand. Part of that demand comes from how we charge for the software, which is on an outcomes basis. We charge when we solve a problem well for our customers, and only then. So it aligns our success with our customers in what we call outcome-based pricing.
Rather than a traditional sort of per seat SaaS model, effectively.
It's very different from that. It aligns the service we deliver with actually delivering value in the form of either cost savings or revenue generation for our customers.
Ravi, when you speak to enterprise about adoption, what kind of response are you getting? But also, are there any bottlenecks? One of the conversations I had with a lot of AI agent companies was that, there's still data silos within organizations. This makes it difficult to roll out agentic AI at scale. The pilots, and Ari, you made an interesting point about potentially sabotaging those pilots because of fear of job implications. Right now, Ravi, as you approach the enterprise, what are the conversations happening? How is that adoption looking? Where is it being adopted?
So at Unifor today, we have enabled enterprises, 2,500 plus enterprises globally with our platform. And the way we operate with them, and these are the top 5 banks, Fortune 500 companies, top telcos, big 4 consulting firms who are working together with us in enabling AI. Now, when we talk about enabling AI for enterprise, of course, the biggest roadblock that we see is how data is aligned, right? I'll give you one example of one of the recent deployments that we have done with a large PC and hardware manufacturer. And this is a very unique marketing use case that we stumbled upon. This enterprise had close to 400 million plus records of their end consumer base stored across 50 plus different sources. And because of that, every time they enabled a marketing campaign, it was slow, it was siloed, and it was very costly. We started working with them, created an entire data layer through our data agents, which enabled them to have a synchronized data ecosystem for all their 400 million plus customer base with a first-party data contact without moving it. And that's a very important matter. We don't move the data. And as we do that, we certainly have enabled them to create a full ecosystem of marketing campaign, which can be launched in a couple of hours through marketing AI agents. And by doing that, they are able to transform their revenue growth in double-digit growth now, and accessing customer first-party data information, which was unused, 50% of which was unused until now. So a lot of different kinds of use cases that we are seeing. With an insurance company, we are able to reduce their claims processing time from 27 minutes to 3 minutes. For an oil and gas company, a lot of revenue leakage has been stopped. So we are looking at very differentiated use cases, which was perhaps not possible in the past because we did not have an AI ecosystem that we have today.
And Ari, you applied AI, you're working directly with the enterprises. What are some of the challenges you're having to overcome at this point as you implement agents within an organization?
Yeah, I would say there's 3 main challenges that we see. Number 1 is what we call the contortion problem, which is historically, we're used to businesses contorting themselves for software. So the ERP say, this is what you have to do it, so you kind of change your business to match these softwares, whereas it should be the other way around. The optimal process and software should be amenable. So we see ourselves as assuring them that they don't have to change their ERP systems. The kind of orchestration layer sits on top and can interact with all the systems that they currently have. Number 2 is the automation trap, which I mentioned earlier, which was, if there's one message that I want to kind of share with everybody here, is stop automating broken processes. right? There's a lot of these constraints that were added together. The business process re-engineering is a pain that you have to go through at some point, and anything else is a band-aid solution. In particular, when you're highly regulated. So we focus on insurance companies, banks, and healthcare, and you have to have deterministic outcomes every single time, right? So if it's a human life on the line or underwriting of a bank or a loan, these things have to be kind of rethought. And the third one is, I think you have to share the gains with your workforce in order to avoid the sabotage, to have an incentive for people to actually increase their productivity. So in our implementations in highly regulated sectors, we've seen at least 10x increase in output per person per day for underwriters, for claims processors, for insurers. And if you're paying labor by time, there's no incentive for them to have that increase. So we're a big advocate that to experience real enterprise adoption, you have to ask yourself the hard question of how do you have variable-based compensation? And I think these three things are blockers.
I posted about our talk ahead on LinkedIn and asked people if they had any questions or thoughts. One of the things that came up was security and trust in AI agents. And it got me thinking about a recent post from Anthropic and how they said, well, you can now message your agent and it will carry on the task on your computer. And I was thinking, are we just one rogue agent move away from, real resistance to the idea of agents? And how are you dealing with trust and risk management? Clay, I'll kick off with you when it comes to these agents, which are eventually going to be touching perhaps even more critical processes.
Trust is hugely important for us as a company because ultimately our customers are entrusting us with their customers, their most valuable asset. And Arya touched on this. I think one of the things of central importance, given that we work with many of the largest, most sophisticated and regulated companies in the world across every industry, including healthcare, financial services, and beyond, is that you're confident that the agent will do it the right way. And so we and others have taken a multi-layered approach where whenever an agent is taking an action, and our agents can send satellite signals from space to move a subscription from one car to another, can send a new pair of shoes in the mail. We originate over $1 billion of new mortgages every month for Rocket Mortgage in the United States. We help people find homes. You got to get this stuff right. And so a layered approach that combines deterministic controls around API access. One thing that's kind of interesting is this notion of a supervisor agent. It's like a boss agent looking over the shoulder of the primary agent saying, are you doing this right? Is this factual? Are you dispensing medical advice? If not, right, you're going to send it back to correct it. So it's hugely important to get these things right. And I think by demonstrating the capabilities of groundedness and staying within guardrails, including using things like simulations. This is very interesting. These systems are non-deterministic, and they need to be able to respond to anyone saying anything. So we may run 100,000 simulations of different conversations with synthetic customers using synthetic systems before releasing an agent. And it's those layered approaches that I think give customers confidence in the reliability and earn the trust. But it's such an evolving space. I think if you told me that a lot of people in our space would have a agent running wild on their desktop computer, letting it go wild, 6 months ago, I'm not sure I would have believed you. That's the brave new world that we're in, and I think security standards and other guardrails will have to rise to the occasion.
And Arya, how are you approaching it? Similar format as Clay and Sierra?
Yeah, so every time we work on a new process, we actually have 15 agents that are kind of your colleagues building it. One of them is a policy agent to make sure it's secure with all the policies that you have, legal agent to go through all the legal constraints, and one for security. Our partners are the hyperscalers, so we're kind of fully in the tenancy of the bank, so your data never leaves. But at one point that I agree with Clay, and I want to make in addition to that, is you don't necessarily need large language models for everything. We often say if you want to move a mouse somewhere, you don't need to get an A380 to move it. So we think model routing to optimize for security is a huge part of this, where you can actually use small language models that run locally, either on-prem or in the enterprise itself, so nothing ever leaves. One of the big concerns on security is if it kind of leaves to an LLM call every single time, you want to do everything. What happens with context and memory, etc. So be smart and think about if you actually need to leave your infrastructure at all.
And Ravi, what about at Unifor? How do you approach the trust and the risk question?
I think it is intrinsically built into the platform that we have. We have three core components that we have thought deeply through. One, the platform needs to be completely sovereign, where it can be deployed in any kind of framework. It has to be composable, but most importantly, it has to be AI secure. When we talk about AI security, you're talking about evals, you're talking about guardrails, but more importantly, when you build those agents and when you have those small language models built on the platform, how do you enable data traceability? How do you enable, how do you reproduce the outcome? How do you ensure that you go back to the data point which was used to fine-tune the model and course correct? And those are key components. That's how we build the platform, and that's how we enable our enterprises to ensure that when the feedback loop comes through, the feedback loop takes care of all those secured elements, because as a model, it enables a probabilistic response. And how do you add additional agents to make it deterministic goes a long way to ensure security is out there. Of course, by working with large enterprises globally, the Fortune 2000s, the Fortune 5000s, you need to have the securities of ISO, PCI, GDPR, HIPAA, etc. But those are table stakes. How do you focus on AI security becomes a much more important question. So that's how we deliver it through our platform.
We've got about a minute left, so I want a big idea answer. Super short, though, to leave our wonderful audience with some food for thought. Ravi, I'll kick off with you. There has been a huge discussion about the impact agentic AI is going to have on the way an organization runs, jobs, on the structures of companies going forward. From your seat right now, what do you think just one big impact AI agents going to have on companies?
I think to start with, organizations are looking at how do you improve productivity gains, how do you materialize the cost benefits, but in the long run, how do you lift revenue, how do you enable secured output, how do you look at overall frauds and other compliances, and that will take a much broader sort of impact in terms of enterprise revenue. And how do you sort of democratize the enablement of AI across the organization will go a long way, both for internal productivity gains and helping your end consumers to realize the true value of AI.
Arya?
I don't think there's a magic bullet to solve one workflow and everything is identified. So we think what an enterprise needs is 10,000 workflows. And the one thing we're working on now is an enterprise digital twin, where the output of one process is the input of another. So think holistically, and I think the long tail of improvements add up much more than just fixing one process.
Great. And Clay, I'll give you the final word.
Yeah, I think forever into the past, companies have been stuck between the trade-off between the cost and quality of service and experience that they can deliver to their customers. And I think AI and agents, and in particular what we build, breaks that trade-off for the first time. And so a company can now afford to dream, what would it look like to show up in every moment at your best with a concierge, white glove level of service and completely transform how you delight your customers. And so I just encourage people to dream bigger, push bigger, imagine what perfect would look like, and it's probably closer than it seems.
Right, I'm going to welcome Emma back onto the stage in a moment. Before I do, thank you so much for all of your insights on this wonderful panel. A round of applause for these fantastic guests.
Arjun, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. After you.
there, ladies and gentlemen. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final afternoon of Converge Live. Can you believe that it's gone so quickly? I can't. I hope you have had a really good time, and thank you for bearing with us with the heat. It is hot, sir, isn't it? But we're nearly there. We are nearly there. Now, we're going to talk now about AI and the financial service industry, something that's been very topical the last 2 days. If the last decade was all about digitizing banking, then this decade coming is something far more fundamental. The pressure is on global financial services to deliver real-time, hyper-personalized experiences driven, of course, by AI. So the critical question on everyone's lips these days is your bank ready for 2030? Well, let's find out, shall we? Because our next guest sits at the intersection of technology, innovation and finance, and he has a front row seat in how this industry is evolving. I'm delighted to welcome on the stage now Jason Tsao, the CEO of Huawei Digital Finance. A round of applause, please, for Jason. Come on up. Hello, my friend. Come and take a seat.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello. Hi.
You have been warned it's very hot up here, but we shall be all right. Okay, so our Converge Live theme this year is all about trade, technology, and trust being in a state of flux, Jason. It's a complex environment for CEOs to navigate. Tell us what some of the key shifts are that you are noticing.
For sure, there's no doubt is AI. Yeah, it's bringing the, I think, from the financing point of view, it's from digital go to AI. Yeah, but first of all, I want to say I'm not a banker. You know, I've been working in this position for several years. But I never worked in a bank for a single day. The only places before I visited was branches, but right now never go to branch. Yeah. So the people sometimes tell me, "Oh, you never work in a bank." Oh, maybe that's good. But what I exactly see how the banks transferring to the AI. What does that mean? I think it's first of all, I think because the customer behavior, I think this is the biggest change. Everyone is looking for simple, easy, convenient. I think this is a fundamental thing. Drive is moving to AI. I think also I see a big shift is digital economy. Everyone agree this because I come from China. I have a very good understanding how the digital economy means. Last week I was in Latin. Even the people ask me, "Hi, Jason, how is the instant retail goes?" I told them, "Wow, you know instant retail." This is exactly, I think, a very typical thing for the digital economy, because right now everyone, everything in the digital economy we are striving for the real time. This is a very big thing, yeah, and for sure, technology. I think maturity provided a possibility for this AI banking. Yeah.
And you define it very clearly,
yeah.
Jason. You say there's basically going to be soon only two different types of banks. You've got your AI bank and the other banks. Yeah. So why is it so simple, and how do you define an AI bank?
Actually, this is not from me. This is from a very, very good bank from China. 2 years ago, they told this. There will be only two types of a bank in the future: AI bank and others. Actually, he didn't. He also tells if the others can survive or not, then nobody knows. Yeah, because why AI bank is so important. I think everything, when we talk about everything, should come to the the first principle. The customer behavior, as I exactly mentioned. What the customer want. Yeah, the customer want very simple, easy thing. So that's why when we talk about going into AI, first thing we should rethink what is our relationship, what is the engagement model with the customers. I give example. Now a lot of super app you see manufacturings is GUI based. Definitely if you go to LUI based. Somebody may say, no, because the people want to see all. It's like you go to the supermarket, you want to see the goods. Actually, if we're used to this new way, everything by your language, you'll be used to it. You will not come back. It's just, I think, a timing issue if you go. For example, right now in China, we see a lot of brokers. If you see their app, it's simplified. Before it was more than 100 or 200 functions. Now simply to 3 functions only. Yeah, to controlled by voice. You can control by voice. The stock selection, stock tracking, and stock trading. That's all. Yeah, I think this is a very, very simple logic. And also, AI bank, I think this is for the customer. I think for the operation, I feel the AI bank should be everything is based on all the data you have, and also all the business process will be rebuilt. You cannot say based on what I have, the process plus AI. I think that is not AI banking. To go for AI banking, you have to rebuild all the business process. For example, I think a lot of bankers, like the SME business. Right now, the SME business, I talk to many banks, and even the best SME bank in China, the bank in Brazil, Middle East, Asia. They all think right now the SME business is very important, but highly rely on people. Yeah, labor cost. But how to do it with AI? We have to re-engineer the business process. And the third thing I think is about your organization. We have to think, today's AI, people use tools. I think it definitely will be AI plus agents. Agents will be your employees. We have to think how to rebuild this collaboration model. It's very important. Many companies, I heard when they make the annual budget, the people ask, you want a people or you want a card? It's a quite interesting thing. Because this new paradigm is totally changed. Something before it needs few months to be done, but today maybe few hours. But then, for sure, a lot of agent employees, how to rebuild this organization is a key.
A very thorough description then of what makes an AI bank. Where do most banks sit in the spectrum?
To be honest, AI bank is, I haven't seen anyone today. It's not easy move there. We have the digital native one. Even the digital native bank, I talked to the largest digital bank in China. They said, no. We are moving to an AI native bank. For sure, we have most of the banks have decades of history, hundreds of years. It's not easy. It's talk is easy, but migrate to there is not easy. This is the key point of how to migrate from today over there. I think, for example, the legacy system is a big, big bottleneck. Yeah. For me, the people, I talk to them, how to go to an AI bank, because it's a must. I told them, you can have your strategy, you have many things, but the most important thing I think is just do it. Just do it. Because I think all the banks, we share the same trends, but maybe you are in different stages. Some banks are advanced, some banks not yet, but I think we all share the same destination, the same direction, because no matter where are you are in Singapore, in China, in Europe, in Africa, I think because the customer user behavior are the same, the young people, we have to go there. So the key point is how to move out from our legacy system, go over there. For example, I can tell you I'm from China. I'm very happy to share. All now the banks in China are going to AI. Very good important thing is they all claim, or most of the big banks said, no legacy already. It's a big progress. Can you imagine? For example, the big bank in China will have more than 500 million retail customers. Yes? Like 10 million corporate customers running for decades. They already migrated the system to a cloud-based microservices. This makes them in a very good position to move to AI. Yeah, but I think around the world, I've been traveling a lot. I still see a lot of banks still not yet there. Yeah. That's why, to be honest, I'm in China, got quite busy. A lot of them want to come to China to see how you guys do it. Yeah, and because it's not just the technology. Because cloud technology, we know it a long time ago. But it's more important because it's a critical system. The more important is engineering capability. If we are good enough to do this migration, I think during the last 10 years, we have accumulated a lot of such engineering capability. This is very, very key. Yeah.
Jason, you mentioned that this is being driven by customer behavior and customer demand and a new era of hyper-personalization.
Yeah.
So let's talk about those AI agents which are enabling that. And how does it happen? What is the experience for the customer? What is the opportunity?
Wow. This is also, I didn't create this term, hyper-personalization, because we heard about long time ago. But also, I think from the best bank from China, they also told me this 2 or 3 years ago. They said, no matter how good we are today, all the banks, we still focus the top priority customers, right? This 80-20 rule is still there. Bank invests the majority of the resources for the top 20 customers, which means the 80% of customers, to be honest, not very well care.
Yeah.
Sometimes we can call it long tail. But when AI is there, everyone can be a VIP customer, which means the hyper-personalization really, really may work. Because why? Because first of all, I think there are 2 reasons. Firstly, AI can build a new capability. All your customer services, they can pick the best guys' experience into AI tools. Use this capability to serve the people. So improve capability. Secondly, AI can bring scalability. Not to rely on massive people to do this job. AI, the machine, can talk to your customers, provide a suggestion to the customer. AI can do this. So that's why I think that in AI time, everyone can be a VIP customer. But that doesn't mean naturally a bank will have this capability. Because to get that works, we think it's very important. For example, how to detect it. The intent of the customer. When the customer using AI, you are engaged with them with AI. Firstly, it's intent detection is very important, a new capability. But I think that most of banks still not yet there. You need to build a lot of engineering capability on the large language model and your own data. Then it can work. Secondly, for example, also a new capability, we call it long-term memory. Long-term memory. Today, most of banks, we have what data we have? We have the transactional data for sure, some customer behavior data. But can we, store all the customers' information or the data, which we call the long memory? For example, can you remember the machine? It's like a person care about you for 10 years. He knows everything, all you think, all you have done in the last 10 years. This is very important. Long memory. Also the agents, architecture, and so on. I mean, all of this is a new capability for the bank to have to get this hyper-personalization works.
It's fascinating. And it sounds incredible. How do banks then go about making that vision a reality? You mentioned just get going. What's step 2?
Okay. I think that this is quite important. Different banks have their different position. There's no unique way. Say you must do like this, do like this, do like this. For example, we think definitely you need to have your AI strategy, what to do. I see, for example, big banks, they do a comprehensive strategy. They build the computing AI farm, to transform the whole bank. Some smaller banks, they think, oh, this is too much for us. They pick some very selective business cases. They move on. That's fine. It's good. But this is one thing. I think a must is you must, think about how to leave your legacy. This is a very, very important thing. Can you imagine if your system is running on legacy, you say, I want to go to AI? That is, I think, a disaster. And also, for sure, also the data. All this thing has to be done. So this reminded me of very interesting, Bill mentioned, don't overestimate the long term can bring to you, but also don't underestimate it. Next 1 or 2 years can bring to you. That's still the key thing is keep moving.
And at speed. Let's talk about China. Of course, it's your home country, Huawei's home country, and it has proved to be a bit of a laboratory for financial services. You mentioned how far ahead many of the banking services are in the country. Do you think that will influence the rest of the world in terms of global financial IT infrastructure?
For sure. I want to talk about 2 things. Firstly, what has happened in China for the last 10 years and what is next. I think the mobile payment happened in the last 10 years is a very big thing to totally change the landscape of the finance in China. For example, China started this mobile payment like around 15 years ago, 2011. I think 5 years ago, like around 2020, China is almost became a cashless society. But if you see a lot of countries are following this way, yeah, and this changed a lot. I'm often asked by the people, what is the next? After the instant payment, what is the next? I told them, maybe take a look at the instant retail. Instant retail. I give you a very interesting experience I have. 1 month ago, there was one day I was planning to go for a business trip. It was midnight. It was quite late. 1:30. I was packing my stuff, and I found, I forgot my suitcase in another city. I need a new suitcase, but my flight is next morning. What should I do? Then my wife suggests me, why not put an order? And then I place an order, 1:30 a.m. And then, 30 minutes. I selected the right color, the suitcase. It tells me around half an hour it will be delivered to you. I count the time. 29 minutes later.
Wow.
The suitcase came to my door. This is instant retail. It changed a lot. Today when you order food, it will be delivered to you maybe 20 minutes. But when you order anything, that's e-commerce. Today, e-commerce is around T+1 or 2 days, the goods be delivered to you. But I think it's a new thing happening in China, the instant retail is everything could be delivered to you within 30 minutes. I think this brings a huge change to the whole digital society because all the merchants change. They have to, before you have big warehouses outside the city, but now you have to build many smaller warehouses in the city. Yeah? All the merchants have to be prepared to deliver things. There'll be a lot of riders working there. And also for the customers. The whole to B, to C, the chain are totally changed. Can you imagine? For example, for the merchants, SKU financing, you have to SKU, what they need? They need a real-time settlement, transparent cash flow, and also the credit. And that's why we have the SKU financing. It is the financing based on what you have in your stock, real time. For the riders, they need a daily salary and also a customized insurance and also the credit, microloan for them. For the customers, you need a real-time payment and the embedded financing offer. So I think this totally will change the next generation of financial services. This is happening in China. Also, a lot of countries, I think.
And that's my next question.
Yeah.
Can you see that happening globally, or are there certain areas which would just be market-specific?
No. Recently, in the last 3 months, I visited almost 15 countries. I see this happening in Brazil, in Turkey. Even I was in Nigeria. I see this is the market are pushing to that direction. Yeah, I think this very big, very soon become a global thing. It's not just specifically in China. So that's why I want to call for all the bankers, your attention. This is a big opportunity. It's the next big thing for the financing industry.
Okay. And we are running out of time, Jason, but I want to give you an opportunity to wrap up and just say, if you could share a final thought on why becoming AI native is no longer just a choice, but it's a crucial strategy of the future, what would you say?
I think, anyhow, the first thing is always customer-centric. Why the banker has to transform? Because the customer behavior is changing. So simple. The younger generation, it's not the younger, even my parents, more than 70 years old, they are now, everything they do digital. I think that we are all human beings. The customer behavior is number one. It drives the change. If you don't do it, somebody else will come to do it. Second thing is always game changer will be there. And I think if you are staying in a traditional bank, I think we should really, really pay attention to that. The third one, I want to say for sure, technology is there, provided the possibility. But it's only the bank, with technology doesn't work. That's why we are here. We want to, this is an open system, open ecosystem, and nobody can do it alone. That's why we want to work with all the bankers and the financial organizations, do it together. That's why I say very important that today we have the foundation, innovation, we have the scaled business, but what connected, what make the fundamental innovation works in the scale. I think very important is the engineering capability. Yeah, I think this is why we are here. We want to build not only solution, but also the engineering capability through a large scale rollout. For example, in China, it has been verified. Yeah, and I think that is, we really want to do it with all the financial organizations to achieve together.
Well, you've given us a fascinating insight into the future. Have you enjoyed yourself at Converge Live? Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Well, we hope to see you again soon. A big round of applause, please, for Jason Tsao.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. And Mandy, the stage is all yours. Thank you. Thank you. Come.
Amazing, the picture that we've just listened to of the ultimate convenience in life, and it's the here and now, right? It's not in the future. It's not the Jetsons. It's not Astro Boy. It's right now. So we've been listening to how artificial intelligence is helping and transforming various critical industries. But what does it mean for you? Because for many people, there is some fear that it could take your job. It could make you obsolete. I think it's a real thing, and I think it's a real fear, and it's actually happening all around us as we speak. So our very own Deirdre Bosa has been looking into this, and come up on the stage here, Dee, because you know how we always used to talk about FOMO, fear of missing out? I've now heard that everyone talks about FOBO, fear of becoming obsolete.
I've never heard that, but now I'm definitely going to use that.
You're going to use it every day now,
great.
right?
I mean, Jason just said it in that last panel. If you don't do it, someone else will. And that is real anxiety. And this is just such a huge conversation in Silicon Valley, on Wall Street, on Main Street. It's something that everyone feels right now.
Yeah, well, over to you then, hun.
Thank you so much, Mandy. So I'm thrilled to be having this conversation here because we have two really fantastic guests, one from the enterprise side and one from the government side. Let me welcome them up right now. First, Ganesha Razaya. He is SVP at Celestica. And Her Excellency Ruba Yusuf Ahmad Al-Hassan, Director of Strategic Affairs and Future Foresight at the Department of Government Enablement in Abu Dhabi. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, the previous panel was a good lead into this, and so was what Mandy just said. There's real anxiety here, and I'm constantly talking about this topic in San Francisco. Whenever I talk to executives, they say AI is going to amplify, it's going to upskill our workforce. But when I talk to, employees, middle management, junior employees, there's real fear that they're not going to be amplified. They're going to be made obsolete, FOBO, which Mandy just taught me as a phrase. So I guess, Ruba, let's start with you, because I'm really eager to hear on the government side, particularly in Abu Dhabi, when you have upskilled 95% of government workers. That's 30,000. How did you do that? And maybe what surprised you about it?
Firstly, thank you for having me. The 30,000, and I thought the question we were heading towards was obsolete or not obsolete. But what surprised us was the adoption, the willingness for everyone to really take this on board. Regardless of the age, regardless of the gender, across the board, we got to 95% quite easily. The only thing surprising to me is why other countries around the world aren't doing this and doing this faster. I think the transformation at the heart of it isn't a technology story, it's a human story. And at the heart of it, you have to start with transforming the people. We're here being hosted by our friends in Singapore. And I think the Singaporean has latched onto this very, very well and very, very quickly. And the UAE and Singapore are leading right now on the adoption rate. So I truly think that the transformation is about that. On the question of whether we will need all of these people, I don't think it's a dichotomy between replace, reduce, or just augment with the AI. I think it's going to shift. I think the type of people and the knowledge that we need is going to shift. we've coined a term called the light workforce paradox, and this is a foresight report we're publishing next month, so you guys are the first to hear about this. As the AI gets better and more capable, the work that the AI does becomes lighter. The work that the human does becomes heavier. And what that means is our focus needs to be on our judgment, our ethics, our context, and our accountability. That's where the human being involved and remaining involved is going to be critical. That's the type of work that you don't want to outsource to a machine.
Right, the idea of a human in the loop, which is something we hear often. But Ganesh and Ruba, I want to get back to you too in a moment, but how are you doing this in the government, right? You can kind of mandate it from the top down. At an enterprise, you really need buy-in. So what does that look like from your point of view?
Yeah, I think the way we approach it at Celestica, which is sometimes a contradiction relative to the narrative that we see in the tech sector. You know, one of the things we try not to do is to tell the story around AI essentially making people obsolete. That's a false narrative in my view, and that's a narrative we try to avoid. Instead, here's what we do. We give our best people too much work to do. And when you do that, what happens is that you create this psychology of enablement and training. And so inside the company, there's a significant effort underway right now, one, to train our people, and there's a set of mandatory trainings. And, you know, that's sort of motherhood and apple pie. But what's more interesting is that we have identified a set of tools, things like Glean and what we're doing with OpenAI, and the specific tools and capabilities for the tasks at hand. And what happens is that we're forcing a level of throughput and productivity, not by reducing, but actually giving people too much work. So that augmentation it's the only way to get to the output that's expected of you.
So I want to get into some concrete examples, because what you guys are saying, this is the narrative, and like I sort of said, this is what executives and government officials say often. But Ruba, when you do upskill a worker, I think there was an example where you use AI to go through thousands of resumes, right? What happened to that recruiter who did that previously, before AI?
Before AI, when we upskilled people, I think we thought of training as a program. When you think of it as core, as critical as your infrastructure, as critical as the cloud. You fund it better, you take it more seriously, and you embed it at the core of what you're doing. I don't think we should be thinking about upskilling as an afterthought or a program that you think of at the end of your strategy. It is the strategy. It is the transformation.
But my question is, what happens to the people who you are replacing with AI? When you have AI look through thousands of CVs to fill a position, what happened to that recruiter who previously did that?
So for us, it's not a question of replacement. It's a question of hiring differently. We're not looking for specific technical skills anymore. Instead, we're looking for what we call institutional judgment. Is this person that I'm hiring smart enough to know when to use AI and when not to? Is this person smart enough to know when to escalate and when not to? And is this person smart enough to know that the AI answer might be correct, but is not the best answer? I have an example. We redesigned recently a lot of our services, and this was to improve efficiency, to AI enable the services. But there was one service that struck all of us as, you don't want to go too far with AI on this, and that was when a loved one dies. When a loved one passes, the process in our country was over 24 different steps, involved more than 6-7 different entities. And AI can do it faster, but should it? Was the big question. And we paused and we said the human is the service. For this particular point, you want to hear a human call you, give you the condolences, and tell you, you know what, the government's going to help you through this, everything's going to be taken care of. You don't have to sit and worry about papers and forms or anything like that. But we kept the human at the core and heart of delivering the service. That's what I'm talking about, shifting the way we think about just black and white, will it replace, will it not? The role of people will be different. And for that particular service, we made sure that the human stays at the forefront.
Right, and I think what you're saying, Ruba, is you're looking for a different kind of human. You're hiring differently, and Ganesha, I'm sure you are as well. But what I really want to get at is what happens to the people who get upskilled out of a job. And that, I think, is where a lot of concern lies at the lower levels. And we're seeing this already, certainly from where I sit in Silicon Valley. Gen Z, entry-level positions are really, really tough right now. So is there going to be this period where it's uncomfortable, where there's not jobs for people?
Naturally so. I think there's going to be, we see that sort of transient period is what I would call it, where the unaugmented they carry a competitive disadvantage. But the augmented ones are the ones who are going to get ahead. And let me make it real. You know, it's actually the recruiting example is actually very, very relevant to us. Here's why. We're hiring engineering and production capacity, manufacturing capacity at an enormous scale. And we actually are struggling to hire fast enough. So we've actually introduced AI capability, not just for screening, but for some level of interviewing as well with agents. That the person is actually being augmented because there's no way to hire a recruiting team that would hire an engineering team that would then go away because the engineering team is hired. That's not the model. So the marginal cost of having AI augment this capability is very real. So I see that as a, I think at the foundational level, we take a lot of things for granted by way of our usage of time. And time is one of those independent variables you just, you take for granted the friction that exists in our lives. And so this is an opportunity for us to be a whole lot more efficient with our time doing what we do.
Are both of you saying then that you're not seeing job displacement right now, any of it?
I think I would push back a little, Deidre, on the framing of it. It's not about, if we thought of entry-level jobs as jobs where I just want them to do the routine work, I want them to do the easy stuff, versus let's think of it of a place where they have to learn judgment and instinct and context really quickly, and let's reframe the development of those people that we're hiring so that they can capture that much faster. That's what we're looking at when we're hiring entry level. For us, it's not about, as a government, we don't think about the bottom line as much as the societal benefit. But I think every organization has to think of the reframing of the entry level job and what is the purpose of it and the development part.
Are you hiring as many entry-level jobs as you were a year ago?
I believe things have shifted slightly, but we are still hiring.
Let's talk a little bit about AI fatigue. And Ruba, I feel like you're the perfect person to ask about this because 30,000 people, you've upskilled 95% of them. What I hear certainly is sometimes, and we were talking about this a little bit backstage, there's AI, there's token usage, everyone wants to upskill, but some of it can be wasteful. And actually, someone put it to me another way. Some of that waste is good because you have to build new habits. But where have you seen some of the friction? Have you seen any pushback? How do you deal with that?
So firstly, I agree with your premise that the metrics are distorted. If you're purely looking at tokenization, that for us, the demand side is not what we're looking at. There's one metric I love. We're looking at trust. We're looking at customer satisfaction. If you're transforming really, really fast to cut corners, to make sure that you're saving and having efficiencies, do people still trust you after the transformation? That is the main question that we're interested in. Do people still feel the same social value, public value, and good from it? If there is trust built into the system. We have a super app that delivers, called TEM, that delivers all government services at a local level, over 1,100. And this super app is AI-enabled, and it has one of the highest customer satisfaction scores on any government app. It's 92.5%. We're very proud of the 0.5% because every inch, the closer you get, the harder it is to get. That's the metric for us on does the AI add value for the person at the end getting the service. That's what we're looking at.
And to the point about friction, have you seen any pushback?
We haven't as a government because that's not our purpose. Our purpose is serve the public good, serve public value. So internally, we haven't. I can see it in the corporate world where the criteria is efficiency, cost efficiency, and resources, but that's not the way we work.
Okay, then Ganesha, as you upskill your workforce and encourage AI, certainly AI fatigue is something that happens in the corporate world. Are you seeing that firsthand, and what do you tell your workforce?
Yeah, we haven't seen, at least in our organization, the notion of AI fatigue. I think it's, if anything, we have the opposite problem of wanting more AI tooling and capability. and the conservative nature of, and the security concerns and the data corpus and where that resides, all those drive a level of, I'll call it conservatism in terms of how much adoption that's happening, but we see the opposite.
You see everyone just wants to embrace it.
I think people want more AI than they can get.
Let me ask.
No concern around where does the data reside, and there's the checks and balances that's happening right now.
Let me ask the audience, is everyone around you embracing AI, or do you see some fatigue within your organization, within your personal relationships? Anyone? Wow, this is a very AI-forward crowd.
But while we're waiting for the answer, the question, I also want to point out something. You talked about entry-level jobs being impacted. I actually don't buy the argument that entry-level jobs are disproportionately impacted. I am a big user of AI. And the work that I do with the board, for example, and our executive leadership team, I actually use a lot of AI for myself. So what does that mean? That means I'm hiring fewer people at mid-management and senior management levels. So I would argue it's the senior level roles are as impacted as the more entry-level ones.
But I think you do see some of the entry. This is why I'm pushing you guys on it, because I do see the numbers. And I talk to people in the business, Handshake, which is the largest Gen Z job platform in America. I speak to the founder, and he says this anxiety is real, and the struggle to find jobs at that entry level is real. And maybe that's America, not in a place like Abu Dhabi. But let me ask you, too, it's moving so quickly that so much has changed. I mean, last year you could upskill on one thing, and this year you need to learn how to vibe code and use co-work and all of these new tools. So how do you make sure that you're keeping up with the changes in the industry?
We work with a lot of partners. We work with a lot of academic institutions, and we, if anything, are very agile. I don't think it's, again, if you look at it like it's a learning development program that you have to keep tweaking, it's not the right approach. Look at it from a strategic perspective. Look at it like it's a full-on transformation, and look at it like every aspect is going to add value to your organization. I really think it's not a question of how much AI or the right AI, as much as it is what is the institution built on? What is around it? What's the backbone at the end? One thing we did in Abu Dhabi that we're very proud of, that you guys will get an exclusive as we haven't really announced yet, is connecting the systems, the AI systems, across the different government entities. I think cohesiveness is important. Sovereignty is important. These are backbone issues that you have to build in place. So what institutions should be thinking about isn't simply what kind of AI and what's the next thing to learn, versus what's the institution built around it that's going to keep it standing regardless of what is the new thing that's coming out.
So, Ganesha, for the last few years, AI has really affected software engineers and, really using AI coding to power up. But this year, there's been a change when it's reaching non-software engineers. People like myself who haven't coded a line before can actually spin up things, create real things. How are you seeing that evolve in your organization? Has it gone beyond just engineers? And what role is for that person?
Yeah, it's a great question. Clearly, the software piece is a big part of what we do, and that continues. But, because of the other aspect, just to give you an example, manufacturing is a big focus for us. And our manufacturing capability cannot scale manually. So we see the notion of physical AI showing up into our factories to be able to produce what we need 24/7 in a dark factory. And that level of automation and precision is what we need to support what's going on in the AI infrastructure world. So we see that very, very clearly making its way outside of software as well.
And Ruba, what about yourself? As you upskill 30,000 people, how is the nature of their work changing? Are you finding, what kind of new positions and people that you oversee, are they moving into actual coding jobs as well because of the skills that are available to them and the technology available to them?
We have a lot of jobs for engineers, and we're excited about that. People I oversee are shifting not in terms of just the field, but really in terms of what they can focus on. We used to spend 20% of our time focusing on things that are really big decisions, and now I see my team is focusing 80% of their time on that. The shift has happened already, and we're seeing it. And I really think we're lucky that we had the foresight to start early on this, and this is something that we share with our Singaporean governments. We thought of building a university 6 years ago, an AI university with a graduate program and then an undergraduate program. We thought of having an AI minister in 2017. We appointed the world's first AI minister. It wasn't just for PR. It was for actually embedding AI into the civic infrastructure of the country. And that's what the Singaporeans did as well, and I really think that is why we're ahead of the game on this, because we started early and we learned our lessons quickly.
You know, I hosted a roundtable yesterday. We had a really robust conversation about jobs and AI, and again, it's just, we kind of naturally went toward that topic because it's so top of mind for everyone. Ganesh, do you see in the future, you know, when AI is so productive, doing so much for us, is there a world in which, you know, GDP growth is 15%, but unemployment is 20% as well? And what do we do at that time?
Yeah, I love this question because I think foundationally, the AI investment is built on economic theory that you need an end consumer.
Right.
When you have 10, 15, 20% of the global population unemployed, who's driving, who's consuming? So the conversation sometimes is a little interesting to hear because we cannot sustain that model and we cannot sustain the investments in technology if we don't have the base to consume it. And so long as that base remains human, I think we have it's a very different dynamic. And the other thing I would say, because we had this discussion at the CEO Council dinner a couple nights ago, which is it's a good thing that we're talking about this. It's the same conversation that would have happened when the Model T was built, railroads were built, et cetera, et cetera. We should worry about it because that's how we'll solve for it. But we should know that there's no world in which we're not building for humans. Until such time that that changes, I think we're going to be all right.
So as long as there's consumption,
yes,
it's okay. How do you think about a very important question from a government point of view? What does your population do? Do you see a future where there is higher employment because AI is just doing so much?
Again, I don't see it as black and white, where the future is based on, I think, co-cognition, co-creation. The human has a role, the AI has a role, and they are very different and very complementary. And I think as long as we keep the person at the center of the why behind everything we're doing with technology, that is the important thing. It isn't for a bottom line or one objective or to do something faster. It is to make people's lives better. It's a tool that we have to use the right way with the right framework of ethics and policies and regulations around it. But it cannot, and we should not slow down. We should actually plan all the safety net around the ethics framework and regulation as we're going along to ensure that it works right for people and embed people at the heart of the transformation.
Well, I think you both gave us a very optimistic view on this, and that should hopefully, you know, ease some of the anxiety. It's been wonderful to hear both of your perspectives, Ruba and Ganesha. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ganesh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, from one techie to another, let's roll on and bring Arjun back to the stage and let's give him a warm welcome. Come on up. Why don't we take a look at AI from a different lens, Arj?
Absolutely, Mandy. Look, one of the key conversations around AI has been about building out the infrastructure, the data centers, the chips that go into them. And it's not just now about delivering capacity. It's about what that capacity is actually producing. And at the infrastructure level, at the edge, and of course, at the bottom line. I want to welcome to the stage my next panel, starting with Irving Tan, the CEO of Western Digital, one of the world's largest data storage companies, and Winston Cheng, the CFO of Lenovo. Please come on stage with me. Thank you both for joining me today. Look, we've had a couple of years of AI compute build-outs. Infrastructure has been so much in focus. Capacity is still coming online in terms of compute. So the conversation really is shifting. What can we build it to? Is it delivering? And what are we seeing at this point in time? Irving, I'll kick off with you. in terms of the infrastructure build and actually what the real benefits have been so far?
Yeah, I think if you go back for the last 24, 36 months, a lot of the infrastructure build-out has been really focused on power availability, data center build-out, GPU availability, right? And that was really to support the first phase of AI, which is really focused around model training and development. Where things are shifting to today is very much a very critical phase of AI. It's where monetization is going to happen. Yeah. Right? You see the big shift both in terms of infrastructure spend and build-out moving towards inference. And we're seeing that inference is probably now 70% of the compute workload within the data center as well. And it's really this coming together of models, inferencing built on top of these models that enable agents and AI tools that's really going to enable the monetization. And I think many of us already see that today, right? AI agents and tools are making dramatic improvements in terms of customer experience delivery, in terms of supply chain productivity, business process, re-engineering. It's even impacting knowledge worker fields like legal, and even in the physical world, in things like AI-enabled manufacturing. And if I use Western Digital ourselves as an example, we've used AI in our manufacturing and software development teams, right? And we've gotten a 10% productivity gain out of our manufacturing assets and a 20% productivity gain out of our software development team. So I think if this trend continues, you'll definitely see the monetization of the investment in AI, and I think it's going to be a trend that will continue. And a good data point to take away from that is the remaining purchase obligations that we see, right? If you look at some of the big hyperscalers, they have hundreds of billions of dollars of RPOs over the next few years. And that's a really good sign that monetization is real. And all this investment into AI infrastructure is going to translate into real returns.
And Winston, from your point of view, Lenovo benefits as well from the infrastructure build-out. Your infrastructure group is one of your fastest growing businesses. So what are you seeing in terms of how the infrastructure build-out is actually leading to real value?
Yeah. The infrastructure build-out today, I think Irvin just talked about it in terms of the going from training to inferencing. Yeah. We continue to see a lot of activity for both. I think inferencing is starting to definitely come up, whereas it was training heavy, and it's starting to come up. But I think both are, the spend is incredible. In fact, recently we're in discussions with really, really large order that we have never seen in terms of this type of activity. And the financing that you would take to do this type of business is at a level that's unprecedented. So I think the capital markets of how you fund the activity of this continued growth was very important.
So if the world is moving towards this idea of inferencing, if we go back to the build-out of trading, so much was reliant on NVIDIA, GPUs, on HBM. What does infrastructure look like then in the world of inferencing? There are so many considerations when it comes to the type of chip architectures, the power consumption as well. Does the nature of infrastructure begin to change as the market begins to focus on inferencing AI?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, it's important to take a step back. It's easy to forget, and people tend to think of AI as a very compute-focused system. Mm-hmm. Actually, what is AI? AI is a data system, right? What does AI fundamentally do? It consumes data, it processes data, it generates data and insight, and it stores more data. And then that data gets reused, be it to develop the better models, right? You hear a lot about retraining of models to improve quality, and then inferencing. It's going to depend on data a lot more. So it's really about a data system. And therefore, it's about the evolution of AI. The first phase was really about very compute-heavy because of model training. Now I think as we move into inferencing, it's going to be much more data-heavy. Why do I say that? Because you've trained the models, you're using those models with agents from inferencing to generate new data. That data needs to get stored to support historical trending for future inferencing. That data gets recycled back into models to further train them. So you're going to see that ongoing cyclical nature of happening. And therefore, it's very important as we move into this world of inferencing to be able to have that whole data system from compute to memory to storage really moving in sync. Otherwise, you have a golden screw issue. And I think the other thing that's really important as we move into inferencing a lot more, it's very important to understand that a lot of the compute and memory resources, which we think of, takes the form as tokens, right? Tokens can get recycled. After you run a workload, the token is expired, you recycle the same compute and memory resources for the next token that you consume. It's not the case with data. Data and the associated storage to enable the retention of that data, it's persistent because you're not deleting that data. So therefore, data is going to compound. So it's very important as we reach this phase of inferencing and ongoing model training, how do you manage data at scale? Balancing the right architectures to deliver the right economics whilst delivering the size, the velocity, and speed of data to feed the GPUs and the processing engines are going to be really critical.
When we talk about inferencing as well, another part of the discussion, of course, and Winston, you have a great seat at the table here in terms of the world's largest PC maker. There's a lot of talk about edge uses, edge computing, when inferencing begins to happen on devices like smartphones and PCs and other kinds of electronics as well. What's the path to get to that stage where, from the consumer point of view, and I guess businesses using PCs begin to see on-device processing and how important that becomes?
Yeah. What we're not spending a lot of time talking about today, but I think recently with Mythos, with the Anthropic release, is about security. So I think on-device, obviously, I think that addresses the security in terms of your data privacy. And then I think the other one is power, and I think memory as well. And I think the whole economic model of the inferencing for token generation. So I think on-device will share that load and the cost. And I think there's the total aspect of that for convenience, for security, and for cost, that the edge computing will be a necessary part of the total AI experience, right?
With the intense focus from the industry on power consumption, on energy, as you mentioned, how are you thinking about infrastructure and efficiency at this point, Winston? How much discussion is around building infrastructure that is efficient, more power efficient, to be able to do inferencing going forward?
Yeah, obviously, I think we have one of the leading liquid cooling technologies from IBM, the legacy Neptune technology. So from that perspective, we're early days of high-performance compute. And so from that perspective, utilizing more of that power for compute rather than for cooling. And so that already is a cost savings and is more efficient. And I think it's more sustainable. So I think that's a very important part. And I think there's much more technology improvement that's necessary. We recently are cornerstone investors into an optoelectronic company as well. So I think photonics is also a very important aspect of part of that efficiency drive towards token generation effectively. Yeah.
Irving, how do you think about efficiency from the data storage perspective, but also, how much is efficiency being driven by that infrastructure versus, even the model layer at this point in time?
Yep. I think efficiency is happening all over the place, right? Yeah. If you look at it, there are new software tools out there. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about TurboQuant. Like, what does it do? It's a software tool that enables greater efficiency of memory and compute use. And therefore, you're driving greater efficiency, lower power consumption, but accelerating the capability of inferencing at that time. So I think we'll continue to see the evolution of more software tools that will help both the efficiency of compute and memory. From a storage perspective, what we're doing is to really drive innovation into our products. So one of the things that we're doing is to deliver higher and higher capacity drives. So whether we deliver a 40 terabyte drive that we are launching the second half of the calendar year versus a 30 terabyte drive, that's more than a 30% increase in capacity, the energy consumption is actually the same, right? So we're doing more in terms of product innovation to really ensure that we're delivering lower energy consumption. And it's really about the whole value chain really coming together to enable greater sustainability, right? But it's not just in terms of the products that we build and deliver. We're also looking at how we use energy ourselves, because that contributes to the overall carbon footprint of the AI data center system. So 70% of the energy that we use in our manufacturing footprint today comes from renewable energy.
What's your view, Irving, on the long-term demand for memory and storage capacity? Because there's been some interesting research done into, Google did one around TurboQuant and figuring out ways to perhaps figure out ways to use less memory. Is the trajectory pretty much going to continue to increase as more and more AI comes into this world?
Yeah, I think what software tools, like I mentioned, like TurboQuant will do is actually not probably reduce the need for more memory or storage, but it's actually going to make the use of memory more efficient. So it's going to accelerate the pace of inferencing. And therefore, the value extraction that you can create from inferencing that enables this AI tools, AI agents, is just going to accelerate monetization, right? That's going to have that flywheel effect. And if you look at, if you take that, if you're doing more inferencing, more data is getting generated, more AI is getting stored, that's actually driving even more demand for storage infrastructure. And so from a storage standpoint, we see in terms of the unit and measure that we use in terms of exabytes, we see probably over the next 5-year horizon a CAGR of roughly around mid-20s to 30%.
Interesting.
So we absolutely agree with the trend. So we closed an acquisition of an enterprise storage company 2 weeks ago after we received regulatory approval. So we absolutely believe that that's a trend. In fact, we've seen that trend as part of the enterprise compute build for the last couple of years already, that the storage business is actually a big part of the overall data center build, particularly for AI DCs. Yeah.
And in terms of productivity at this point in time, how are you measuring, I guess, productivity gains from AI at this point, Winston? Either at Lenovo or some of your customers.
Yeah, I think right now there's so many areas of productivity that you could actually drive, whether it's in marketing. Some of the basic areas would be customer call center. So we have an agent today that could actually be much more, you can't tell. We actually had a test in our management committee the other day to tell whether it's a real person versus our AI agent. and we were to vote who was it. And the voting was 50-50. No one can tell which one was the real one. So the accuracy and the human nature and the speed of these agents are so good now. So that drives the customer experience as well. So I think there's the productivity gains not only from the resource savings internally, but also customer experience improvement. So those areas are hard to measure. And of course, on our supply chain side as well, that's very much, we have an agent for all our planning and things like that. So I think that's also another big area of improvement. So but I think you could apply for across all areas of your business.
Are you seeing a similar sentiment, Irving?
Yeah, definitely. As I mentioned, we really started by targeting what were the big spend areas for us that also were ripe for transformation. We started with manufacturing, also to support the sort of very tight supply-demand environment that we have. And as I mentioned, we've seen a 10% productivity gain with the same asset base that we have to be able to deliver more data storage into the market. Definitely seen a lot of productivity in software development. In terms of the pace and capability in terms of what AI can do to support software development, it's pretty outstanding. 20% of our firmware is now being developed by AI tools. Vast majority of that software is getting validated by AI agents as well. But we see AI application really broad-based. As Winston mentioned, it can be customer experience, it can be productivity. The big area of opportunity for us is how does it accelerate our R&D cycles, right? We have to focus on hard physics, chemistry, material science, and we're challenging AI to see how it can solve some of those critical developments for us.
Using things like digital twins and these kind of technologies?
Absolutely. That's where we got the manufacturing productivity from, the digital twin asset. We now have agents that manage quality, manage inbound supply chain, manage manufacturing production for us, and now these agents are connecting to each other to dynamically adjust the entire supply chain based on adjustments in each of these areas.
Actually, just to add on to the point of the ROI, we did a survey of global CIOs through our infrastructure and also our software services solutions business. I think most of the CIOs expect kind of $2, almost $3 for every dollar spent. And that's kind of what they're expecting in terms of ROI from AI.
Irving made a really interesting point about the supply chain and using AI to actually help manage some of that. You've obviously also got an incredibly complex supply chain. Is AI being used to manage some of that on Lenovo's behalf as well?
Absolutely. We have iChain. Our AI for supply chain is called iChain. So I think that's optimizing all aspects of our AI in terms of cutting down that inventory, days, etc. So I think that planning is needs to be optimized, and I think it is. Yeah. And it's so important part of our competitiveness, especially in the last fiscal year, we have to do with tariffs and moving plants around the world, and of course, memory price hikes. And this has been the competitive advantage for Lenovo as we gain share in the most difficult, probably, fiscal year in the last 12 months.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's hard to talk about infrastructure without, of course, addressing the supply chain, and there's no doubt there's bottlenecks across multiple parts of the supply chain as it relates to infrastructure. Irving, you previously said your HDD capacity is sold out for the year. We see bottlenecks in terms of production, memory, etc. Are these supply bottlenecks slowing down progress in any way?
Well, I think it goes back to what I mentioned. It's a whole data system, right? And so we work with our customers, and the bulk of our customers are big hyperscale customers, to really make sure that we are collaborating very closely with them such that we're not in any way impinging or slowing down their data center deployments. So it's always about making sure that we're in sync between the power availability, the data center availability, the GPU availability, the memory availability, and then the storage availability. And so that's one way that we've been working with them, and we've been very upfront to say, please don't try to have FOMO or hoard supply. We'll work with you to make sure we're delivering to you capability as you need it so that we can keep the whole system moving. Because I go back to the fact that it is a data system. You need all the pieces of the system to be in place. No point having a lot of storage when you've got no power or you've got no compute. So it's really changed the relationship that we have with our customers, our supply chain planning teams, our sales and teams, and our customers' procurement teams are in probably daily conversation in how we manage that synchronization between them.
Winston, Lenovo obviously relies on multiple types of memory for its consumer devices. That has been one of the most acute areas where we've seen shortages and bottlenecks. What so far has, I guess, been the impact? How have you been managing that short supply? And unprecedented price rises as well.
Well, it's great relationships with people like Irvin, but I think it's also a lot of planning ahead and having visibility of your business. I think the momentum of our business really helped out because, as I've said probably before, but I think in terms of last summer, I think was first when the tariff event, I think a lot of the ODMs we were hearing that the orders were getting to be lower because I think people were worried about pull ahead, and maybe the demand would be ahead of itself. But we continue to see strong order in our business, so we continue to order from our suppliers and continue to plan our business as such. Having both the ISG business and the devices business give us visibility to that as well. So from that perspective, we see where the demand is, and we see where the price up have been, and we see where things are really drawing the activities in terms of that price increase. So we were also preparing for this, and I think overall, planning with more supply and ensuring that continue to drive our growth. What we're seeing in the last probably quarter is really that even with the supply to plan according to this growth that we've had and the share gain growth that we've had, that there were still orders out there that's unfulfilled because of the lack of supply, critical supply. So I think the demand out there continues to be just incredibly strong.
So even on the consumer devices side, the PC and smartphones?
Actually, yes. I think so far, even as it relates to the devices side.
That's fascinating. Have you managed, given there was a lot of talk, I spoke to a lot of analysts, and they were saying, well, the higher end, maybe mid-price smartphones and devices will be fine. The lower end is where we're going to see the biggest impact. Is that how you've seen it play out?
That's the expectation. The expectation is that the lower end would probably be more impacted because the percentage gain on the price is much larger. I think that would probably be less resilient. But I think on the higher end, probably a little bit more for now. But I think we're probably getting to a point where this is so unprecedented, it's so high because the percentage gain, and it's in not just percent, it's in multiples, right, in a quarter. So I think that type of gain is hard to predict and absorb by the market probably. Yeah.
Knowing what you know about the rate at which the memory market moves, I guess this is the multi-billion, maybe trillion-dollar question, but when do you expect the memory market to find some sort of equilibrium again?
I wish I knew, Aaron. I'll make a big bet and I wouldn't have to do my day job anymore. But look, I think based on what we see, calendar year 26, calendar year 27 will continue to see very strong demand, and that trajectory will continue. I think that's now extending a bit more into 28. Beyond that, it remains to be seen. I think it really boils back down to how rapid the rate of inference happens and the ability to translate that inferencing to monetization. I think that's really the proof in the pudding.
And from your point of view, Winston, do you have a kind of insight into when you think perhaps this memory market will reach equilibrium again?
Listen, I think we just watched the overall market, but the demand is still there. So, I think ultimately what I look at is the capital markets probably in terms of their ability to continue to fund and the cash flow and return generation, which Irving has talked about earlier, which is is your investment in CapEx now starting to come to fruition? You're starting to see that with the AI native companies like the ARRs of Anthropic and OpenAI. So that's real. So that gives confidence to the market to continue to fund the growth. But in terms of the giant hyperscalers, it's starting to be a large part of their overall cash flow. So I think it's, I think that's for the banks and the capital markets to decide. But I think that's where I would watch closely. So I'm watching that closely in terms of how we do business with all our customers.
Yeah, I would agree with Winston. I think, as I mentioned, RPO, remaining purchase obligations, is something we keep a close eye on. And if you look at some of the big hyperscalers, these run into the hundreds of billions of dollars. That's really a sign of the strength of demand lasting out for a period of time.
Yeah, and I think that brings me on to my next question, because one of Wall Street's favorite metrics right now is CapEx. And they're watching every earnings season, what are the CapEx projections from the hyperscalers. And I think the most recent number, if you put them together, is northward of $700 billion on CapEx this year alone. That's an astronomical amount of figure. And is the demand you're seeing, Irving, there to justify that level of CapEx?
Yeah, look, I think what is different in AI, as we saw a bit of that in the cloud, we're seeing it on steroids in AI. AI is really about a scale capital game. The level of investment and capital that you have to put in and the scale that you need to be able to deliver to get a return, it really means I think it's going to be a very few set of very big players that's really going to be the winners in this market, right? And I think that's fundamentally is something that we'll have to see whether that shapes out, or there may be a more fragmented market out there. But at least from what I'm seeing, because of the size and scale of capital that's needed, the need for scale to drive the appropriate return on investment, as Winston pointed out, this is going to be a scale and capital game, and there are only a few companies that have that size and scale and access to capital to be able to...
And that's in terms of the infrastructure layer, right?
Correct.
Sorry.
And I would just add that the scale point actually trickles down to the whole supply chain as well, because as hyperscalers need service providers or product service providers, it's also to the scale players who can be serving them globally as they expand globally. They're not only expanding, for example, in the United States, they have operations globally, and they need to have build resilience around how they produce the tokens. So I think they're going to build infrastructure around the world, and we're seeing that. And there are only a few players who can do that at scale, at cost, and to have the delivery and capability and supply chain to be able to service that.
But where does the value trickle after that, Winston? We know, the picks and shovels companies, the infrastructure layer, are really making a ton of money right now. Does that filter through to the model companies, the application layer, and if so, when?
I think there's a very famous paper, I think, written from Sequoia Partner. That's who someone shared with me recently. That actually every revolution in terms of tech starts with the hardware space first, and then eventually also goes to the application. We're probably already seeing that slightly with the ARs of you can call the agentic AI players kind of a way of application, right? So I think that's already starting. And you're coming up faster than early 2000 timeframe when we're spending on various internet infrastructure, but there's a lot more companies who are really changing a name, but without a real business model, and you don't see the revenues. Today, you're seeing the revenues.
Yeah, I think I completely agree, Winston. So you're right. What I mentioned was more scale and capital scale at the infrastructure layer. Once you have that in place, you have that infrastructure, you enable an innovation to happen across a broad spectrum at the application layer. And that's going to drive a very rich AI environment.
We've got about 30 seconds left. Just a very quick one from both of you. Winston, if we're sat here next year, which I hope we are, what do you think we're going to be talking about?
Sorry?
What do you think we're going to be talking about?
That's a great question. I think we will still be talking about AI, but hopefully we talk more about sustainability, security, and what its impact on the human race.
And your outlook, Irving?
Yeah, I think next year, hopefully, we'll be talking about the pace of inference monetization. And I think the point Winston made around trust, governance, social impact, I think these are very important topics that warrant deeper conversations.
Thank you both for your insights. Steve Sedgwick's going to be joining us in just a second, but before that, a wonderful round of applause for this fantastic panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roman. Thank you.
Thank you.
After you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
We've worked very hard to get a special guest who I have known for over a decade, and I've had the privilege of speaking to this gentleman in crises, in volatile markets, in oil spikes or declines. It's a man who's been a voice of reason in energy markets, a very influential voice of reason, so much so that he's just been named in the Time Top 100 Most Influential People in markets generally and in the world more generally in 2026. And he's made some very interesting comments as of late about, and I'm just told at the moment that I don't have the gentleman in question, so what I'm going to do, I was going to introduce you to the gentleman, but I'm going to speak to Mandy just for a second first. I'm building up the pressure here, building up the momentum as well, because we've spent a lot of time talking about energy markets. We've talked about the transition. We've talked about the impact of the war. We've talked about the impact of data centers. There are a lot of factors going into the energy conundrum at the moment as well. And we've seen already in the last 24 hours from the energy minister here in Singapore just how important it is to be resilient and to have resilient mechanisms and forward planning in place.
I think you've really hit the nail on the head when you talk about forward planning, because you can't be resilient unless you forward plan. And I think the problem with forward planning is you have to also be compliant, right? You're about to speak to the executive director of the IEA.
That's who I'm going to speak to.
Is he good?
He is
Are we
good
getting
to
the
go.
nod?
So I'm delighted to say that a man, as I say, who I've had the privilege of speaking to for over the last decade, Dr. Fatih Birol, one of the most influential people voted by Time in 2026, is joining us live on Squawk Box Europe, live streamed across CNBC, across YouTube, and of course here at Converge Live. Dr. Birol, thank you very much indeed for joining us at this very momentous time and finding time in your very busy diary joining us out of Paris. Dr. Birol, you have said in the last few days you believe that this war in Iran is causing the biggest energy crisis in history, bigger than 1973, 1979, and 2022 combined. Could you just expand upon that for us, sir?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to share some thoughts, some ideas with you and with the participants there. And best regards from Paris to Singapore, a city that I love and cherish a lot and visit a lot. Now, you are right. I said that we are facing the biggest energy security threat in the history. We had crises in the past, three energy crises basically, 1973, 1979, two oil crises, and then after the Russia-Ukraine conflict in Europe. So when we look at the numbers, which I always do, in 73 and 79, in both of them, the world lost about 5 million barrels per day of oil. 5 plus 5, it was 10 million oil we lost, 10 million barrels per day altogether. And as of today, we lost 13 million barrels per day of oil in this the crisis we are having now. In terms of gas, in the 4 years ago, Russia-Ukraine conflict, we lost about 75 BCM, and as of now, we lost 100 BCM. Plus, I have to tell, there is a plus, unfortunately. In addition to oil and gas, there are major disruptions in vital commodities, such as fertilizers, such as petrochemicals, such as helium, such as sulfur, which will have significant impact on the supply chains around the world that the world will discover in the next weeks, months to come. Put all of them together, we are indeed facing the largest energy crisis in the history now.
Dr. Birol, the crisis is going on. The blockade from the United States remained in place. The Iranians are still attacking tankers as well. As this crisis goes on, is there any response from the IEA in terms of more barrels being released? Is there any response that we can see from other suppliers around the world that will negate these problems? Or actually, is the crisis just getting even worse day by day?
First of all, crisis is getting worse by worse every day. The longer it lasts, the longer time we will need to get back where we were before the war, even after the ceasefire, after the settlement of the issue. What we are doing is basically we did three things. We are doing three things. One is that on 11th of March, I announced that we released 400 million barrels of oil to the markets, which when we inform the markets, it brought the prices down about $20, but it was only reducing the pain, not having a solution. This was number one. Number two, we came up with some concrete suggestions to governments around the world and the citizens how we can curb the oil demand, such as more teleworking, more public transportation, more speed limits. And I see that many countries, especially in the region where you are, have adopted those demand restraint measures. This is the second. And third, as you know, Steve, I talk with many government leaders around the world to try to bring everybody together and helping each other. In fact, since you are in Singapore, I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Tan, the minister, who is really a key player in this difficult days for the region in terms of providing products to several countries in the region. So we make these three things all together, but whatever we do, we are reducing the pain. We are not solving the problem. The solution of the single most important solution to the problem is fully opening up of Strait of Hormuz.
Sir, you made the comment on the 16th of April that Europe has 6 weeks of jet fuel left. Obviously, we've moved on from that. We are now another week on. Is the crisis getting worse, and are flights now going to start being grounded in Europe fairly imminently?
So Europe gets about 75% of its jet fuel from Middle East refineries, and this is basically now almost zero, and the rest coming from some big Asian countries who have now export restrictions, and Europe is now trying to get it from US and Nigeria. If we are not able to get in Europe additional imports from the countries now, we will be in difficulties in Europe. And you might have seen that only in the last few days, the Lufthansa, a German carrier, KLM, Scandinavian Airlines, they have reduced their number of flights around the continent and beyond. So I really hope that, first of all, the strait is opened, refinery exports start from there, but we may well we may need to take some measures in Europe to reduce the air travel as well.
So as far as you can see, so Europe will be reducing flights presumably fairly aggressively if indeed those jet fuel supplies don't start getting through very soon.
I mean, it has already started. The airlines, leave aside what I'm saying, the airline CEO said at least the three big ones, the Lufthansa, KLM, and SAS, the Scandinavian Airlines, they have reduced them. And the problem is, when we move to summer, in August, jet fuel demand is about 40% higher than in March. So demand will increase. And if the supply stays where it is now, the challenge can be even bigger. But I very much hope that Europe will be importing LNG. I talked last week, in fact, the day before yesterday, with the Nigerian petroleum minister to get some Nigerian jet fuel imports and from US and elsewhere. But difficult days in Europe in terms of jet fuel and beyond, of course.
So you referenced the energy minister here in Singapore, and I spoke to him yesterday, and he was talking about the longer-term damage, not even the shorter term, and he was talking about how he was speaking with his Qatari counterpart about liquefaction being knocked out, not for the next few weeks, not for the next few months, but large amounts of capacity for years ahead. Even if the Strait of Hormuz were to open tomorrow, sir, this crisis is going to last years, isn't it?
Yes, it will have major impacts on the global energy system. and the countries may need to review which energy trade partners they will have, which technologies they will choose, which trade routes they are going to choose. And I always said, Steve, years and years, like a broken record, the 110 trillion global economy, it can be taken for hostage for a couple of hundred men with guns for 50 kilometers of wide strait. It is really, it doesn't make sense at all. We should make alternative routes, alternative options. It is really doesn't make economic sense at all that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and the global economy sees major damages. So therefore, I expect that there will be other routes of Middle East oil and gas coming to the markets, but also countries will look at other options around the world. When we look at the 1970s, we have seen there were major responses to those oil crises. Nuclear power was given birth as a response to this oil crisis. In Europe, we have seen after the Russia-Ukraine, the renewable capacity installment increased by 300% as a response to that. There will be responses in terms of technologies, trade partners, in terms of fuels. There will be changes there.
Dr. Birol, first of all, I'll correct you if I may. You have not been a broken record, sir. You've been a voice of reason about the need for many energy sources over the years, and we have discussed this, that the need for not only hydrocarbons, but also for electrons as well, and you've been a voice of reason on that. We will not find many good things to come out of this conflict, sir, but if it does mean that people look at varied sources, more alternatives, more renewables as well, do you expect that to be an outcome of this crisis?
I expect there will be different responses, reaction from different countries. I expect, first of all, nuclear power will get a boost, including the small modular reactors. It is already making a comeback, as we have already predicted some years ago. Renewables will grow very strongly, solar, wind, and the others. I expect electric cars will benefit from this. I mean, just last year, before this, Southeast Asia electric car sales increased by about 100%. But in some countries, I expect the coal may see also a push back, go up, especially in some big countries in Asia. But more than that, I expect that there will be other routes for energy imports for the countries in Asia. Can you believe it? The Asia's economy, about 80% of the oil comes from a small strait, and 90% of LNG coming from the small strait. There will be alternatives to that.
Dr. Birol, long before you were at the IEA and long before I was at CNBC, the concept of US energy independence has been something that has been discussed, certainly in the United States. With $5.50 gasoline and over $4 a gallon petroleum in the United States, it doesn't look very independent. Can the US, and your message for our US viewers, can the US ever be energy independent from global matters?
So US is today the largest oil exporter of the world, largest natural gas exporter of the world, and it puts US in a very powerful position now. And I know that the nuclear power, the new US administration gives a big boost to nuclear power. They are all making the US energy position very strong. But I should tell you that there is one oil price, the international oil price, and no country is immune to the volatility of the oil prices. This includes the United States, the Asia, and elsewhere. Everybody will be affected from the high oil prices.
High oil prices, and yet you and I, sir, have seen higher oil prices. You and I have seen higher futures prices, but the spot Brent, which is perhaps a more accurate measure, has got up as high as $149. But we're not breaking out of highs we've seen in other crises. Do you fear, if this crisis goes on, that the price of oil will go dramatically higher?
It may well increase the prices because the producers outside of this region There are big producers such as United States, for example, Brazil, Guyana, Norway. They are producing and bring a lot of oil to the markets, but they don't have much spare capacity. So there is a limit what they can bring to the markets. So I would say that when we are reaching to the holiday season, driving season in a big part of the world, it will be very good that we have finally have this problem solved. There is a peace, there is a ceasefire, and Strait of Hormuz is coming to the back to the operation. Just before just to put in our minds the order of magnitude of the problem, before the war, every day about 25 million barrels of oil was running through this strait, and it is or from the region, I should say, and today it is about 11. From 25, we come to 11. There's a big gap there, and I hope that it will not further damage the global economy and the economies of the countries in Southeast Asia.
Dr. Birol, final question. I had the privilege of reading your oil market report every single month, and the latest report talked about the beginnings of demand destruction. Again, we all hope this crisis ends immediately, but if the crisis continues, are we looking at a historic demand destruction, the like we have never seen before?
So we should wait and see. We are now, for this year, as things stand, we see a slight decline in the demand, but if the prices go up further, this will have impact on the consumers. They are becoming more expensive. The products, it is the jet fuel, it is the gasoline, it is the diesel, but also we are going to see some, in some countries, the availability of some of the products may be a challenge. So yes, we will see downward pressure on the demand as a result of high prices, and in some cases maybe as a result of some measures that the governments are taking or have to take.
Dr. Birol, I mentioned at the top of this interview that it's been my honor and privilege to speak to you for the last 11 years. Thank you so much indeed for joining us out of Paris to speak to the Converge Live conference and our CNBC audience. Thank you, sir. We'll let you get on with your day. Thank you. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. We pulled a lot of strings to get the man himself here to just tell us, and also tell us, of course, how important Singapore is and what a good relationship the IE has with Singapore and the Energy Minister himself.
I mean, truly it's testament to the great relationship that you've been forging over these years with Dr. Birol, that he was happy to acquiesce and come here and join us live at Converge. So thank you very much, Steve.
You know what? I've just realized I had my glasses on my head for the whole time.
Were you looking for them? Were you like looking around, where are my glasses, where are my glasses?
I'm so vain, I try not to wear them on air.
Me too.
Yes,
I'm as blind as a bat. I've been like reading the wrong thing this entire time.
I thought you were.
Anyway,
Andy, thank you very much.
Off you go. You've had enough time on the stage. Let's give Steve a big round of applause. So remember earlier today we were speaking with Mr. Justin Trudeau about the Canadian Jeremy Hansen, who was propelled into space with the Artemis II a few weeks ago. Well, we're now going to pivot and talk about what's happening in space. Did anyone see that launch a few weeks ago? Did you watch it on TV? Yeah, it was exciting, right? Really exciting. In fact, I think it was the first crewed mission into space in 50 years, or rather to the moon, and it's really reignited exploration of space travel. So let's take a listen.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
Exciting. Incredible. And there's a lady who has been watching the business of space for some time now, so let's welcome her back to the stage. Morgan Brennan, come on back. All yours, my dear.
Thanks, Mandy. It doesn't get old. That never gets old. And it does feel like we're hitting a key moment here in the space economy. So joining me on stage to talk about that and what all of it means We have Dylan Taylor, the chairman and CEO of Voyager Technologies. This is one of the world's most, and he's also, I should say, has been one of the world's most active space investors. And Gregory Smirin, the president of Muon Space, that designs and operates satellite constellations for government and commercial customers. It's great to have you both here. Welcome, welcome. The space. All right, I want to get into all of it, but first, just a little bit in terms of what each of your companies do and how you face this new emerging space economy. So, Dylan, let's start with you.
Sure. Yeah. So, Voyager Technologies is publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We are a national security, defense, and space solutions company. Our most notable infrastructure project is Starlab, which is a commercial space station which aims to be the replacement to the International Space Station. We also do a lot of the mission management work on the International Space Station today. We actually own a piece of the International Space Station, a commercial airlock. And then we do a lot of things that call it picks and shovels that go into satellites, things like power and propulsion, laser communication, star trackers, and things like that.
All right. And how about Muon? And how about Muon Space?
Muon Space is a mission foundry where we're designing, building, and operating constellations of low Earth orbit satellites that are orbiting about 500 kilometers above the Earth. And we are supporting commercial as well as government.
Hold on one second, because I don't think your mic is working. I think we're hearing someone else right now. Am I right? Can you guys hear Gregory? Okay. Sorry. One more time. I apologize.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I can. Can you hear? Okay. Great.
Great. Muon Space is a mission foundry where we design, build, and operate low Earth orbit satellite constellations for commercial, not-for-profit, and government customers. And we do it by vertically integrating all of the hardware, software, and operation stack so that we can leverage commercial supply chains and be able to build these high-performance constellations at scale.
Yeah, we just saw some of that launch video for Artemis 2. You have a hand, a little bit of a hand, I think, or Voyager does.
Yeah, a couple of payloads involved. But yeah, I mean, Artemis 2, I mean, what can you say about that? I mean, we sent 4 humans out and back, furthest humans have ever went away from Earth. That Earth set photo and video that one of the astronauts took, I think, was completely inspiring for a whole generation. You know, we talk about the Apollo program and how that inspired an entire generation of people to pursue engineering and STEM education. I think the Artemis generation, as they'll hopefully be known, it'll be something very similar, Morgan. So I think this is totally transformational for the industry, for space investment, to capture the imagination of humans around the world. So I think it's really profound.
Yeah, I mean, between that and an upcoming SpaceX IPO, which is also poised to make history in its own right, potentially $2 trillion valuation when it comes to market. What does that mean in terms of, are we at escape velocity for the space market?
Well, we're certainly seeing it. We're still a private company, but we're 5 years old, and we're north of $100 million of revenue. And what we're seeing, and we all have seen this over the last decade, is the cost of launch has dropped 10x. There's billions of dollars of investment, and it's because I think we're starting to see orbit has become like infrastructure, so that organizations that don't a priori care about whether their systems are terrestrial or in space are finding that they can get performance by having this every 90-minute orbit kind of system be this heartbeat of decision support in their operation. And so we're seeing this incredible sort of uplift in not just 1, 2, 3 satellites, but organizations needing a constellation with a high revisit rate so that they can really get that system supporting what they're doing in their business.
Yeah, what are you seeing, especially in terms of this commercialization of low Earth orbit and this idea of this next layer of investment and application being infrastructure on orbit?
Yeah, so I mean, think of it this way. We've built the elevator, right? So credit to Elon and others. We now have a reliable, reusable, inexpensive launch. And because we have that, you have a flourishing of hardware. So Starlink, satellite internet. Jeff Bezos has a competing project called Kuiper. You can imagine a future where a lot of countries have their own sovereign internet constellation. Then you have all these Earth observation satellite constellations going up, whether it's climate data or whether it's logistics information or whether it's national security applications, of which there are many. So I think we sent more satellites to orbit in 2025 than the entire history of the world put together up to that point.
Wow.
And in 2026, we're going to set a new record. 2027, I anticipate setting yet another record, especially when Starship, SpaceX's new rocket, comes online. So think of this as a massive aggregation of data. And then, of course, one of the other advents, and think of the convergence of technology with AI and machine learning, what you can do with that data is now more insightful. So instead of reporting on what has happened or what might be happening right now, you can actually enter a predictive model where you're anticipating what might happen in the future. And obviously, customers are going to pay a premium for that. And then, of course, we could talk more about this if you want, but the idea of having orbital data centers in space as well, which I know is something that's been in the press quite a bit. It's technically challenging to pull it off because you've got to radiate the heat away. But I think assuming we solve that problem, that could be another, thousands of satellites that we put on orbit as well.
Yeah. Do you think we're a couple years away from that actually being realized?
A couple years, is that what you said? I would say we are 5 years away. I don't think it's 24 months. I think there are technical issues that need to be resolved, but I think in 5 years we'll have data centers in space for sure. Yeah.
I want to go back to the predictive piece of this and what it means for Muon.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. We were just talking about the predictive piece of this and what collecting all that data in space is going to mean for the future and for prediction and honestly for making Earth, better. How Muon plays within that concept.
So I just want to piggyback on what Dylan was talking about with the data centers. I think we're already seeing the kind of inference stage where we're seeing our systems that are up there today doing the AI analytics. We're also the only satellite company to so far announced a partnership with SpaceX for the Starlink laser terminal so that we're linking directly into Starlink. So it can be like broadband in space, and these spacecraft become just another data node like it would be in a data center. And so I think for companies, you end up compressing where that node is in space, and that allows you to do the kind of things that make it much more operational, and it's not just, like you're saying, sort of reporting data down. And so, for example, we have FireSat, which is a global wildfire detection and tracking system, which we developed in concert with Google Research and with Earthfire Alliance, which is a not-for-profit, and that will enable fire as small as 5 meters by 5 meters to be detected and tracked, perimeter, intensity of fire, and path of fire for public safety fire operators globally. And we're aiming to get to 1 hour global revisit within 24 months and eventually to 15 minutes. And so the kind of always-on connectivity that you get with inter-satellite links and lasers and the kind of processing allows us to move all of that decision-making up into orbit where you've got these always-on kind of systems that aren't going to be sort of slowed down by wind conditions or cloud cover or things like that.
I mean, that's really impressive when you're talking about 5 meters by 5 meters, especially when you're talking about something like wildfires and prevention and detection. The numbers, and I've had conversations with folks, for example, within government in the U.S. around it, like last 5 years alone, something like $1 trillion worth of economic impact if you start to layer in the knock-on effects. I mean, it's a huge issue that governments can't seem to get their arms around, especially when you do start to talk about climate change. And so just to put it in perspective in terms of 5 meters versus 5 meters using data that you're pulling from space. It's kind of amazing.
We think it'll have a big impact. And to your point about the trillions of dollars of infrastructure that's threatened globally and increasingly so, it's sometimes difficult if the budget doesn't come from a single entity to get that put into a particular new capability or technology. And
Yeah.
that's where I think the public-private partnerships of private companies and eventually some government entities can come and then benefit from these new technologies.
Okay, before I jump further into public-private partnerships.
Yeah.
So then going back to, I'm jumping around here, but going back to data centers from space, given the fact you are already working with Starlink on some of this capability, couple of years, is that your timeline as well, listening to Dylan and thinking about what Elon's been saying?
I'm sure Elon will surprise us all, but we believe that there are, a number of engineering elements to be tackled in terms of, radiation, thermal dissipation, and then really also getting the economics right. So yes, it needs Starship level, and I think that we need to just build out the capabilities, again, first on inference and then on training. I think it's much like a lot of the panelists have talked about today, the adoption of a lot of the AI capabilities requires humans and organizations to change the way that they operate, and we see the same thing. We're just trying to build the tracks and the infrastructure so that when it's going to be cheaper and more cost-effective to do training in space, you can do that, and it's irrelevant to the particular hyperscaler or company that's deploying their capabilities. Right?
So public-private partnerships.
Yeah.
Just the fact that, and we see this in the U.S. With government contracting shifting, NASA was really the front lines of it, and I think about what you're doing with Starlab and just the fact that they sort of changed the process for low Earth orbit to enable a commercial space station like that to be built and developed. And now we're starting to see some of that contracting come in with the lunar economy, this nascent lunar economy too. But you're also starting to see it happen on the defense side as well. So what does that mean for Voyager, and how does it change the economics for companies that are operating in space?
Yeah, so you mentioned on the defense side, for example, Golden Dome, which is the missile defense shield the U.S. is contemplating for North America. You're right. A lot of this has to do with creating incentive alignment between what the government's trying to do and what the private sector needs to do. So oftentimes the government will be the initial customer. They'll set the requirements. They'll provide the initial funding. But then they'll anticipate that the market will grow beyond just the government. So yeah, I think it's a good model. I think the days of cost-plus contracting, I think, are thankfully dissipating because I don't think we got great outcomes with that. We didn't get great innovation. Frankly, we didn't have a large enough industry to attract the capital that we needed. So I think these new procurement models are helpful. We also now in the U.S. have the Space Force, which is really acting, I think, as bridging the gap between the Department of Defense and NASA, civil space and military space, and leaning very heavily into innovation. And it's not just the U.S. I mean, Europe is looking at different procurement models as well. And I think, right now, I think there's something like 75 space agencies around the world. So I think these models are helpful in countries that are looking for a way forward. But I think, in my view, public-private partnerships are the best of all worlds. I think everyone wins. The government as a buyer gets better outcomes, better value for their money. I think the industry creates better alignment, and I think the capital markets like it as well.
Yeah, and to this point, I'm going to open it up to questions in just a moment, but along these lines, I was talking to Peter Beck from Rocket Lab about this last week, somebody I'm sure you both know. And one of the points that he made was that what this new commercial space era is enabling is countries that perhaps didn't have their own homegrown in-house space capabilities to now outsource it to companies. And your thoughts on that?
Yes, I think we're seeing the same thing, and it really starts with what Dylan was talking about with the U.S. government transitioning to really relying more on commercial space, because the innovation flywheel that they can tap into allows us to bring greater capabilities to bear. And as Peter Beck was talking about, every country or group of countries needs some amount of sovereign capability. And so if you can tap into the innovation you get from a range of private companies in the U.S. and elsewhere, you get the very best of what can be developed. It's not this traditional cost-plus environment, which really didn't deliver. And when you're moving from billion-dollar school bus-sized satellites that take a decade to build to this proliferated low Earth orbit, it's a cornucopia of options. We were just at Space Symposium, as we've all been to over many years, in Colorado Springs, and the national government and military attaches from allied countries all around the world are there because they want to tap into what commercial space is able to do for them.
One other thing, Morgan, that I think we can anticipate happening, which I think might be quite interesting to follow, is of these smaller space agencies creating more of a marketplace around that demand and aggregating that demand. So I would anticipate either new companies being formed or maybe consortiums being formed around this, because I think if you look at the need for that in the market, I think it's highly likely that that'll come about.
With that, let's open it up to questions from the audience and see if we have any. We've got a gentleman in the front row here.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Klaus Nemser with EMTD Lab. My question is, with people like Elon Musk putting up this idea of orbital data centers, you mentioned space radiation that can quickly degrade or destroy all the computing equipment even before data centers. What are your views on the trends and particular innovation in that space? Yesterday we had some biotech speakers here and they talked about using AI simulation models to discover new drugs. Do you see similar things happening to mitigate the radiation challenge?
We're definitely using a whole range of physics models that employ AI to design whole constellations before we ever cut metal. And so I think it's used both in the design phase and then I think to the point you were maybe alluding to, in orbit, when you've got systems that are looking to make decisions as they're coming up on new information and tip and cue other systems, you need to have those being able to operate independently. And so we're seeing that already across a number of customers.
Yeah, and just on innovation, microgravity research. So a lot of research happens on the International Space Station today in biopharma, in things like perfect crystalline growth and the like. And the reason more research doesn't happen on the International Space Station is it's really supply constrained. So when the commercial space stations come online, I would anticipate really a flourishing around these research areas. You literally can grow a perfect crystal in space, and if you bring those seeds back down here to Earth, you can grow a larger perfect crystal around it. You can print organ tissue on orbit. We, meaning humanity, have printed a human meniscus for your knee. So you can imagine a future where your stem cells print you a new kidney in low Earth orbit and comes back down, and there's no risk of organ rejection because it's actually your exact match. So there's a lot of really science fiction type stuff that's enabled by the fact that we now have heavy lift rocket capability. Our space station, for example, will be single launch to orbit. So imagine a space station you construct, you test, you configure on the ground, and in one launch, it's in orbit and functional. That's the future we're going to live in.
Do we have other questions?
Thank you very much. Alisa from AmCham Singapore. My question is, I'm going to preface and say it's a little bit of a challenging question and perhaps not a current reality question. What is your best prediction for when humans will make it to Mars? Or if humans, when and if?
So humans, just to clarify, humans landing on Mars or orbiting Mars? Because it's two different. Okay, I would say in the 2030s it'll happen. I think it's probably late 2030s. It's a very difficult problem to solve. So just to give people an idea, the International Space Station is 400 kilometers away from the surface of the Earth. The moon is 400,000 kilometers. And Mars at its closest approach is 60 million kilometers away. So it's a much, much, much more difficult technical problem.
I would just say that we're focused on low Earth orbit, and cislunar, which is around the moon. So we're focused on much more practical applications just now.
So just to wrap this up, since I know we're out of time, what is it, maybe a nearer-term goal? What do you think it takes? Do you think we actually come into the end of this decade and we see a permanent presence of humans on the moon?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's closer than most people think, I think.
I think we'll have humans on the moon by the end of the 2020s, and we'll have some lunar base. It'll probably be an inflatable habitat with some life support. But I think deeper into the 2030s, 2032, 2033, you'll be able to sit on your porch in upstate New York and look at the moon, and there'll be lights on the moon because there'll be people living and working on the moon.
Wow.
And I think we will have satellite infrastructure that is no more remarkable to us than as we think of data centers today. It's really going to be distributed broadly.
All right. On that note, Dylan Taylor and Gregory Smiran, thank you both for joining me on stage.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
What do you reckon, Morgan? Should we plan for Converge Live on Mars 2038? Definitely the moon. Let's do Mars, everybody. So let's do the moon 2038. You're all invited. So we're in the home stretch here at Converge Live, and we're going to move from space all the way down to somewhere a little bit closer to the ground. Yep, I'm talking about an industry that actually, I reckon, touches more people in a really personal way than any other industry on the planet. What industry am I talking about? Let's bring back Scott Wapner once again for the home stretch to tell you what exactly the mystery industry is. Come on down, Scotty.
Thanks, Mandy. Well, it's sports. It's sports. And we are going to be reminded once again of the power of sport in less than 2 months when the World Cup is in North America. It's going to be amazing, and I can't wait for it, and I'm sure all of you are fans as well. Let's welcome our panel for this conversation. Adam Kelly is president of IMG. Elias Scholz from PFL, and Deborah May as partner and co-founder of Rain Group. Please come to the stage. Welcome to the Jewel. Welcome. Hi. This is the perfect ending conversation for Converge Live because I don't know that there's a hotter, more exciting asset class in the world right now than sports. New brands and leagues are emerging. Established ones are scaling. Valuations are surging, and investors are following the money. That's for sure. Whether it is in the U.S. or here in this region. So, Adam, I guess the first question to you is why? Why is that happening? Why has sports emerged as such a powerful asset class?
Sport is truly unique, and in today's environment where audience and engagement is everything, how do you get people's attention? And how, as sport, can you convert that attention into earnings? I think as an asset class, it uniquely sits between the attention economy and the experience economy. That's truly unique. And so when you combine the level of interest in sport overall, this is an area in which industry is able to capture vast attention both on the ground at events and through mass media broadcast. And time and again, sport is delivering in terms of records that we're seeing set on a regular basis. Records for the major events on TV, new records every year in terms of digital audiences and digital engagement, but also every part of the ecosystem. Licensing, merchandising, brand partnerships, all showing major increase. So you look at it outside of that with a financial lens and you realize this is an asset class to invest in because all of the metrics are headed in the right direction.
You know this firsthand, Elias, that PFL is the #2 mixed martial arts property. You say the smartest money in sports is investing in the league. What do those investors see and what do they want from you?
I mean, if you just look at mixed martial arts as a general asset class, it's the fastest growing sport internationally. Third largest fan base, over 700 million fans. It's also one of the youngest. So PFL, obviously started in the U.S., but then saw these expansion markets. I lead our work in Africa, which is the youngest continent, also one of the fastest growing. And so if we believe, this is not about from the West to the rest, this is a lot for us about South-South. So figuring out how it's done here, how we can expand in Africa profitably, and build those hero moments that people love to follow globally. So for us, it's a no-brainer. We've now on our second season in Africa, and what we've seen is these stories really capture global attention because people want authenticity in the era of TikTok and AI. They want meaning, not just content, and that comes from hero journeys, which MMA, I think, is an ideal form of.
Well, if there's a deal to be made in sports or an investment to be led, chances are Rain is at the head of the table. I'm wondering, how does this region factor into global demand? I was doing some research and read 3 headlines right off the top of my search. Quote, professional sport is booming in Asia. Number 2, Asian investors are transforming global sport into $1 billion power play. Number 3, Asia sports business gets serious. What more can you tell us about that?
I say the way that we've seen Asia emerge as a sports powerhouse has maybe been 3 ways. One is the indigenous or the local sports, and let's take cricket as an example. What cricket is to India, it's by far the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, through 9 important sport. From a transaction perspective, the teams are going in the billions now, and really driven by the consumption, the media rights for that market. And what's interesting is a localized sport is becoming more global. You're seeing it in England and Wales, what the ECB did there. We did through the hundreds, built a commercialized, a local game. Australia. So I think one is, you do have local sports that are very strong here. Second, if you think about it, it's a great market for some of the global brands. We were just talking about, the NFL and what they're doing in expanding their brand globally by coming out here with games. You see the NBA do that, and what the NBA has built in Asia, it is probably one of the largest international contributor to revenues for the NBA in terms of both the media rights they've built, the sponsorship, and the business in this region. And then thirdly, you do see from a capital perspective, this part of the world has been a source of capital in terms of investing in sports properties. And so as a buyer or seller of these assets is becoming increasingly important.
Adam, the demand has certainly pushed up valuations. I think many of us have marveled to the degree that all of these properties continue to trade for. Now you have the large tech platforms who want in on the action too. So there's demand for the properties themselves from those who can afford to buy them. And then there's demand for the content itself for those who want to distribute it. What role has that played in the elevation of valuations, and where is the top?
Well, I don't think we're anywhere near the top. I'm clearly a bull in this space. I've lived and breathed working in sports marketing for 25 years at IMG, but the reality that we're seeing as the tech super platforms, big technology come into sport, they are realizing the power of this content, and it is truly delivering value for them. As they are entering, they're able to convert this attention that I mentioned earlier into value in a way that no other business in sport has done previously. So the headroom on that basis is significant. So we see growth coming both from the 4 or 5 major buyers that tech is bringing into the space. You look no further than Netflix, Apple, Amazon, Google, Paramount Plus on the horizon as a 5th, and maybe 1 or 2 others to come. They're driving valuation up, but even more importantly, they are increasing audiences. As Netflix came into sport, they set some of the biggest records we've ever seen. With boxing, when they first came in, by far and away the largest, most rated and highly engaged audience we've seen in that sport. They have done it for WWE, as they have delivered top 10 in their top 10 for 35 territories since they launched last January. So highly rated sports and sports entertainment content. And again, that is driving bigger, better audiences, which feeds the ecosystem. And so I can only see upside both for rights valuations, sponsorship, digital fans, direct fan engagement, and direct monetization. It's a building ecosystem that we're very bullish about.
What do you see on that same point from your own vantage point? as valuations of all of these leagues have increased because of the overwhelming demand for the content that you produce?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what metrics you look at. I think the U.S. market is structured in a very specific way. You know, for example, 3 to 5 times, media rights typically takes 3 to 5 times what sponsorships does. But if you look at a place in Africa, that's more close to parity, right? Just because structurally it's different, right? So, you know, in emerging markets where I'm focused, particularly in Africa, it's about the long-term horizon. It's, by 2030, 1/3 of young people will be African. By 2050, 1/4 of all people will be African. You can't ignore those numbers, right? And then if you just go a little more granular, you look at a place like Nigeria, where we're hosting the biggest MMA fight to have ever existed in West Africa in 2 months, 200 million population, young, but also the same values of MMA, resilience, sort of this sense of discipline, of hope, of tomorrow, really is embedded across frontier markets, at least in my experience, and that matches very well. So it depends, going back to the valuation question, it depends what the investor is looking at. We would say look long-term, because those are the only trends that matter.
What, Deborah, are the challenges? Let's play off of Africa. We can talk about the Middle East and any of these so-called emerging markets, the challenges of trying to draw investment from and into those new markets. Do you, by nature, assume more risk by going into some of those areas?
Listen, I think these markets are very nuanced, whether we say the Middle East or Asia or Africa. I mean, even within them, the countries are different in terms of their understanding of the sport, in terms of the economic capacity of the viewers. It is a challenge because you have to rethink. It's not about media rights. Today, in most major markets, media rights is what drives the sport. I would say in Asia, it's actually more about commerce, content, community, and the fan engagement than it is about selling, the big media rights. Again, it's market specific, perhaps sports specific, but as an investor coming into these markets, you do have to understand the difference in terms of how it's consumed, the wealth value, that we're mobile first, that there's certain other things that are going to attract us, and how is that revenue developed will determine sort of how the investor looks at that region.
Speaking of the Middle East, how are all of you looking at what happens with Live? I'm wondering if it's in some respects, it's a cautionary tale in that endless amounts of cash and even big name stars sometimes are not enough to sustain a league over a very long period of time if you are hoping to be a long-term investor. Adam, how do you see that?
Listen, you have to take your hat off to Live. They were brave, they were bold, and it's added a lot of value to the golf industry as a whole. There has been a huge uptick, combined with the COVID effect, the post-COVID effect of growth. There are more golfers today than there have ever been, 108 million people around the world playing golf. The RNA, who are effectively one of the main governors of the game, expecting that to grow to 130 million. Golf has been part of the international news headlines and sports headlines for the 3 or 4 years that they've been going now. So overall, it's added huge value. Now, were the metrics right? Were the investment strategies right in the beginning? Was the level of capital required deployed in the right way? I mean, you can question all of those things in hindsight, but you have to say it takes big, bold moves to launch new series, PFL being one, and you have to look at an investment phase in the early years. But the overall ecosystem, the impact on audiences, the narrative, the engagement, all of these things in golf has grown as a result. So the game will be better off no matter what the next few years looks like for Live, and ultimately that's a positive.
How closely, Deborah, are you watching Live? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think what happens, that I don't know. What will happen. Maybe they merge with the PGA. Unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball on that one. But listen, I echo a lot of things on what it's done for the sport. I think actually Liv's done phenomenal things for the sport. relatively young into launching something huge and new. Takes a while to kind of figure out what model is going to work under that. But without that flow of capital, the model has to change.
Are you learning any lessons from watching how this is all unfolding? As I said, endless amounts of money and even some very big names. Key for you, I assume, is trying to build stars. They have stars and they have money, and it still may not last past next week. Yeah. What's the cautionary tale for somebody like you who wants your league to be bigger and better and stronger?
I can't speak to the Liv's experience. I know they put on an amazing event in South Africa, or it's just they're extremely well attended and loved. But I do respect, as a group, we respect investors who make big swings on big ideas. And I think that's what drives the history of sport forward. And then you also have to look in the time perspective, right? If you look at something like CAF in Africa, which was widely attended and loved this last season out of Morocco, that's been going on decades after decades after decades. And they finally broke through. I think they did over 250 million euros in revenue. So again, going back to this time horizon, and again, I can't speak to Liv, but I do know that we kind of have to be patient, particularly when we're trying to take a sport global or a sport to a new continent like Africa, where it has that that resonance, but takes some time for the commercial traction.
I feel it's only right. Much of this day was obviously spent around the emerging technology of AI and how it's going to transform every aspect of our lives. No different, Adam, than I assume you're thinking about what it's going to mean for sports. As you all put it, more screens, more devices, more content. Technology eras do not replace the one before. They stack on top of each other. What does that mean in layman's terms, how we should view what all of this new technology is going to do to the world of sports?
I think as AI spreads throughout our lives, throughout our content consumption, sport, I've been on record saying this, I think sport is the antidote. Because sport is scarce, it's live, it's real, it tells authentic human stories. None of that is interesting if it's created by AI. So as you extrapolate that through, what is going to cut through the AI slop, as they're calling it, the AI saturation of other content? It's going to be sport. And those human stories that are so vital to what we do in our industry, they become even more valuable. And again, plays into this form of what is great content, what is reliable, what is predictable. Everybody knows, in this region, it's the 20th of July, and in the rest of the world, the 19th of July. In the late afternoon, early evening, billions of people around the world are going to be doing one thing, watching the men's World Cup final. You can't predict anything today. You don't know what's happening tomorrow in the world. You don't know what's happening next week in the Straits of Hormuz. You know there are billions of people watching the World Cup final, and that is the power of sport. Cuts through the AI noise, cuts through the artificial, and it becomes increasingly valuable. So I think that's great news for what we're doing.
Will AI in sport be, will AI-generated content be a competitor to sport or an enhancer?
I'm actually not as big of a fan of the AI-generated content as more what AI can do for sports. In this, and what I mean by that is, I think what AI and how it enhances the scarcity value is it takes a phenomenal IP and it personalizes it. And it allows you to do it now. Already sports or IP owners are pretty good at distributing rights and cutting rights. But if you think about what AI can do is it can personalize it to the degree of the consumer who, to a very micro level. And so you can package that sport right at almost a personal level for everybody. And I think that enhances very much the revenue power associated with the sport. Meaning, I might like gymnastics and Simone Biles, but I'm a casual viewer versus somebody who loves the NBA and wants to watch all of the live games. They are a different type of viewer. How you package that, how you cut it up, and the fact that you can do it to a personalized level, that data, I think, adds to the revenue source or pot for the IP owner.
I'm going to ask all of you for the answer to these next couple of questions. There'll be more rapid fire, and then I'll open it up to the audience for a few questions before we wrap up this day. One market that you would bet on for the next 24 months besides the United States? Elias, you're first.
In the next 24 months. It's very specific.
Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned, let's do this. Let's say for the next 2 to 5 years.
I'll give you a little more bandwidth.
Well, yeah, I mean, going back to, we are going to Nigeria. It's a place I lived. I helped open the McKinsey office there years ago. It's a market I believe in the long term, and the next 3 to 5 years. They made serious macro adjustments. From a sports perspective, it's hungry. And what you find, in just a side, but kind of important, in Africa you have soccer, football, and after that a sharp drop to not much, right? So there's a real opportunity to capture that number 2 sport. And so for us, we think that can be MMA. And so, very bullish about Nigeria, but very bullish about the storytelling we're doing there and the great fight. Yeah.
Okay. Adam?
Can I have 2?
Yeah.
One relevant for this region, Indonesia.
Okay.
Enormous population. The only country in Asia where domestic football league is more popular than the Premier League. And we're working with the Indonesian FA and the league to develop soccer in that territory. We've got big things planned and some serious uplift ahead.
I had no
That's
idea.
Really exciting.
Interesting fact.
And then, as a region, South America. We're really seeing a huge uplift in not just football, although it's still primarily football, but the wider, broader ecosystem for sport in that continent.
Deborah?
I think India is still a fascinating market. One, because you have cricket that is still growing and getting more international, but I think because you have a young population coming up who are keen to not play necessarily the same sport as their parent and is looking to other sports. So I see the rise of other sports suddenly new for India, as well as IPL in general.
I love the fact that we had such a diversity of answers, which is interesting. Thank you for that. Any questions from the audience? We'll have a microphone brought to you. Sir, you can have the first one for sure.
Thank you. Louis Tae-kyung from Global Council for Responsible AI. Just want your instinctive view as to what do you think is the prospects of having robotics participation in human interactive sports, like, for example, a robotic version of Tiger Woods for golf, and, robots fighting each other for MMA or boxing. These are the technology which is coming up, and I could sense that there are some trial robots running marathons and all those stuff, and it's apparently a quite good result at the end of the day. So I foresee there might be a trajectory for such technical development in the sports arena involving robots, and also esports where AI could be factored in as well. Thank you.
I think it's cool. I think it's an enhancement to what humans want to see what machines do because we built machines over centuries. So we've always wanted to see what machines can do. But it is an enhancement, not a replacement. This won't displace, at least in my view, our sport, MMA. People want to still see 2 humans at the highest pinnacle of fitness fight each other with the acumen that they have. You can't replace that. So I think we welcome it as a cool enhancement. Like, that's really cool. Let's do a halftime show with robots fighting each other. But it'll never replace Francis Ngannou versus, his opponent or whatever it is. So my 2 cents.
Yeah, we see and hear a lot of ideas being explored for how robots can participate. I have seen a clip with a robot playing golf, and unfortunately, a straight hole-in-one. So I think if you've perfected the game, it's not as exciting. It's those human failings that really make sport interesting. You watch the Masters and that human drama where, the guy should definitely make the putt and he misses. The robot's definitely not going to miss. So there are some elements. We're seeing more robotics on the content production side. We see advancement in technology allowing less need for humans to fly around the world following all of these tours, so making efficiency, allowing the industry to build and grow. But I think robot versus robot is maybe not as exciting as human versus human.
Yeah, listen, I think the human element is actually what makes sports a lot of what it is. And, I think of one example of how could a robot do this is if you think about Linsanity, right? This was an unknown guy who, for a period of time, had the whole world watching. And because he was doing what nobody could believe. So there was the surprise, the anticipation, right? The uncertainty of what's going to come out of it. There was a cultural element because he was Asian, well-educated, so the Asian parents liked it. But you had the whole world watching. I just don't see that element of what I think makes sports such a scarce asset. I don't see necessarily robots replacing that. So it's fun. Maybe not a nice word, gimmicky a little bit, right? It's kind of fun to have that. but I think there's many areas that robots are going to be changing our world. I'm not sure sports is going to be the first. Yeah.
For those who don't know, Deborah's referencing Jeremy Lin, maybe a dozen years ago now. It feels like it was forever ago.
I aged myself on that one.
But it was a remarkable story that literally took New York by storm. And then the NBA, as he and the Knicks went on this run, an unheard of player who came up and even dominated on one night Kobe Bryant in his prime. So it was one of those stories, to Deborah's point, that you cannot recreate by any AI-generated person or action. So it was quite remarkable. We have one more question right in the back.
Hi. Thank you. It's been insightful. So you spoke about markets of the future. What, in your view, is the sport of the future for brands to invest in? I mean, we've done soccer, India's about cricket, but what are like new emerging sports that you would invest in ahead of the curve?
I couldn't hear the question.
The next sport that you would invest in.
Oh, okay.
The new and next.
Okay, you have to go first. I'll say, actually, I think emerging leagues are quite interesting. From a macro perspective, I think you have to find something that has an identity, right? There's something that you're tangibly attracted to, and it has to be something I think that does work globally. And so we're invested in the PLL, which is lacrosse. Emerging league. It's very family oriented. It's growing actually in a very interesting way. I think women's sports is interesting, and I'll actually go out on a limb and say I think some of the new sports that are really targeting, the Kings League or the Gen Z, some of these are interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens with them. But they are building a community. They've got global reach and distribution, and some of them have a real identity. I think those are interesting.
I'm carrying a lot of scars over the years for having tried to develop and build sports like surfing, kite surfing, snooker, others, some of which have transitioned and broken through. Snooker in particular has really grown in this part of the world, in China, almost more than any other. But I know also through those battles just how difficult it is to create a new sport and make it grow and make it build. UFC's been one of the shining examples of that. But across the board, you have to try and understand what are the likely metrics. Paddle and lacrosse, I think, have potential as participation and broader social engagement. I don't see that category of sport, nor Kings League and some of the others necessarily breaking through into the levels of the major sports, but taking properties that are probably underutilized and underserved and building them into bigger and better assets, that's where, if I was an investor, I would be considering.
I'm a little biased, obviously, but I do consider MMA still an emerging sport, right? Started in the mid-'90s.
Sure.
But I think what's important for us and those, our friends who are also doing MMA elsewhere, is MMA started in the U.S. in the 90s, right? What does it mean to be in Africa in the 21st century and create that same sport? Because ultimately, the sports that succeed are universally adored and have natural resonance. So in Africa, that works because you have indigenous fighting culture. You have different kind of like hero building kind of exercises that are done across cultures. So it's a natural fit. But that's also why I'd say we have to adapt. So we brought in music and culture into our fights. We have like a mini halftime in Africa that they don't have in Europe. At the PFL, where we have a local artist perform, re-engage the entire arena, right? Because it's a long night to get them excited again, and then we go to the top of the card. So I would say those sports who continually evolve and don't hold sacred cows, right? Because again, at the end of the day, it's about sportsmanship, it's about putting on a good show. Those are the ones that will succeed, and we think we're trying to do our best in that respect.
All right, I'll leave it there. I loved our conversation. Thank you so much for your openness and willing to participate with the audience as well. Elias, Adam, and Deborah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very nice to have you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You all can exit that way, and I'm going to invite Mandy Drury back up because we've reached, to continue the sport metaphor, the finish line.
Yeah, can you believe it? It's that time of day. It's wrap-up time, but don't go away just yet because we have a gin and whiskey tasting going on over there. We, of course, have the round tables, which I believe are still happening, and there's always the opportunity to continue networking as well. But Shall we do some thank yous? I think we've got a few thank yous, don't you?
Yeah. Thanks to everybody. First of all, thanks to all of you for participating. Thanks to the technical crew.
Absolutely.
That made this as fabulous as it was, made our jobs so easy. So thanks to all of you.
Big hurrah, yeah, to all the various teams behind the scenes who've actually been working on this, not just like today, not just yesterday, not just like the day before, but months.
Yes.
In fact, I think they probably started working on it the day after the last
Yes.
Converge
I should give a
Live.
shout out to the editorial team as well from CNBC in the US and, of course, international. That's really helped to get us up to speed on what was going to happen here and to be able to execute it to our best abilities. So we always sort of lean on them to do all of the hard work, and then we come up here and present it to you. So
it's been wonderful working with you as well.
Sue, Mandy.
Once again,
Yep.
Scotty, a great pleasure. So everybody, thank you for being an amazing audience. We do hope that you've got a lot out of the last couple of days, and we hope that you look forward to the next Converge, whenever that may be. Hopefully next year. We don't know what date, but it'll always be bigger and better, right?
All right, enjoy. Remember, whiskey tasting, gin.
Networking.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
And
Thank
networking.
you.
Is a fantastic stepping stone into